does. Okay. Well, we figured that one out. Hello. It is 10 September 2025, and I am setting up for DREAGUS Productions Wednesday night shows. We will have Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show up and rolling here in a little bit. We're going to do a pre-show and show up and rolling here in a little bit. We're going to. I got to turn all of my good little players off, which is good. And we'll get that up and going as soon as I make sure that everything is working fine. So far, I'm having a good run at it, but we'll see. Welcome in, everybody. Sit back, relax. I'm still setting up, so I hope everybody gets their drinks, food. It's almost that time for a lot of us, if you haven't eaten already. So, but while I do that, I'm going to, oh, yes, make sure that we're all good to go. And then I'm going to ring-a-ling-a-ling the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show folks tonight. And get Barry and the rest of and John in here. Hope everybody had a terrific week. All right. Today hasn't been a really good day. We had, I'm not sure if they're going to report about it or talk about it right away, but we are going to, at least one of the shows will go over about the Charlie Kirk shooting and how we miss him already. He's never been on our shows, but we've had people that work with him in the show, and we hope that that they're able to make it in tonight. But they may not due to circumstances. I don't know how close Brent was to Charlie and his family, but I know they worked together for a while. So, and he knew Brent for a long time, Charlie for a long time. So, we're gonna let me ring up John and get the call going. John, Barry.
Hey, what's going on?
Oh man, it seemed like things were going okay until I heard about Charlie today.
I know, it's devastating, man.
It's yeah.
I've tried a few times to write Brent an email about it, but it's just, I don't even know what to say,
Yeah, I do have I have taps pulled up. I know he wasn't military or anything like that, but it if I play that, it won't trigger a what do they call it? A break. All right, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I do have you know, if you want, if you say we're going to take a moment of silence, I'll play that so everybody can hear it. You know, and you know, we'll get that rolling.
How long is it?
It's about a minute. It's actually just a little
Okay.
less than a minute. All right.
Okay. We could almost just open with it, you know.
That's fine.
You know what I mean? Just when instead of counting down, just play that and then count down the last 3 seconds of that or whatever, you know.
Okay. I can do that. In place right now.
Okay. Wow, man. It's pretty.
Yeah. I mean,
Horrific, man.
out of all the people, you know, I saw a little bit
Mm-hmm.
from Glenn Beck. I saw, what was her name? Megan Kelly. Talking to Glenn about it, and like, oh my God, she was really worked up. It's like, man, it was, yeah. It's, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty devastating.
Yeah.
I mean, what a legend.
He is, and he always will be. And he has his kids, you know. I hope that, you know, they, you know, always remember him for the great man
Mm-hmm.
that he was. You know, since he has, you know, I think like 2 or 3 kids. I'm sure. King Bush Camp in the
Yeah.
Kick Chat. Appreciate you coming in. Thanks for the support always with the Bush Camp family and all that. Always love seeing you and Queen in the Kick Chat. Appreciate you.
I mean, it's hard to even talk about any of this other stuff I've got.
Yeah, that's gonna kind of overshadow it. If you want, we can, you know,
Yeah.
do that just before we go out as a last thing. You want to do that then?
At the very end of it?
At the very end of the show. I'll tack that on to our.
It's
I'll tack that on to you know, our outro instead of having coming in on that, because I know you have
okay.
probably a lot of news.
Well, I'm not gonna. Well, yeah, but that's okay. I mean, I do, but this is kind of bigger than all that now, you know.
Yeah.
Um.
Or do you want to wait for the last segment to do that? If Brent comes
To
in
do
with
what?
to have it, you know, I can put it anywhere you want.
Well, let's just open up with it.
Okay.
We don't have to second guess that. We'll just do that.
All right. That'll just give us a little bit more time to open up.
Mm-hmm.
Papa Pinky in the Kick Chat. Appreciate you. Welcome in. We're getting set up for the Censorship Sucks Roundtable radio show and the rest of the shows tonight. We're doing pre-show right now. Roger will be.
Yeah, I'm just looking at all these other headlines. It's like,
yeah, Roger is going to take and restream us tonight, and I do believe the Great Conspiracy will also be restreaming. He's been having some problems today. I've been trying to catch a little bit of his streams off and on earlier. He's had some connection issues over there. But we know how that works, right? Of course, King Bush Camp, you and Queen, all the best. Across the pond, we hope that you're doing well. From sea to shining sea. And don't go too crazy with that banana, man. That's King's little thing that he does. He has this huge inflatable banana. Don't ask. But you probably get the idea.
Yeah, it's all right, let's see. That takes care of that. Okay. And Barry sent me a text that he has to talk to his dad at some point today. So he might have to step up for a few minutes.
Well, we understand that, you know. Later on, before I forget, 10th of October. Do you have anybody scheduled?
Yeah.
You do?
That is this, the 10th of October?
October. 10th of October.
Yeah, I don't work out that far in advance.
Well, Angel wants would like to come on, but that's as soon as he can come on. You might want to pencil that one in. Pencil that one in for a Wednesday afternoon, all right? And I'll let him know that you got it. All right, and then I'm gonna talk to Nancy later on to see if she wants to come in. Like, what month? What week would be best for you to have her come in? If you want her to come in once a week. I mean once a month.
On a Sunday?
No. You want her on a Sunday night?
Sunday show.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Oh, that might work different. I'll ask her about Sunday nights.
Because without Barry, Sunday night is more touch and go, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I've got Doc, but he, also said sometimes he can't make it, and so Yotivation is what she is where she is.
Well, if you can, try to pop into her show tonight. I'll add you in. All right, and just hang out with us. You don't have to say anything. Listen to the show, and then when we go in break, mention to her, say, "Hey, Nancy." That's the best way to do it. I mean, I mean, then you don't have to hear it second eared or second hand.
Yeah.
And you're always welcome there. She's already told you that, and that's how the shows work.
Yeah.
Same with Roger. When we'll get you on Roger's show too, if on a topic that you'll know about. We'll bring you in because he's going to do some history stuff, and I know you're good with history.
Oh, some of it, yeah.
Yeah, we might do something like talk about Lindbergh case or the Rockefellers. Would that be something down your alley, or would it be more JFK type stuff?
The Lindbergh, I don't know anything about.
Yeah, well,
he flew a plane or something.
Well, yeah, Charles Lindbergh was the first one to cross the Atlantic in a plane, and then when he came back, someone kidnapped his kid and was never seen again.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
No, I don't know a thing about that.
Okay. And then you got the Michael Rockefeller, he went down to like Papua New Guinea and disappeared. But, there's a whole lot of stuff. There's a whole lot of stuff. That was like, but, he's going to have all sorts of other stuff too. I don't know how the first one he's going to do is going to talk about Tunguska and Tesla. Nikola Tesla. So, that'll be this Saturday.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, Lordy.
me check my OBS here real quick and make sure that I'm on the. Take us off the. What do they call it? The waiting for the call, because we're on the call. There we go. So, yeah, it's just you and me for right now, and we'll get that going. Top of the hour. Hold on here. I thought I seen Barry lit up. Yeah, there he is. He's probably waiting for me to send him a request. There you go. Wow. And you can fill him in a little, you know, on what you and I talked about with Charlie.
Mm-hmm.
Charlie, yeah. Did you hear any of what CS and I were talking about earlier?
Yeah, we're just basically going to come on a minute later to play taps.
Yeah, I think we should, man. It's brutal. I mean, it's cutting to the bone, dude. Like this one really hurts, man. Of course, we've been saying, you know, it's coming. There's monsters among us. I've been saying it. And I was not kidding, man. And they're out for blood, dude. These people are out for blood.
You can tell it was a pro job because I listened to a bunch of the YouTubes, and you could not hear the gunshots. So it was super silenced, or they used some sort of like an air. Yeah, and
it sounded more like mechanical than explosive.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So you know, and not just anybody can pick stuff like that up. Well, maybe, you know, if they had an air rifle, you can get a 50 caliber air rifle, but you know, they're not saying, you know, what kind of rifle or what kind of shot it was, or you know, or anything. That's to my knowledge. Now, any of you guys find out anything or know anything, you know, I'm sure you're going to bring it up later.
Yeah.
I know multiple sources have told me that on Facebook and elsewhere that the left is celebrating it already. That's how sick they are.
Oh, yeah, they are. Yeah.
These are sick, demented, deranged, psychopathic lunatics.
I'll be right back. I'm getting my refill, guys. Yeah. Welcome in, Barry.
Oh, yeah. No problem. So, yeah, you know, it just almost seemed like not real, you know, because he's just so, like, just an average dude, you know, a humble guy, young guy, full of life, full of energy, full of vitality, a full life ahead of him, only like 31 years of age.
Yeah, 31. That's insane. I didn't even realize he was that young.
Yeah, and he accomplished so much in such a short amount of time. Just imagine what he would have been able to do had he been with us. It's just, we're going to fill that vacuum for a long time, unfortunately. And who knows, man? They may try to take out others as well. It's who they are. It's what we've been saying. I've said that the left leans towards violence. I'm pretty sure you're in agreement with me on that. And I don't mean every liberal, but you know what I mean? The radical left, they lean towards violent, whether it's literal violence like hurting somebody or just violent behavior like burning things down. It's violent, dude. This is who they are. They're revolutionaries, man. And it just pisses me off that, you know, we have to keep saying this over and over and over again before people can realize it and wake up to it. Especially Democrats. They should be ashamed of those kind of people in their party. The Van Joneses, the psychopaths on the left, the people that are literally like, you know, defending this lunatic that brutally slaughtered in a racially motivated murder on the Charlotte train. That's insane too. This got to stop, man, or it's going to be bad. I'm going to hold this until later, man. But I'm wired up already, you know, family issues and things, and then this just...
Yeah, how's your mom, dude?
Well, I don't know, so I'm going to find out sometime during the show, and I don't know, it's supposed to have already happened, but things get moved around, as you well know. And so I'm just waiting on the call, and then I don't know how long the call's going to last. But I, as soon as I'm done, I'll come right back.
Yeah, well, I mean, she's okay though, right?
Yeah, I'm sure she will be.
Okay, you said it was a surgery?
Well,
You don't
yeah.
have to get into details, but it's not open heart surgery or something, right?
No, but it's,
okay.
like I said, I don't want to talk about it. It's hard enough already to deal with it, but I'm hoping, and I'm positive, and I'm prayerful. I fasted, I prayed, I did everything, man, to just so that it comes out the way that we're hoping. So we'll see.
Yeah, man. I don't know. This is crazy stuff, man. Crazy times.
It really is, man. And we called it because we said, that the fight begins once Trump wins. If everybody thought, it was going to be a cakewalk now that Trump won, they're wrong. This is where the battle begins, man. And I probably should save this for the show, but I know exactly what's going on here, and you do too. What's really happening. What is the motivating factor behind, riling up these type of people? We know what
demoralization, yeah.
Well, not just that, but even worse, man. Even worse. You know what it is. I mean, they've warned us in their movie shows, right? Their little TV shows. They told us about it. Right before Trump got elected, they came out with those 2 movies telling us what the plan was.
Yeah.
That's the plan. And we'll talk about that because that is what they want. More than...
And this is how you get it.
Well, that's typically how it's done. Yeah, unfortunately. I'm hoping we don't take the bait and we take the high road. But they're making it very difficult for some people, I'm sure. But that's where Trump comes in, and he's going to have to calm people down and demand that the fake news start, reporting fairly. They're the ones to blame. They are the major blame behind all this kind of madness. This type of madness, they're behind it. They're the ones that don't condemn it when it happens. They celebrate it.
Oh, I've got the clip.
Oh,
I've got a clip, man.
Ahead of me on, and yeah, I'm just guessing what's going to happen. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure. Yeah, I can't wait to hear that one, man. I mean, we talked about that. You and me, we talked about that, about how the media, will they learn their lesson, or will they just completely double down and just go completely insane? I mean, yeah, it looks that way, dude. I mean, wow.
Yeah, I mean, the guy hasn't been dead for like an hour, and look at the hellscape that is out there.
All right, guys, this is what I'm going to do. I didn't use the pre-show. I used the one for the first one. What we're going to do is when we take and get ready, I'm just going to get everybody to hang up, and we're going to just call everybody right back on the same deal. All right?
Okay.
Well, the same chat instead of going to the pre-show, because I didn't use the pre-show when I clicked the wrong one by accident.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And what I would do is when we leave and I end the call, it'll restart the whole thing all over.
Yeah, this is the call. I'm gonna have to take it, man. So I'll be back. I'm back.
Perfect.
All right, but look for it. And then you just keep it off to the side, Barry, and then you can jump back in.
Is he here still?
Probably not.
Oh yeah, that's his avatar.
It'll be all right, because when I end the meeting, it'll end the call.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just him finding out about his mom. So
yeah. I hope everything's all right over there.
Sure, we all do.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a rough week from what I'm seeing everywhere. Starting out. Yeah. Let's see, who else joined since Zertec Gaming, or Zertec Games. Thanks. Appreciate you. Sir Funky L. Mess. Man, some of these guys got some, and gals got some crazy names. But Nicks, but that's cool, you know. Great conspiracy in the house. And most likely Roger Hansen too. Yep. Oh yeah.
Hmm.
Getting all fired up and ready to go.
Yeah. God, I'm sorry. I'm just reading these headlines, and it's just it's devastating, man.
Yep.
I'm sure Brent is like flipping out.
You know, I even put out that he's supposed to be in the show tonight, but I don't know if you know,
Oh no, he
put out
wasn't. He's
that,
scheduled
I
for
wasn't
next
sure
week.
if he was going to make it or not, or say anything about it or not.
He'll
I'm
be
sure he
on
was
next
probably
week. He's
pretty
not.
close to the family.
He's not.
Huh?
Whatever. Nothing.
What I was going to say is I'm sure he was pretty close to the family too, if he
Mm-hmm.
knew him, you know.
Yeah. But no, he wasn't scheduled for tonight. He's scheduled for next week, actually.
Oh, I thought he was scheduled in for tonight. Who do we have tonight? Just two of us? Three of us?
Just Barry.
Oh, okay.
Barry, yeah. We're fine.
All right.
Um,
I need to change that.
and then
slide back
sometime
up.
later this month, I've got that dude, that doctor guy.
Yeah.
I'll have to figure out when that is, and
Man, I got
when I
a,
should start reaching her.
I got a
I've got the
message
email.
from
I just
those people, and I'm like,
Mhm.
okay. And, you know, they were, it sounded like they wanted me to send them money, and I'm like, we don't do that, you know.
Really?
Yeah, you know, I'm like, yeah. I mean, we don't
Yeah.
we don't pay guests to come on, and I don't pay the hosts either, and I don't get paid, so no, we don't do that. You know, I'm like,
Yeah.
I'm not sure what networks you've dealt with before, but you know, some of them have the money to do that. You know,
Mhm.
that came out of the pockets of probably U.S. aid and things like that, but not me. Not me.
Yeah, it's that's not going to happen. I mean, the guy sounds like it'll be interesting. I mainly did it because I wanted to work with Terry more, the guy who set the interview up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I always kind of want to say yes to him so that he keeps coming to me.
Well, you know, I hope I didn't, you know, get the wrong impression of that, you know.
Yeah.
But
I mean, this isn't really my area. You know, it's medical stuff. I don't. I mean, we don't cover a lot of that.
Okay, that's fixed for the slideshow when we're all done for the encore. All right, good to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Whoa, what was that?
Hello, I'm back.
How you doing, Barry?
Are we still in the same room? Yeah.
Yeah, we are going to stay in the same room.
But you're going to close it out, though,
Yeah,
right?
I am, and then I'm going to
Yeah, yeah.
reopen it, but I'm waiting for everything to, you know, so that he can keep going, and I have a few minutes.
It's about that time.
Yeah,
Isn't it?
well, yeah, I'm getting ready to switch us over. All right. But I want to make sure that, even if we close at the 5-minute mark, we all have a couple minutes before, I go over to the next one. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Say, okay, hey guys, getting ready. We're going to switch over, and we don't do it on air.
Yeah, we've done this before.
Yeah,
There it is.
There it is.
How's your mom?
All right. With that, I'm going to call you guys right back. All right. And we'll get everything going.
Yes.
All right. All right, let me call those guys right back, and we'll get it going.
Okay.
All right. The buffer file is playing right now, and
where's Barry?
it's still calling him because he's still over and hasn't hung up yet. Where'd he go? Come on, Barry.
There he is.
I'm here, man.
Yeah.
All right.
I was trying to call you. Call you.
I was looking at this picture of James Wood posted it out. It's
can't be doing that while we're getting ready to go. Come on now.
It's brutal.
Picture what?
Of him, Charlie Kirk, with his beautiful wife and kids, holding his kids in his arms, and just destroyed. That's all gone, man, because of a lunatic.
All right.
Just take it in a second, just split second, taken away.
All right.
Man.
Taps is playing right now. That's our moment of silence. We're doing it early. All right. I don't know if you got clued in on that or not, Barry. We got 30 seconds.
What'd you say?
I said Taps is playing right now. We're doing that.
I told him earlier.
Yeah, knock that out right away. And while that's going on, here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the air right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another installment of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. Today is Wednesday, September 10th, 2025, and it is a red letter day. Charlie Kirk was assassinated earlier today, about an hour and maybe an hour and 30 minutes ago, 90 minutes ago, I found out that he had died. We are at a horrible point in our history when this is the type of stuff that's going on. And if you go over to X, they're seemingly celebrating this. With me tonight, I've got Bullhorn Barry. How you doing, buddy?
I've had better days, man. It's this one's a tough one.
It's pretty devastating, shocking, unbelievable. You know, Charlie Kirk, 31 years old, founder of Turning Point USA, famed YouTuber. I mean, millions of followers, beloved by millions and millions and millions of people because he spoke simple truth. He spoke his truth articulately to college students on a regular basis. I mean, what, 2-3 a week? How many events has he been doing over the last few years? He's everywhere.
Yeah, nonstop. A workaholic.
And constantly, respectfully having the conversations with people. We agree to disagree, you know, or that, hey, this is a fact, you can't, you know, dispute this or whatever. But he spoke his truth. And that's all he did. But some people out there can't handle it. They think it's hate when it's love.
Yeah. I don't even know that they think that what he's saying is hateful. I think they're the ones that are full of hate. And many of them on the lunatic fringe left are, in my opinion, monsters and evil. And many of them lean towards violence, either violent behavior or violence is in physical violence. And we've seen that play out time and time again. And it's got to stop. But we know who's behind it. We know who's inciting these people to do these kinds of things. The fake news media. They are the number one culprit behind inciting these kind of people and winding these kind of people up. They're the number one culprit.
Yeah, absolutely. It's disgusting. At 3:30 p.m. Eastern time, this segment was played on LSD, DNC,
LSD.
whatever they're calling them now. You know, those lunatics over there who
I think they're
are
on
inciting. Yeah, they are on LSD. They have to be. To air this kind of garbage, what I'm going to play for you is going to make your blood boil. At this point, all they knew is he got shot. They didn't know he was about to pass away. He was fighting for his actual life and losing. And this is what these scumbags had to say.
Talk to me about the environment in which a shooting like this happens.
Yeah, and again, to emphasize what you just emphasized, we don't know any of the full details of this. That we don't know if this was a supporter shooting their gun off in celebration, or so we have no idea about this.
We don't know if it was a supporter shooting his gun off in celebration.
They're insane.
That's what this moron just said. Matthew Dowd is his name. He's an idiot. Let me play.
But following up on what was just said, he's been one of the most divisive, especially divisive younger figures in this, who is constantly sort of pushing this sort of hate speech or sort of aimed at certain groups. And I always go back to hateful thoughts lead to hateful words, which then lead to hateful actions. And I think that's the environment we're in, that people just, you can't stop with these sort of awful thoughts you have and then saying these awful words and not expect awful actions to take place.
Matt,
and that's the unfortunate environment we're in.
It's his fault.
What pure garbage, man.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the guy was very understanding of everyone with other people's view. It's the left who's not understanding of other people's views. What do they expect? They're in America. They expect people to like their communist, socialist, Marxist, globalist, strip us of all of our rights and freedoms type of mentality. Do they expect us to like that? I mean, but yet we still allow them to have their opinion. We still peacefully interact with them. It's them that's not being peaceful. It's them that's being constantly hateful. Charlie Kirk was always willing to listen to anybody. Satanist he had, LGBTQ plus people. He didn't say, I don't want to hear your opinion. He simply wanted civil debate, something the left doesn't want to do because they know they're unpopular and they can't win in civil discourse. So they themselves turn to violence.
It's like clockwork, man. They did it to Trump. They tried to do it to him. This is what it looks like, folks, when they just aim a little bit to the right or a little bit to the left and they actually get off that shot.
Yeah. They were probably anticipating an angel or God to help. That's what it sounds like. Well, God's probably going to step in and help. So aim off a little bit, I'll score.
He mentions the hateful speech that Charlie spreads. You know, he spreads all this hate, and of course it's going to come back to bite him someday. Again, this is in the thick of it. They didn't know how bad he was hurt. They didn't know anything. They just know he got shot. And then they bring this guy in off the cuff to spew hatred like this on this MSLSD garbage of channel. What hate does Charlie spread? Well, he thinks life begins at birth. Okay, I don't necessarily agree with him there. I don't know when it begins. That's the one thing I admit. I have no clue. I just don't know. Arguments can be made for different phases, the heartbeat, inception. I don't know. I don't know the answer. He was confirming his convictions that it began at birth. So what? Okay, that's not hate. That's not a hateful thing. You don't deserve to die for that.
It's coming from a good place too. If he truly believes that means he wants to protect life. So no matter, even if you disagree with that on the left, you can't disagree with the fact that his intent is protecting life, which should be everybody's agenda, is to protect all life, especially human life.
What else? Transgenders. Okay, well, I tend to agree with him on almost all his positions there, but is that hateful? Am I hateful for that? No. Not even close. Not even close, folks. These people are despicable. If you disagree with me, you're hate speech. If you disagree with me, therefore, we can do anything we want to you. And this is on a national network that should get its license yanked immediately for this. I mean, they're going to go out of business soon enough anyway, but they really ought to take some steps and say, you know, you people spewing this crap about Charlie while his body's not even cold. You need to lose your licenses. You need to be fined. You need to be sanctioned. You need to be put over daddy's knee and spanked.
Well, I mean, it's they're being shown who they really are, which is what we've been saying for the last month, is that everything that's coming out now is going to be massive disclosure. We're going to see who they are and what they stand for. And that's going to awaken a lot of people. And unfortunately, sometimes bad things have to happen in order to wake people up. I wish that was not the case, but good things can come from bad things. And in that sense, Charlie Kirk's, murder will have good come out of it. There's no question about it, because people will awaken. And maybe some on the left and some in the fake news media will say, you know what, maybe we need to tone our rhetoric down. Yeah. Maybe we need to try to unify.
No. The left is going to crank it up to 11 like they always do. They're going to blame him. They're going to blame guns. They're going to blame all kinds of things that have nothing to do with this lunatic who is still on the loose, by the way. They arrested someone earlier today, but it turns out that just wasn't the guy. The guy with his pants around his knees or his ankles.
Okay.
I don't know if you saw that perp walk, but it was pretty embarrassing. Somehow his pants fell down, and he's kind of tripping over them. They had to just pick him up by his feet.
People wear their pants these days. They wear them below their butt cheeks.
Well, this was an older white guy.
Well, white people do it too.
Yeah, in Utah. But the guy's still on the loose. As far as I know, I'm watching my updates here. I don't see anything that says otherwise. If they caught this guy. So if they don't catch him right away, it's going to be questionable if they even do.
Yeah.
Right? So here we've got a murderer who got away with it, potentially. And who's he looking for next?
Yeah.
Who's next? That's the question. I was watching Tim Pool do a live stream on this earlier today, and he said that they've now canceled every live event they're doing in the foreseeable future. He's like, why bother? Why would I go out there? I can sit here in the comfort of my studio and put out, the show that gets seen by millions of people. Or I can go talk in front of, maybe 1,000 people. It's a fraction of the audience size. Why would I do it?
Well, I mean, we've talked about this before. It's one of those things where some people, you just can't make peace with them. This is kind of where Brent and I disagree a little bit. I'm all for having civil discourse with people that want to have it, but so many of these people on the left don't. And there's too many of them are loose cannons and that will fire at you and try to kill you because they don't agree with you.
Yeah. I mean, Brent, who we'll have on next week, by the way, is a very, very good, close personal friend with Charlie Kirk. They've worked together for years. He knows him very, very well, and I'm sure he's in shock right now. My heart breaks for him and for Charlie's family and for all their friends. But they are doing a lot of campus events. You know, Brent does. How safe are those events going forward? Common ground is what they call it. Common ground.
Right. There is no the problem. That's the problem. They've leaned so far to the left that they can't find we can't find any common ground with them. And like I was saying in a post today, we got to have unity, but we can't align ourselves and unify with communism, Marxism, globalism, tyranny, zero emissions, and insanity. We cannot do that. That is not an option.
Yeah, well, Steven Crowder does all his campus stuff too, right? Change My Mind.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's a lot of people that go out and do these events on campuses, and now it's just too dangerous. You can't have a conservative voice on a campus because they might die. It's way too dangerous to go to a college if you're a conservative and speak. I mean, the left for years have been talking about comedians can't go to campuses. They make a joke and everyone starts questioning, well, that's not funny. What do you mean?
Mm-hmm.
You know, Jerry Seinfeld talked about it 20 years ago, how he couldn't go on campuses. It was just too vile of an environment. Now it's going to be a complete echo chamber in every single campus. Any conservative voice will be shut down forever because they know it's way too dangerous to speak out. Dangerous for your grades. It's dangerous for your social life. It's dangerous for your life.
Yep. Yeah, and we need to really discuss, what is really causing all of this? What is behind this? And what are the social engineers, the propaganda masters trying to achieve from this? And we've been talking about this for a couple of years now, and it does seem like what they're trying to do is invoke civil war. And I've already seen on social media people on the right, they're not responding very well about it. And I think we need to tone the rhetoric down because the last thing we need is a hard civil war in this country. It will not be sustainable. It will not be good. It will. It's just won't pan out.
So what do we do? Just give up our country? I mean, you talk about the people who, the powers that be, so to speak, they're in these universities. They're teaching the classes, and they're going to be real happy when they look across the board, over the next few months, the next semester, and see every single conservative event is canceled out of fear for their lives. They're going to love it. Oh, look, now we're just that much closer to total brainwashing stage. Yeah. Wiping out every last vestibule of any conservative thought from every single university in the country with one bullet. And it's just, it's devastating to see, folks. Tim was also talking about, when does a civil war start? How do you know you're in one? Was it ultimately going to be when they shot Charlie Kirk? That was the straw that broke the camel's back.
Well, anytime you try to do something like that, you're going to try to take out the head. You're going to try to take out the leader or one of the leaders. That's why they tried to take out Trump. That's why they tried to take out Charlie Kirk. They know that that's what will trigger what they're hoping for, which is a hard civil war. I don't think it's going to happen. I think that calmer heads are going to prevail. But I think what Trump needs to do is immediately get, on top of this thing. And what I've been suggesting that he needs to do, and others as well, he needs to have fireside chats like, I don't know, 2 or 3 times a week to talk to the American people and lay things out, like what's really happening, and give the facts and give the documents and speak some sense to this country, because otherwise, I don't know, he's got to use all the tools that he has at his disposal. And we need to clean up the crime in these leftist hellscapes, because look, we've been saying before Trump even got elected that the hellscapes are only going to get worse and worse, because they're going to try to Trump-proof it, which means they are going to allow more crime to happen. They're going to let more lunatics out that have committed hard crimes just to run wild and do even worse crimes. We knew this was this was their agenda, and this is what they planned on doing, and now they're doing it. But it's got to be stopped legally and lawfully, not through some civil war.
Mm. Yeah, I'm in a bad mood today because of all this, and I'm probably pretty pessimistic about it all. And I don't know. I mean, I don't want to say something I'll regret, but we're getting very close to the Civil War end of it. We're getting very close to being in a country that is just it's broken. It's broken so badly. And to fix it, we need to unindoctrinate tens of millions of people to show them, hey, we're not out here to take away all your rights. We don't want to kill you. We don't want to send you in a hole somewhere in some concentrated. It's all crap. If you listen to MSLSD, you're going to hear that crap and you're going to believe it. Turn it off.
Yeah.
NPR, turn it off. Defund it. Thank God. Thank God those lunatics lost their money. They're egging this stuff on more than anybody.
Yep.
It's hard. It's hard. We're going to have to do some tough things here because we've got to fix our country. It's much more broken than many of us understand.
Well, the
it
worst
really is.
Gotten away with it. All of these people behind this agenda that have been stoking the fires, whether through policies or whether through corrupt judges or corrupt politicians or corrupt law officials, NGOs, all of this stuff that they've done, man, the wide open borders, there needs to be arrest indictments and convictions, man. That's got to start, dude. I mean, Trump's got to figure out very quickly that, if he doesn't bring forth legal and lawful justice, that all hell is going to be unleashed on America. And that is not what we want.
Yeah, you're right. There have to be ramifications. We just need to see some things happening, man. I want to see some actions taken on this. I don't see how we can exist as a two-party state if one party demonizes the other to such an extent that their followers, their worshipers, are willing to go get a gun and kill because they think they're doing good to the world. Whoever pulled that trigger thought he was doing good for the world. He thought the world is going to be better if Charlie Kirk is dead.
And did you see the post that the official Black Lives Matter account posted? Benny Johnson posted this, and it was a video of a woman saying that as long as the people are oppressed, they have a right to violence. And that was in response to the murder of the Ukrainian woman that was brutally slaughtered in a racially motivated hate crime.
Mm-hmm. That's another story we haven't paid nearly enough attention to. Or at least I haven't paid that on the show. I mean, I've been reading a lot, but we didn't get to it on Sunday night show, and I wish we did, because it's another very, very important story. How this 14-time convicted felon was let loose again and again and again, and clearly schizophrenic. He told his sister that the government put something in his body that made him do it. So he's a lunatic. Yeah. We used to have insane asylums for dangerous lunatics like that.
Exactly.
Whatever happened to those? Remember One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest? I mean, it was a horrible story.
Yeah.
And
nobody helped the woman. They just acted like nothing had happened.
Yeah.
She's bleeding to death. No one went over there to even console or comfort her. They just pretended like nothing happened and went on with their life without a hitch or a glitch, like nothing out of the ordinary had happened. But this was a brutal murder. Sliced her neck, man, multiple times.
Yeah.
And she bled out in front of people, and people just ignored it. Like it didn't even happen. And this is what I've been talking about. I've been saying it for like the last month on this show and on social media. I've said there are monsters among us. And if we don't understand that, we're never going to figure out what's really going on here. There are literal monsters out there, and we need to wake up to that.
Mm-hmm. And that's not the first clip I've seen of someone on a train slicing people's necks just out of the blue for no reason. And that's the shocking thing about it, is she just got on the train, sat down, took out her phone, and started reading something or whatever, going through her timeline or who knows. And then, bam, from behind, out of the blue, out of nowhere, unprovoked. They never even made eye contact. They never said a word to each other. Nothing.
Yeah.
He just stabs her in the neck.
At that guy, like, why would you do that? You know? And it has come out that because we have the video now, it's come out where he said, "I got that white woman." So it was a race-motivated hate crime.
Yeah, he said it several times, clear as day.
Yeah, this is something we need to wake up to, and I've been posting about it on social media, and I've been getting some hate from some people, but it's just the truth, man. We have to stop pretending that racism towards white people is not a problem. In fact, it's the number one racist problem that we have in America. I've been saying it for a while, and I know it's not popular, but I don't care because it's the truth. And we have the facts. Go watch Matt Walsh's video, like a 3-minute video that Elon Musk reposted saying that things have got to change, giving all the stats. The stats and the facts don't lie. White people are not oppressing and killing black people. It's the opposite. And look, I'm not saying that all black people are bad. I'm against all forms of racism equally. My point is, you're not calling out all forms of racism. And as I've said before, if you do not equally condemn all forms of racism, you yourself are a racist.
Yeah, so it's a big thing. Obviously, this Ukrainian woman, everyone wants to root for the Ukrainian. And yet it's a black dude, so everyone wants to root for the black dude as well. And the BLM tape, if you're living in oppression and violence is okay. Basically. That's ridiculous.
Matt Walsh gives the statistics, the violence of black people towards white people is off the charts, and they are just 16% of the population, which makes it even more absurd and more off the charts. It should not be that way. And I'm not even blaming the black community. I blame the social engineers and the people in the fake news who have brainwashed them to think that whitey is bad.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a devastating, it's a bad situation all around from every angle. You know, it really is. It truly is just a bad situation from every angle. But how do we fix it? You know, it's over my pay grade. I can throw ideas at the wall all day, but it's rare that we ever see any type of leadership out there that seems to be interested in the priorities of the American people, with the exception of Donald Trump, I would say. You know, it's something you just don't see.
Well, my prediction, it's going to come to a head. Those two rams are going to butt heads, and that's when the attention grabber, that will be the attention grabbing moment. And when that happens, the dust will settle, and one side is going to rise up, either craziness, sanity, and madness, or common sense and reason. One of those is going to come out of the ashes.
Yeah, I'm rooting for sense and reason, which is why we need to take a break right now. Folks, this is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. We'll be back with Write More right after this. Write More.
And we're on radio break.
We'll be back with Write More right after this.
We'll be right back after this.
Yeah, I know. Thanks, Mark.
And sometimes it works out. No, most of the time it does. I was waiting for you to get fired up even more. I'm ready for it.
Well, it's early.
It's early, huh? Okay.
Oh, we're not done yet.
Broccoli salad. Oh, yeah. Is Tommy Robinson supposed to speak today or this week?
13th.
13th.
Yeah,
And I was
this
wondering
weekend.
if this was something that, like they were going to use to overshadow that. You don't need to know.
I
This is going on.
yeah.
You know.
If anything, it'll get more people to his rally.
Mm-hmm.
I'm surprised he's alive. I mean, all these people that speak truth are in danger. Their lives are in danger.
Oh yeah.
The one thing that they don't like is martyrs.
Yeah, well, they're getting them.
Well,
Every time they take one out, they're a martyr because
Charlie's a martyr, that's for sure.
Yeah. And it may be why they have never taken out Alex Jones, is they know that would just strike him down, and his movement would only become stronger, sort of like in Star Wars.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But anytime you're in a war, and you're desperate, you try to take out the leader, and because you hope that will, like you were saying before the show, CS, about it'll demoralize everybody and make us want to quit and not fight. But we're never going to back down. We're in this thing tooth and nail to the very end. We have more resilience, more resolve than they can even imagine. And that's where they've misunderstood us.
Uh-huh.
And here's something to think about. Charlie was one of those guys that over time he could have made a great president.
Well, maybe that's why they wanted him taken out. They saw the potential. I mean, they could easily go into AI and ask AI who are the potential conservative presidential candidates in the next 50 years. And I guarantee his name would pop up if it was an uncensored version of AI.
Mm-hmm.
Believe me, all the elites, they're using AI in ways that we don't have access to it. I guess it's kind of like Project Looking Glass. They just want to use it as like a crystal ball.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Like the Fireside Institute, Know about them?
No.
Psychics employed by the CIA. 30 seconds, guys.
Yeah. What's the thing that Thiel's behind? Plantier, the thing that's from Lord of the Rings. Remember the little crystal ball? That's where they got the name from. From the crystal ball.
The Eye of Sauron?
Yes, that's where he came up with that name, because it's straight from Lord of the Rings. Because they know that they're wielding that kind of power with it.
And here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and back on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. Very solemn day. We just found out earlier today that Charlie Kirk was shot and killed by a gunman in Utah.
Mm.
And I don't know, we're just kind of going over all the news here, talking about our reactions to it and what's next. What's next for the world? What's next for America? I don't know, man.
I heard about it in the strangest way today. I was out running errands, and I was at Natural Grocers just getting some, food and some water. And I had on my We the People, patriotic shirt, just big and bold. And I was standing in line, and I didn't know the person in front of me was a patriot. Most people that go there and work there are liberals. But she said, I see your shirt. Did you know that Charlie Kirk was shot and is in critical condition? And I was like, what? And anyway, she started telling me a little bit about it, and I just went off in the line, man. And I was talking to everybody in the line. There was at least 5 or 6 of us. And I was like, man, this madness has got to end. We need to be able to have everybody have their own opinion and peacefully agree to disagree. I went off, dude. I sounded like I was on the radio. Let's just put it that way. And not one single person said anything back this time around. Usually they do, but this time they didn't dare. And then the lady behind the cashier, she looked at me. She says, well, I don't know anything about it, but I'll certainly look into it. And she goes, I'm with you as far as that goes. I want peace. And I hope there's more people like that. I would imagine she's a liberal, but I'm for liberals that want peace, not, mayhem, chaos, violence, murder, insanity. I'm against that.
Well, good. You're taking a bold statement on the show tonight.
Yeah. These days it is. I mean, think about it. I mean, everything is upside down. They praise what is evil, and then they condemn that which is good. I mean, it's very biblical in that sense. I mean, that's actually like straight from the Bible. I think it's woe to the person who declares evil good and good evil and bitter for sweet. That's something in the Old Testament. And it's what's happening right now on planet Earth.
Yeah, it's a rough state that we're in, folks. We're literally just training a generation of people, it seems, that are so sensitive about anything, you know, that if they just hear an opinion outside of their own, it's enough to want to kill that person.
Yeah.
To have a pure hatred for that person in your heart. And this isn't just when we talk about the hatred in the heart, that is a very, very, very common thing you see. And I don't see it on the right nearly as much. I mean, you look at any of the television shows, right? Look at The View. They despise and they hate Donald Trump. Okay? You go over to The Five, and they didn't like Biden, but they joked about him. He was an old, feeble man, and they made fun of him. You know, it was they had fun with it. But on the left, you're just seeing a pure, solid hatred for the man.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
you know?
Yeah. And that's the first layer. The first layer is people being offended. It's just sort of like among the lower level liberals and lefties. But at the core of this problem is radical revolutionaries who want to burn it all down, that are doing the bidding of the globalist psychopaths that want to build back better, which in translation actually means burn it all down, so they can rebuild it into their tyrannical dystopia, which they think is a utopia. I mean, we could get into this, dude, because Peter Thiel, what's his name? The guy that's on the Trump administration.
Yeah, Thiel, I think.
Thiel. Okay, yeah. He's talking about the Antichrist now stuff, okay? And you have to understand what he's actually talking about. People are misunderstanding what he said because they're not listening to what he actually said. He says we have two options. It's either Antichrist and world government. That's the only solution that's being offered up that's going to keep the world in peace. And he's saying that. Or we have Armageddon. But the two of them are connected. And if you have world government and some world leader, some Antichrist type world leader, that is slavery. And you're not living if we're in a world that's in slavery. So he's trying, people think he's actually warning. No, he's telling us, if you listen to what he actually is saying, he's saying that this is the only solution that is offering itself up for all of the existential problems that exist in America and in the world today. Is the Antichrist solution, is what he calls it. And there is no Antichrist solution, okay? He puts that, he's using biblical metaphors to explain world government. And he does use that term, world governance. He goes, we need world governance to stop all the major risks that we're going to have if we don't do that. But then he warns, if we do that, we could also have Armageddon. But the two are connected, dude. If you enslave the whole world, we're already in Armageddon. It's the end of the world if we don't have freedom.
Yeah, it's, hey, we can all live in pods and, live some life out of the Black Mirror, but I don't want that. I don't want to live in pods and next generation or the generation after that or the generation after that. It's not living. Anyway,
so he's getting 4 speeches on the Antichrist and world government or something like that. 4 seminars on it. He's literally going to be giving 4 seminars on that. So I would encourage everybody to go watch it and find out what he's actually saying. But pay attention to what he's saying. People, especially Christians, they're like, oh, well, that's kind of cool. He's bringing it up and warning people. No. He's saying it's the only solution, world government, to all the how do you say that word? What's the word I'm looking for? Existential risk that we face. He says the only thing, and he says it offers itself up as the only solution. He said world governance and the Antichrist solution is the only solution. And on MSN just the other day, there was a headline that said, Peter Thiel, Antichrist or Armageddon solution. So, but they're connected. They're one and the same. If you have world government, you're going to have eventually Armageddon, because somebody's going to rebel. That ain't going to fare well with everybody. Tyranny is not going to fare well. But you're going to have eventually think about it. Armageddon, because somebody's going to rebel. Tyranny. How is that ain't going to fare well with everybody. Look at the Bible. It even tells you that when that happens, everything goes crazy, and it's nation against nation fighting.
Yeah. Let's see. I got a breaking story here. Charlie Kirk's assassin is in custody, as per Kash Patel, FBI director. He said on Twitter, the subject for the horrific shooting today that took the life of Charlie Kirk is now in custody. Thank you to the local and state authorities in Utah for your partnership with the FBI. We will provide updates when able. You know, this is another guy that just straight to the electric chair. You know, like, let's get a rope. Right. Like, you got him. He's the guy. Okay, let's have, the quick trial. Like today, let's do a trial today. If he's guilty, let's hang him in the morning. That's the way I feel about it.
Well, I think Trump's going to call for that for certain. And for the Ukrainian woman that was brutally killed in a racially motivated crime.
Yeah, the White House has already called for capital punishment in that case as well, which makes sense. If somebody's that psychotic, that again, I saw this happen. I want to say it was in the UK recently, where a dude was just looking for people that weren't Muslim and just slashing their throats. And that's the new world we're going to be living in, folks.
Yeah.
I guess.
I'm surprised he was clothed. A lot of these people that go around slashing people are running around naked as well. Mm-hmm. I'm just being honest. Think about it. I mean, that's what's happening. People, wielding machetes and swords, running around naked and swinging them and trying to kill people. That's what's happening in a lot of these leftist hellscapes.
Mm-hmm. It is, and it's sad. Well, there's another headline. Sicko lefties are celebrating and mocking the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Over on Blue Sky, apparently this is the way to get the follows over there. Yeah, I could read some of these, but I'm sorry. I'm reading them now to see if they're worthy of sharing, but it's just garbage. Yeah, I mean, these are just lowlifes. I mean, I don't want to give attention to these people. It's disgusting, and yet they're out there. They're just proudly saying all this stuff about how great it is that Charlie's dead.
Well, they probably saw him as a real threat, and then they're happy that he's gone because now they think they might have a chance. But what they don't understand is that someone else will rise up in his place and be just as strong and just as powerful. In fact, people will be compelled to do so. Because
and I hope they do.
That vacuum is going to be felt, and it will need to be filled.
I hope someone out there has the fortitude to do something like that. It's a big ask to go onto a college campus now as a conservative and try to present your case on anything or ask me any questions, hold one of these types of rallies. It's definitely a risk. And I really think that there's not going to be a lot of people that'll fill this void. I think it's too scary to try to go out and sit in Charlie's seat with the Turning Point logo over your head and try to do what he did.
I mean, you raise a good point. It's definitely that's a good argument, and I just think that fear will not win out in the end. And one of the things I said at the very beginning of this political war and this info war is that it would take the lives of some of our people. I said that. I didn't want to say that, but that's just my analysis. I foresaw that. I knew that would happen. And those people are warriors. Those people are our heroes, and we should continue to honor them. But fear will not be something that will dominate us, at least not long term. We will bounce back. We're resilient. The freedom fighter, the patriot in America is incredibly resilient. And the fighting spirit that we have is unrivaled. And so we will come back, and we will not bow. We didn't bow to the fear during the shamdemic. You think we're going to bow now when we're about to have victory? One of the things I've said over and over again as a self-proclaimed trends forecaster, I said that before our victory comes, things are going to look worse and worse and worse and worse. That's because things are coming to a head. That's supposed to be the way before somebody wins. It's like the saying goes, it's always darkest before the dawn rises.
Yeah. It does. Here's a clip from Scott Jennings talking about Charlie Kirk.
First of all, I'm sorry.
Sorry, this is CNN. 4:47 p.m. today.
Reflections on his life, his legacy in this moment.
Well, Charlie was one of the most unique and special people in the conservative movement today. What he was able to build, the people he was able to organize, was just so large and powerful. Was able to convince people to get involved in politics that might not have otherwise done so. And you look at what he did on these campuses and these public events, thousands of people were showing up, not for a rock concert, not for a sporting event, but for American politics. He inspired all these kids to be involved in their country. It's unequivocally a good legacy. He was also a godly person. He spoke about his faith openly.
Sorry about that.
He was unapologetic about his views. I think what's been said about Charlie having his finger on the pulse of the MAGA base is true. But what's also true is that he was enormously influential in that when an issue was emerging, when something was happening and people were sorting out their own views on it, how should I feel about this? Charlie was one of the first people they turned to see where's Charlie going to be on this issue and how's he processing it, how's he analyzing it, and how does he think the young conservative should view whatever the issue.
Quite a tribute. And they're right. At this point, it's good to focus, I think, on the tremendous and amazing things that Charlie did. The crowd that he had gathered there today was massive. Whenever you see the clips of Charlie talking to somebody, it's usually right down in there. So you don't really get a good view of how big the crowd is. There were at least a few thousand people here at this event today.
Mm-hmm.
And so I didn't know that he would attract those types of numbers of people. I just, I figured it'd be like a Steven Crowder thing. How many people show up to ask me anything or to change my mind, right? Always looks like maybe there's 50 people around him at any given time. I kind of assumed that's what, would be there at a typical event. But this one had thousands. It was huge. And those are all college students that are afraid to talk about their beliefs in class. When they write a paper on some, event going on, they give it a liberal spin on purpose so the teachers don't grade them lower. And yet here's the one moment they can come out on their campus and actually cheer on Charlie, having a debate against some of the liberals who inevitably, will ask the same series of kind of questions, and he's got the good answers for them. He understands the subject and how to put a logical string together because his faith is his defining factor, or was his defining factor. God, I hate to say that. But it all comes together it clean with a little bow on top because it's all rooted in his faith. Mm-hmm. If that makes sense. You know what I mean? When you ask a liberal sometimes why they get to this conclusion on this subject and they got to jump through a bunch of hoops to sort of make it logically make sense. Whereas Charlie just always seemed to be able to boil it right down to, hey, man, this is just the way the world works, and I support logic, don't you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm reminded of a quote from the film Blade Runner. I don't know if you've seen the film or not, but it's what Dr. Eldon Tyrell told one of the droids, or whatever they were, the synthetics. He said, the light that burns twice as bright burns half as long, and you have burned so very, very brightly, Roy. And sometimes the good among us, like Martin Luther King, their light burned very brightly, brighter than most, but it was only for a season. And a totally different thing than what's being spoken in Blade Runner. But it just reminded me of that some of these great people, I mean, you even look at Christ, I mean, he only lived to be 33. So, and nobody's light burned brighter than Jesus. So you see my point.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's a great quote, actually. I like that. I've not heard that before, but it's, I'm sure it can give strength to people in a dark time, like Charlie's family right now. If his wife had heard that.
He lived 2 lifetimes. He's lived 2 lifetimes of most people's life. I mean, you and I will never be able to accomplish what he did in 31 years, probably in our entire life. You see what I'm saying? He was a special and unique person in that sense. And man, just it's really hurting today. I'm feeling it. That's all I can say, man. It hurts, and I know this is not going to go away quickly.
Donald Trump has just ordered all flags to be flown at half-mast in honor of Charlie Kirk. Man. So, I mean, there's going to be some triggered people that, wake up tomorrow, see the flag at half-mast and say, what's that for? Oh, it's for Charlie Kirk.
And they're going to lose their marbles. Yeah.
Yeah. There are people on Blue Sky right now who are probably literally crying about that. But I think it's wonderful.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think it's also a sign to them that they know they're losing. That the majority of people are drifting from their radical ideas. And that scares them. And so what are they going to do? They're going to act out. They're going to be more crazy. They're going to be more loony. They're going to act more insane. They're going to be more evil. I mean, you can't describe what's happening as anything short of evil. Just cold-blooded assassinating somebody who's a good person.
Yeah. And I mean, I saw, and it's just fried into my brain at this point. I'll never unsee it. The exact moment he got shot.
Yeah, I saw it too.
And did you see the close-up version of him?
No, I don't think I have.
Yeah, there's a one where it zoomed in.
I heard not to watch it. A friend of mine said I saw the close-up one, and he said I wish I hadn't.
Exactly. I
said there was a lot of blood.
It wasn't. It cut before he hit the ground, so to speak. There wasn't a lot of blood in the one I saw. But it's just it was devastating. It was very. I can't unsee it. He sort of goes back, kind of falls flat, and then just falls over. I mean, it's almost as if he had passed away instantly. But I don't know. I
tend to think that this was more like Mark was saying before the show, that whoever did this was a paid professional of some sort. I don't think it's random, although there are those people that the fake news media winds up and they just go out and shoot and kill because they're already on the verge of being nuts anyway, and all it takes is a little bit of a nudge and then they go and do it. But this, to me, just a gut feeling, nothing more. I'm in agreement with Mark. I think this was because, look, picking Charlie Kirk is strategic. They could have picked anyone else in the freedom movement, in the conservative movement, in the MAGA movement. But they chose someone who was very influential and very powerful. And if you're a bad guy that operates in the shadows, that's the guy you're going to try to take out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and again, too, he was a soft target. You could find some of these other influencers, big YouTube channels or whatever, and maybe go after one of them, but it's going to be a lot harder. Charlie, where he's going to be exactly. I mean, you can scout these places out for weeks ahead of time. It's a campus. No one's going to look twice at you if you're just walking around, and so he's that soft target. So, I mean, it was the low hanging fruit. It was easier than trying to get somebody who's, tucked up in a studio somewhere in LA or New York.
That has bodyguards and is armed. I mean, the InfoWars studio that Alex Jones is armed. That whole place has weapons.
Yeah.
Nobody that's smart's going to come in there and try to shoot somebody in there because they would defend themselves.
Oh, if you try to go into InfoWars studios and try to go after Alex, good luck. You won't get past the front, welcome mat. There's got to be more guns in that place than probably any place else on earth as far as I saw guns per capita.
The left freaked out when they found out he has guns in there, and they're like, like it was illegal. No, it's completely legal to have guns.
Yeah.
I mean, these people on the left, they don't even believe you should be able to defend yourself. Well, of course they don't, because they're the ones that are attacking. They don't want the people they're attacking to be able to defend themselves. That's why in the UK and areas in Europe, when all of the Antifa, BLM stuff was going on and people were trying to get bats off of Amazon just to defend themselves because, guns are illegal in a lot of those places, they banned the bats, man. They wouldn't even allow Amazon to sell bats to protect themselves because they don't want you to be able to protect yourself. They want to make you to where they want to burn it all down, man. That's why we've seen time and time again in all of these cities that have burned down where the police were given stand down orders and the mayor knew about it. And she said, we allowed them to riot. And when they say riot, they mean burn buildings down, burn police cars, knock out, businesses' windows, and perhaps even injure and harm other people or kill other people. You just let people do whatever they do. That's the kind of mentality. That's why I said we got to realize that at the first layer, it's just people that are offended. But at the deeper layer, it's revolutionaries who are trying to overthrow our government and usher in God knows what, some kind of Marxist, globalist, tyrannical dystopia.
Yeah, I'm reminded of Tim Walz's wife, who said, from the governor's mansion during the riots, she opened the windows so the smell of burning. She thought they were tires, but it wasn't tires that were burning, lady. It was stores.
She loved the smell of burning tires in the morning. It reminded her of victory.
Yeah. And that's people's livelihoods that's burning there. It's in life savings.
It's insane, dude. Completely. I mean, and we have to stress these things to make our point clear, and that it's not just conspiracy theory. This is the mentality of these people. And we've been sharing the facts and giving the evidence for 5 or 6 or 7 years. And for me on the show, at least 3 years. So we're not holding anything back from you folks. What you guys do with the truth is up to you.
Yeah. But there are some evil people out there, man. There just are. And
yeah. I just spoke to a woman. I went out on my birthday. My parents took me out to wherever I wanted to go, and our waitress was phenomenal. And she was telling me she doesn't go anywhere at dark. In Tulsa, Oklahoma, which is, a fairly, it's not crazy carjack. There's violence, but it's mostly domestic, But usually there's not a lot of carjackings and just wild shootings out in the open like you see in the leftist hellscapes. But she doesn't even get out at dark, and if she does, she goes with a group of other people, like 3 or 4 at all times, never by herself. And this is the world that we live in, where women live in fear of being stalked, of being shot, being raped, and it's got to stop, man. Something's got to change.
Yeah, it does. But I don't know. We're out of time for now, folks. We are going to wrap up hour 1 right here, but stay tuned. Hour 2 will be up right after these messages from our sponsors. We'll be right back.
All right.
Right after these messages from Nabisco.
Oh my God. We had a guest on from on Debbie's show, and he did a Nabisco commercial, and he did the whole spill. Can't think of what his name was.
Was it have another nutty butter peanut butter sandwich cookie from Nabisco?
Something like that. Something like that,
Have another
nutter. That was good.
No, it's have another nutter butter peanut butter sandwich cookie. Some sort of like Lay's. You can't just.
That was really good. I mean, when you said that, I guarantee 1,000 people in the audience just went to their fridge to go grab a cookie.
Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, we don't have
one. I'm waiting for you to do that one there, Barry.
Subliminal. We're getting into your subliminal mind.
Let's all go to the lobby. Anyways, we're gonna switch up here in about another minute, or we get cut off, whichever comes first, and. We'll get it going on the other side.
CS is making some strong points tonight, man.
Show is.
I'm listening.
So are you, my man.
Well, I know, but you're hitting the stuff, man, that just kind of flew over my head. I was like, oh yeah, I didn't think about that.
I'll tell you what. With all that's going on in that, it's happened. I think this week's better than last week, so far as the energy goes. Because you guys are fired up.
Well, yeah, it's hard not to be over this, man.
Yeah. But I hate it when, the situation dictates that, though. There's nothing you can do about that, though.
The hard times, man, bring us together, man, to make it stronger. Unfortunately, that's how it works. And that's the good part of the bad part, We'll be stronger together now. There'll be a new cohesion to our unity. I can guarantee it. Guaranteed.
Guarantee it.
Yeah.
Because
all right, well, I'm going to clear
we're good to go here. I'm going to leave this one, and I'll call you up on the next one. All right?
All right.
You ready?
Yeah, hang up then. Cool.
Go ahead.
All right.
One more hour to go, man.
For sure. Stay tuned, folks. We got more to come. Javoke. Uh-oh. Yes, man. Javoke. King Bush camping. Sonic. What in the hell? Come on, buddy. No, it won't let me do it. Oh well. Well, let me go back to Wednesday 1 and I'll restart that one again. All right. So. Oh well. That's not good. Let's do this break thing. All right, let me get them back up and running again. Oh. Hello?
Yep, right here, man.
Yeah, wouldn't let me into the second one for some reason, but hey. King Bush camping Sonic Slasher X in the kickjack. But before I do that, and give those shout outs in there, let me go back in here to OBS and fix it so that folks can see who is with me. What? Come on. There it is. All right. Do.
Man. Whew, I'm telling you. I'm just I hope, Yotivation joins you on Sunday.
Yeah.
Did she talk to you?
She might have something to say about this.
I'll probably try to send her a text, say, man, you really need to let your voice be heard on the Sunday show. If you can make it, of course.
Well.
Yeah, I just think, Hey,
by the way, I meant to ask you before we started, but it was not time then. How's your mom? She's good?
She's okay. The surgery that she had is going to take... To really know the full outcome, it'll take probably 30 days for us to know. But, okay. I remain hopeful, prayerful, optimistic, all that.
Okay, man. Everyone out there in the audience, you know what to do, man. Prayers and love.
Yes,
prayers and love to Barry's mom.
She is a true angel. And a sweetheart.
That's what moms are.
Yep.
Unless you get papers from them.
Served papers?
Yeah.
For what? A restraining
Support,
order?
restraining order. There's, it's the modern age, all right? What can I say?
Isn't that a song? Didn't David Bowie do a song called The Modern Age?
Modern Man or Modern Love or something like that?
Yeah.
Modern Love, yeah.
Yeah, gets me to the church on time.
Yep.
Church on time.
Terrifies me.
Yep.
All right, well, I've got some actual stories that happened before today. So let's cover some of this stuff in the next hour.
Because we could do the whole 2-hour show about it.
Yeah. And I mean, I want it to be a theme. I'm not going to not, come in and say, hey, by the way, this happened today.
Right. Well, there's other news that's taking place, and it's all kind of coalescing and connected,
Mm-hmm.
That's one thing that's for certain.
People know, is there anything international that went on that was big today that could have been covered up by this?
Yes. Very big. Russia sent like a dozen or more drones into Poland.
What? That's not good.
Yeah.
No, we're on the verge of potentially World War III, but that's a whole other topic.
Utah Valley
University. And the Polish want us to have a base there. So, yeah, that's great. 30 seconds, guys.
Go ahead.
Oh, and y'all get quiet. Yeah.
I'm just looking at a picture of Charlie here, and it just, oh man, it's making me think. But I know we got to move on. So,
all right.
Just in an instant.
Here's your countdown: 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you are live and back on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show for September 10th, 2025. A red letter date that will go down in history, as Charlie Kirk was assassinated earlier today, just a few hours ago, at, I just had the name of the university up in front of me. It's right here. Utah Valley University in Utah, obviously. And Orem, which is just south of Salt Lake City. He was giving a Turning Point Ask Me Anything sort of event that he's so famous for. And an assassin from a distance of about 200 yards shot him in the neck, and he went to the hospital and died shortly thereafter. He was reported in critical condition by the Associated Press. And then it came out from John Solomon and from Charlie's radio show that he in fact had passed away. So this is a very unfortunate day in history. And there's a lot of stuff going on in the world. We've spent most of the first hour talking about this. Is there anything else you want to say about Charlie and his life and tragic death before we kind of hit some other stories?
Yeah, just one last thing. I'm looking at a picture of him online, and He's smiling. He's throwing out hats to people for free. And that's how I remember Charlie. Always this glowing, illuminated face and smile, full of life, full of energy, and almost like he had this little boyish look about him, you know. He didn't even really look 31. He just sort of looked, you know, almost like there's this innocence to him. And that's how I kind of remember him, as just a good old boy, you know, a good person that cares about other people, a person of faith, a person of family. And that was all taken from us in an instant, like you said during the break. And it's tragic.
And, you know, we had Van Jones the other day blaming Charlie Kirk for the tragic death in North Carolina, in Charlotte.
Mm-hmm.
But out of nowhere, because he shared an article or two about it, you know, sort of saying, well, it's their fault for showing people what's happening. You know, they didn't care about the murder.
Exactly.
They care about people reporting on it because it doesn't fit the narrative that homeless, you know, psychos that are just great people. That's the narrative.
And the narrative is also that people that have been, you know, released from prison multiple times are completely fine and safe to roam the streets.
But so there was some attention that was paid to Charlie from a guy like Van Jones, blaming him for the. Okay, so you got to get in the head of the killer, right? He watches that, agrees with Van Jones, and thinks, you know, South Park recently did a episode where they featured Charlie Kirk. Well, some of the students won a Charlie Kirk award and whatnot, and they were just totally trying to imitate his exact methods and whatnot and make fun of it. But again, a lot of negative attention has been paid to Charlie recently in the press and media, in South Park. And it just leads up to this feeling that, you know, hey, maybe if you're crazy enough, maybe you look at all that stuff and you say, the world will love me if I do this. But no, man, wait till you get to prison. You find out how many people listen to his podcast there.
I think that one of the reasons that the left hates, and Hollywood as well, probably hates people like Charlie Kirk, is because he's an effective Christian. And the kind of Christians that they portray in Hollywood are nut jobs. And I'm not saying that there aren't some Christians that are nut jobs. There are. I mean, clearly. I mean, you know, we've seen Jim Jones was a nut job, right? He caused everybody to drink the Kool-Aid and they all died. But they knew his faith was genuine and that it was backed by love and concern and respect for everyone. That's why they hated him. They didn't hate him because he was a crazy Christian. They hated him because he was a sensible Christian.
Yeah. It's a crazy, messed up world out there, folks, and we're just reporting on it. We're just doing our best to report on it and not lose our minds. You know, I'd go insane if I wasn't a little crazy already. You know, the crazy keeps me stable.
Yeah, I'll just say one last thing really quickly, and I've been warning about this on the show. The last 3 or 4 shows, I've been saying that there's going to be an uptick in attacks on Christians, and that had Trump not been elected, we would already see churches being burned down in America. Remember how many times I've said that over the last month? Well, folks, you're seeing it happen in real time because I have my finger on the pulse.
Yep. It'll get a lot darker before it gets bright. And speaking of, let's move to world politics.
In other news, in the Armageddon.
Yeah. On the subject of, you know, it getting a lot worse before it gets better, a huge number of Russian drones were violated Poland's airspace overnight yesterday. They're saying as many as 24 military-grade drones flew in through Ukraine and Belarus into Poland and were shot down. One of them fell into a home and tore a hole through the roof. That is about the extent of the damages. There were no fatalities. It was just a massive violation of Poland's airspace by Russia. This triggered, what do they call it, a level 4 response from Poland, which forces the United Nations or NATO to go meet and discuss this and figure out what they're going to do. Level 5 is when we're all in it and we're going to react, and we just got pulled into World War III. Okay? So to put it into perspective, if we decide that this was an attack on Poland itself, then it's the same thing as if it were an attack on the United States, and everyone will respond, according, or attack on their country, attack on the UK, on France, on any NATO member. So they're all obligated to respond if that happens. So it's hopefully not going to escalate to that. This was still a weird thing that Putin is doing to try to poke the bear, so to speak, and see what happens. This was not a mistake. This was targeted. This was on purpose. And it's a massive violation of Poland's airspace and air rights. They grounded every airplane in the country, closed down all the airports for, the night, and, had to take pretty dramatic steps to protect themselves in this, what at the time seemed like an attack from Russia coming in on their country. And they, had to get all their airplanes in the air, all their fighter jets, that is. And, that's why they cleared the airways or the airspace so that, they could effectively clean it out and make sure there was no other drones flying around out there. Wild stuff, Barry. What do you think? What's Putin doing here? Why would he do this?
I don't know. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I'm kind of lost for words on this one. It doesn't sound a good, positive, strategic move by any means. So, the world is basically boiling over. And that's what's kind of, concerning. And I just think that level heads need to sort of begin to just rule the day again, and we've got, the NATO people and all the leftists that just want more war. And now you have this move from Russia. It's just that every move is just the wrong move. And anytime Trump tries to make a good move, like broker a peace deal, there's always some crazy stuff going on to prevent it from happening. It's always being sabotaged from somebody somewhere. And look, the world needs peace now more than ever, because look, the weapons that we have are, Trump has even said it. He said, we have weapons that you have no idea about. You can't even wrap your head around it. Okay. And believe me, I believe they do. Okay. And they're worse than nuclear. There's this thing called a fusion bomb, which is worse than a hydrogen bomb. Can you look into that as well? They may have that technology right now as well. So who knows what they have, but they could blow this world up 100 times over if they wanted to. So we need to have level heads prevail, because we're on the verge of everything literally just falling apart, man. And when that happens, people start losing their marbles and losing their minds, and people start acting irrationally. And before you know it, man, the world is at war. It's happened before. World War I, World War II, and World War III could happen at any moment.
Yeah, and you go back through time, and just because they're called World War I and II doesn't mean they were the first world wars,
Right.
Like, history is just filled with conquest and
world
war
domination. Yeah,
it's just filled with it.
Whether it's Napoleon or whoever, right? Hitler. It just
the Mongols.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Exactly.
The Greeks, the Romans, the Ottomans. It's just one after the other,
There were all kinds of empires.
Exactly. And, it's now, okay, Russian newspapers are saying, and this is an interesting twist. They're saying that Ukraine did this. They were Ukrainian drones because they want to pull the EU into the war, or, NATO into it. How believable is that to you? Russia's media is about as bad as ours, by the way.
I really need to look more into this. I know it was headline news in a lot of different places today, but I really have not had a time to really do any research today, unfortunately. But I am very concerned about it, and I am concerned about, of course, World War III. We've been talking about the potential of World War III for a long time. It's still a big threat, still a big threat. And I do believe that the power brokers, the nefarious power brokers of this world would love to have World War III. They would love to have a civil war in America because they need America to fall in order to have their world order.
Yeah, to rebuild it better.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, that was Joe Biden's entire campaign message. Build back better. You know, tear it down with COVID and build it back better. Although COVID wasn't big enough to actually do the damage. But anyway, let's dive around a little bit more because I've got some more international news. Let's go to the UK. The UK Home Secretary says white males holding the English flag are bad people. Okay, do I need to repeat that? The UK Home Secretary, white males holding the English flag are bad people. I am flabbergasted that in the UK, the Home Secretary considers any white man who picks up an English flag, the flag of their country, to be bad people. It just never seems to end over there with the, gosh, what was I calling it before? The demoralization. The demoralization phase, you know, where they're just trying to make you just say, screw it, I give up, whatever. I'm done. I'm not going to fight back. I give up. I'm done. You guys won, right? Flying the flag, if it's racist, whatever, you know, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's stupid.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think they're never going to be happy until, you know, everybody's flying the global flag, you know, global citizen, global flag. That's what they want. They don't want you to have national sovereignty. They don't want you to have a tribe. They want everybody unified in some crazy, insane hive mind. That's what Peter Thiel's talking about. They want everybody in a hive mind.
And we've got her on tape saying this, so let's play the clip.
You know, the people that you see holding the English flag most of the time down my neck of the woods will be the EDL, and they are white, they are male, and they're bad people, and they want to divide our communities from one another.
The EDL, she's saying, I don't know how much you heard of that, but the people you see holding the English flag most of the time down in my neck of the woods will be the EDL, and they are white, and they are male, and they're bad people. The EDL dissolved over a decade ago.
Okay, what does the EDL stand for?
English Defense League. Tommy Robinson was part of the founding of that group. And it was a group that was brought together to push back against the migrant rape games, right? So they, you know, had these communities where they saw this going on, and they got together and, you know, and he disavowed himself. It got out of control. You know, he created a monster that went well beyond anything he had intended when it was put together. So he distanced himself from it, and it ultimately got dissolved because it just had such a bad stink. But she's blaming this group that dissolved a decade ago for being active today. And you'd think the Home Secretary would know something like that.
Well, maybe she does. She just wants to spread her misinformation, or disinformation, I should say.
Malinformation, even.
Yeah. It's just, you know, they know what's going on. I don't think they're that stupid. And if they are, man, then they shouldn't be in office.
Yes, they shouldn't be in office. That's a great way to put it. So comedian Graham Linehan, who's the guy who got arrested in the UK for a tweet he did 5 months ago. He's not a British citizen or subject. He didn't do it in England. He did it in Arizona. But he's now seeking asylum in the United States, which is pretty interesting. I would love to see this guy, the founder. He's the guy who created the It Crowd and Father Ted, right? So well-known guy, Irish-born, 57 years old. They arrested him when he wasn't even a citizen of the UK. It's ridiculous.
It's shocking. It really is. But that goes right back to the whole global order thing. You can commit a crime, in, I don't know, say Germany or somewhere. That's not a crime in Germany, but it's a crime in the UK, but they'll extradite you or something like that. I mean, this is all part of the global design of things, to where, they want to be able to control everybody, put everybody on a tight leash, and it's getting out of hand. But it's exactly what I said. I said the globalists are going to go with their foothold strategy. They're not going to back down. And this is what everybody really needs to realize. Like, if you've been sitting on the fence, not wanting to get engaged in this, this fight, you need to get off the fence, man, and, stop being a bench warmer and get involved, because they will literally take over the whole world if we do not peacefully resist these tyrants.
Yeah. The interesting thing is we've seen all these celebrities say they're, leaving for England because it's so much safer there, so much better there. People aren't, bad. And here's a guy who's trying to seek asylum to the United States to get out of there. So it's very interesting. I hope Trump gives him asylum.
Well, I think the Hollyweirdos like the tyranny, man. They love that kind of mentality.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Robin Wright just left because, same kind of reason. She thought you could be more free, she thought, in the UK. I was like, really? Unless, of course, you speak a tweet that they don't like, and then you go to jail.
Yeah.
So
honestly,
how free is that? But, and again, I don't think the Hollyweirdos are completely insane as far as not knowing what's going on. I just think they love that kind of tyranny. They love it because they're a part of it. I mean, that's what they've been doing for the last couple of decades. It's just doing the bidding of the tyrannical propaganda masters and feeding us garbage nonstop. I can't watch anything coming out of Hollyweird anymore. Almost nothing. Like maybe 0.0001% of something that comes out of Hollyweird that's new could I even sit through and tolerate. I mock it because it's garbage.
Yeah. Yeah, and it just is. They're going out of their way not to be funny because they don't want to offend anybody. But yet it's offensive when you just don't think we're mature enough to be able to take a joke. Comedy shouldn't have guardrails. It should go all over the place. And if it's ugly and splatters on someone's foot, then, that's part of comedy. But at the end of the day, if you're a comedian, you just can't hold back. You have to put it all out on the table. And, sometimes you cross the line, but that's okay. Because at the end of the day, it's funny. You're bringing the funny.
Yeah, but the left isn't very funny. Not anymore.
Oh, no. They don't like funny.
And there's a strange phenomena going on with the Hollyweirdos. Mm-hmm. In the last month, there's been 4 instances where these actors, whether it be movies or plays, are getting standing ovations that are lasting over 15 minutes now. It started out with Eddington, that globalist anti-American film that came out. It got a 7-minute standing ovation. The Rock got one. Another movie got one, and just 2 days ago, some kind of play or something where they they know they're being rejected by the public, and the public no longer cares about them, nor do they have any more influence or sway.
But Hollywood's embracing it, yeah. But on that note, Barry, we've got to go to break. It's that time, unfortunately. Save any thoughts that you want to expand on into the next segment. Folks, Censorship Roundtable Radio Show will be right back after this.
That almost sounded like it was broken up by teams, but it wasn't. That was good, though. You okay? Take a drink, man.
I was going to try.
Oh, hold on here. Maybe you had too much already. No, I'm kidding. You all right?
Where is he? Are you there?
Yeah. What?
What happened?
I don't know. What's up?
It sounded
What'd you do, Barry?
It sounded right at the end like you broke up, but it wasn't. It was like you were tongue-tied, but it wasn't.
Yeah, I just tried to play it off like nothing happened.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, there we go.
Well, I tell you what, the censorship sucks is hard to say sometimes fast. I found myself stumbling over that phrase for some reason. I want to say censorship shucks, instead of, I don't know what it is. But anyway, man, I wanted to finish my rant about Hollywood because they are so narcissistic into themselves now, giving themselves these incredibly long standing ovations and just like sucking it in like they're self-important, and nobody cares about. One of the movies that they got a 15-minute standing ovation for was freaking Frankenstein. Okay, no way. We're not talking Schindler's List here, okay? We're talking Frankenstein, and nobody is going to do Frankenstein so good that it deserves a 15-minute standing ovation. I don't care. It's impossible, man. And so they're doing this stuff to feed their egos, and I think that there's people behind it making sure it happens. You know, keep them confident.
Well, who played Frankenstein first? All right, was it like Zeus?
Zeus?
Yeah, the guy from Fridays. Zeus, the big dude, big bald-headed dude from Fridays.
The restaurant.
He's been in a lot of movies. He's like I think he was a linebacker at one time, or he's bigger. I think he's even bigger than Terry Crews as far as like buff wise. Yeah, they call his name Zeus. And, the first thing he does is he doesn't have many lines, but he always smiles and he has great big gold teeth. I'm like, oh man, but
Oh yeah.
You know who I'm talking about now?
I do, yeah. But and all these Hollywood weirdos, they're like crying. The Rock was crying, and
Dude,
and
I saw a clip of The Rock recently, and he's like lost a ton of weight. He's like not. Yeah. He's like kind of skinny now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it was supposedly for a role, but he looks unhealthy, dude.
Mm-hmm.
He looks like he lost a lot of his bulk and his mass as well, like his muscles.
Yeah.
That's the thing that's kind of scary. And then
his money, man. I mean, that's the whole thing. Like, they didn't hire the guy for his acting; they hired him for his body.
Well, I think that's why everybody was like, praising him, because this is like his first, serious role or whatever. He was getting outside of the action genre and actually some drama. But I mean, come on, man. I mean, 14 minutes is a little much, and why do these films deserve a standing ovation? And they're all getting it. I don't understand. It's like this never happened before either.
He could have played Frankenstein.
It was in the news saying that 15 minutes is the longest ever recorded for a standing. 15 minutes. They're standing on their feet applauding for 15 minutes over Frankenstein. Really?
Yeah.
Oh man.
That's like, I don't know, Michael Jackson.
30 seconds, guys.
The album Bad in concert live, for the first time, and everyone, that's where you give somebody a 15-minute ovation.
Yeah, you want him to come back and perform one more time.
You've never heard any of the album Bad before, and all of a sudden he goes out and live and does it for you, just like jaw on the floor,
Yeah, exactly.
And here's your countdown. 3, 2, 1, and you're live right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show for September 10th, 2025, a red-lettered date today as if you're new to the show and you haven't been listening, Charlie Kirk passed away earlier today. Well, I say passed away. He was assassinated. He was shot in the neck from 200 yards at a Utah Valley University Turning Point event that he was doing, as he always does with the Ask Me Anything series, that he goes around from campus to campus and has all these students. And there were thousands of people there, folks, thousands of people there. We spent nearly the whole first hour talking about this. And a good part of the second hour as well. So we have other things, I want to discuss. But again, Barry, if you'd like to chime in on that at all, just while we're on the subject again.
Yeah, I just wanted to. It's funny because I was doing my jog today and I was thinking about, the Christian faith and how when somebody dies, we don't consider, somebody died. We consider it a departure. And this was before I, knew anything about Charlie Kirk. But since his faith did mean so much to him, and I would just say this to every Christian out there that's a believer, he's not dead, he's departed. And this is a cool thing where Paul talks about before he died, he was ready to have his departure. In other words, he goes on living, but not down here on this crazy earth. So it's a departure, which I'm just trying to say there is some comfort in that, in the Christian faith, in that we live on, and it's not death. It's merely a departure from this world, translating into the next one, the eternal.
Erica Kirk, Mrs. Erica Kirk, Charlie's wife, posted Psalms 46:1. God is our refuge and strength, a very present help in trouble. So, yeah, so their faith will get them through this. Then the country will follow suit. I don't know what to say, folks. This is just really, we said a lot in the first hour. Go back and listen to it. Mark always puts our post-productions up around the internet the day after the show. So you can always find our archives out there. If you want to hear more about this, we covered it in great detail in the first hour. But anyway, I want to dive into other news. We had the Philadelphia Karen. Okay, let's talk about Philadelphia Karen.
I heard about that.
Yeah.
She's not happy.
There's a baseball game going on in Philadelphia, folks. Everyone's having a good old time. They got the hot dogs, the beers, the nachos, everything's flowing. Dad is out there in the outfield, sitting, well, not in the outfield, in the stands past the outfield with his son. His son's got the baseball mitt on. You know, it's his birthday, kid's birthday. He's got his mitt. What does he want? He wants to, every boy wants to bring home a baseball from the baseball game, right? So the catcher for Philadelphia gets up to the plate, winds one out, knocks it clear out of the field into the stands, feet away from the father. The father gets up, jogs over to it, picks it up, holds it up for the crowd. Everyone cheers, and he gives it to his son, puts it in his mitt, and says, "There you go, kid." Pats him on the head, and they're having a good old moment. They're kind of in a bit of a, kid's leaning up behind him. He's got his arms around his kid, and all of a sudden, Philadelphia Karen shows up. And she says, apparently in explicit profanity, vulgar profanity, that's her ball. It fell underneath her seats. She was in row 8. It fell in row 7. And it was under there. And she was trying to get it, but he came over and took it from her. And she wanted it back. Expletive, expletive, expletive. And the dude just goes, "Okay, lady, you're clearly insane. Here's the ball." He takes it out of his kid's glove and hands it to her. And she walks away all proud that she got the ball as the stadium boos her. Boo. Everyone, their jaws were on the floor. How awful of a person are you to do something like that?
Yeah. We see a lot happening, don't we, man? It was just last week that guy took the tennis player's hat that he had given to the kid. Remember that?
Oh, man. It's just it's vulgar stuff.
Where is people's manners, And why do they care so much about – I don't understand pro sports. I mean, I don't even watch any of it anymore. I love to play sports. In fact, I'm playing pickleball tomorrow night, and it's going to be very competitive. I'm going to be sweating, and it's going to be a blast. But I could care less about professional sports. I don't even like watching them. Because it's become such a spectacle.
Well, James Wood posted something that will bring joy to everyone's heart. Okay, if you go to X, look up James Wood, look at his timeline today. He posted a 2-minute video of people getting the ball and then giving it to the kid. It's not their kid. It's just a kid in the area. Here you go, kid. It's little kids getting the ball and they give it to the girl that's, their sister or their friend or whatever. And, they want the ball. And it's just 2 minutes straight of people being really beautiful when they get one of those home run balls in their hands and you're a 50-year-old dude and there's an 8-year-old kid sitting 2 seats down from you. You don't know who he is, but you say, "Here you go, kid. Good for you. Take that home with you."
Yep.
Beautiful. And what ended up happening that night, just to round out the story, is shortly after the event, somebody from management came over to them and gave them a souvenir bag. They said, here you go. I'm sure it had jerseys in there, all kinds of beautiful stuff, maybe a brand new mitt for the kid, who knows, a couple baseballs maybe signed, who knows. But then the guy who hit the home run, the catcher for the Phillies, met the kid after after the game, and he gave him a signed bat. Said, here you go, man. You may never get that ball back, but here's a signed bat.
Which is better.
It's great. They got to meet him, shake his hand, take photos with him, the whole 9 yards. And, so this Karen.
Philadelphia Karen.
And she looks so much like Elizabeth Warren, too. That's the fun thing about it. She just looks like.
I have no doubt that she is. I have no doubt.
They're drinking the same Kool-Aid without a doubt, right? They're doing the same stuff. But let's see here. There's the Savannah Bananas. Have you ever heard of them?
No, can't say I have.
They're like the the Harlem Globetrotters, but for baseball, Savannah Bananas.
Oh, okay.
And they were having a game the other night, and they set up a little thing in the audience where, one of the players in the outfield goes and throws the ball up to this little kid, but they're dressed up in costumes, and the dad goes and gets it, and he gives it to his little kid, and they're all celebrating, they're hugging, and just happy as can be. And then the Grinch, who stole Christmas, walks over and starts yelling at him and demanding the ball, and then he gets the ball and starts walking away with it, and it was really funny. It was reminiscent of when I can't remember what baseball team it was that remember the Coldplay couple that were so embarrassed?
Yes.
Yeah, they had their mascot up in the stands hugging some other mascot.
Yeah.
The camera goes to them and they're freaking out. Oh. But
yeah.
It's a funny story, but it's a good story. I like how it all kind of worked out because this lady is miserable and she can't go outside anymore. And she certainly can never go to the baseball game without being recognized.
Yeah.
They
need to make wanted Karen posters and just to warn people,
Yeah. Yeah.
Philadelphia Karen right below, picture of her mug right there on the pole. That way, if you see her, to flee as far away from her as you possibly can. Have no interaction with them, because we've seen how they act when you try to interact with them. They get crazier, actually, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, absolutely.
Like if you try to make sense to them, like, ma'am, all I'm doing is, no, I don't care, blah, 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 blah. Because they don't understand sense, because they're speaking nonsense.
Well, that was her ball, as far as she was concerned.
Of course.
That was her ball, because it fell one row in front of her seats.
Well, even though it was not, wouldn't it be better to let the kid have the stupid ball like you were saying? Why do you need a ball? Do you really love baseball that much? Do you got to have a ball that you take it away from a child who, when you're a child, man, dream of everything. You dream of being a professional baseball player. You dream of being a firefighter, a police officer, a doctor, whatever, maybe even an entrepreneur, who knows? But, you don't want to kill kids' dreams. That's like the worst monstrosity you could possibly do to a kid.
Yeah. But, she went over there thinking, absolutely that was her ball.
And nothing about the kid.
Yeah, that didn't care, whatever. You stole my ball, you white male. Don't mansplain to me why that isn't my ball.
Yeah, maybe. Who knows how far she took it.
Well, clearly she did. She just, was screaming. But the bottom line is when a home run goes out there, it's just a finders keepers, man. Whoever gets it, gets it. And what they do with it afterwards is up to them. But that's an unwritten rule, man. Tell me I'm wrong.
Stupid. You need to do it in privacy these days because everything is on camera. And especially at a big, giant event where there's cameras, you could found out, just like we found out about the couple at Coldplay. There's cameras everywhere. If you're going to do something stupid, do it in privacy.
Mm-hmm.
That's my advice.
Exactly. Yeah. Let's see here. I'm just looking through some articles here. What do we want to cover next? Okay, well, this is an interesting one. There's a group of Muslims in Texas if in Austin, if I'm not mistaken here,
Mhm.
that are going around business to business to business and saying, you have to stop selling pork, you have to stop selling alcohol and lottery tickets. So alcohol, gambling, pork. You must stop this.
In America.
Texas.
In America.
In Texas.
Okay, that's
Texas.
insane. That's got to stop.
You want to take his ribs away, some pork ribs away from a Texan? Good luck with that. But they're out there. And I mean, this guy's going into these stores and saying, hey, you have to do this. You're on notice, because they're Muslim-owned stores. And so they're just going in and say, you're on notice. You've got a couple months. And within the next few months, you have to stop doing all these things here at this store. That, mind you, if he stops selling alcohol, beer, lottery tickets, and any pork product, any product that isn't halal, let's go there, right? He's going to shut down. It's going to go out of business. It's Texas.
So it's Muslims telling other Muslims.
Uh-huh.
Okay, well, I mean, hey, if that's their choice, then so be it. But if they're going to tell people, like me, that, I can't eat pork or something like that, forget that. Forget about that, because that ain't going to happen, man. It's America.
Yeah. Well, it's a slow. It's a road. They're going down the road. You know what I mean?
It's a slippery
What
slope.
you're talking about is further down the road, but it's on the same road.
Right. I got you. It's destination road. It's where the path leads if it continues.
Yeah. Because, they're talking to Muslim-owned convenience stores,
Okay.
And things like that. But how many of the customers of that Muslim-owned convenience store are Muslim?
Well, exactly.
5%? 2%? I don't know, right?
Yeah.
10? I have no idea. But it's not a majority. And they are going to walk in there and say, hey, yo, man, I came here for some beers. You don't sell beer anymore? No, we cannot sell the beer. Okay, I will never come here again. Thank you very much. You're done.
Yeah. Hey, you got those barbecue pork ribs fired up again tonight? Sure like to have some. Oh, no, we don't have those anymore.
Yeah, it's not, it's haram. It's haram. No good.
Well, I look at it like if they want to self-destruct, that might fly very well in, I don't know, maybe Syria or somewhere, but not in America. That's not going to be successful. I mean, I can't imagine, that those kind of restrictions would be multiplying their financial.
Mm-hmm. And this is Houston, by the way. Okay, so I thought it was Austin. It's Houston, Texas.
Okay.
Good luck with that. Good luck with that. Just, I don't know where this is even going. I really don't. But it's an interesting thing to see. Over time, Muslims have taken over and dominated many, many, many countries. Okay. Iran, Iraq, they weren't Muslim countries until they were. And there is methods to the way they do things. And when they hit a certain percentages, they change their strategies. Okay. So when they're in a minority, they typically tend to, reach out to coalitions and, which is why we see the Queers for Palestine movement, they reach out for allies and offer that allyship up. When they get to another level, say 20%, then they start different strategies to subvert the system. Once they reach the 50% mark, and that's quote unquote democracy, boom, you got majority rule, and you start instantly implementing Sharia law, all these other different things.
Well, I believe it's my understanding that the Hadith talks about how it's totally okay to in order to take over an area, to go undercover in the aspect of adapting to, culture that you're not supposed to adapt to under Islamic law. So it allows for that as part of the takeover.
Exactly, with the emphasis on having as many kids as possible.
It's very deceptive. It's very, very deceptive.
Yeah, it comes in friendly, and by the end of the day, hey, they're going to tell you we're the religion of peace, we're everything, but you have to pay the tax. If you're not a Muslim, you have to pay the tax, and you'll live as a second-class citizen. If you convert, you stop paying the tax, and you become a full-on citizen. But it's the conversion part. You have to do that. Period. You have to take the submission to Islam to heart. And if you're not there praying, and you're not there paying, if you're not part of the system, life gets hard for you very quick.
There's a lot of weird stuff I've seen that some of the Muslims have come over from other countries are doing here in America. Like just praying like in the middle of an airplane. I've seen that happen a few times. Because it's their time. Is that really? Couldn't you wait till, I don't know, you get off the plane or pray silently? Do you have to get down in the middle of the aisle and bow down and draw attention to yourself? All I know about the Christian faith, it says when you pray, go to your closet, so that you don't do it as some sort of fake religious hypocritical thing. To do it in private.
Yeah, and I mean, we've all seen the videos of Belgium and Paris and whatnot, where entire streets are taken up with people praying.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
just complete shut down everything.
Mm-hmm. And some weird chanting and beating of their chest. It's some sort. I don't know much about it. I just know that I've seen it happen multiple times. I don't know. It's some sort of rile the crowd up thing. I don't know. Maybe some form of prayer. I have no idea. But it's kind of intimidating looking when you're looking at it on video. You see the whole crowd doing that. You're like, what's going on here? I hope this is peaceful, man. I hope this is peaceful.
Yeah, I think that's a tradition that's specific to a certain holiday or something that they do that. But yeah, let's just hope it's peaceful. Exactly. You hear Allahu Akbar and it's, you duck at this point. But anyway, I digress. Let's talk a little bit about John Fetterman, who is shockingly like one of the most based people in the left. I thought this guy was a nightmare when he was running for office. I don't know how he won. Must have had some deep pockets behind him. But today he's kind of a different guy.
In a former communist nation. And I asked that. I said, some people in my party, some of the lefties are talking about socialism now. What do you think? He's like, that's the worst thing ever. You're going to need a reality check if you ever adopt any of those things. Like you are morons.
Don't you love how he's just so right to the point?
Yeah, I missed what he said at the very beginning. My headphone cut out. What did he say at the very beginning?
Well, he said he went to some socialist countries and talked to the people and said, hey, some of the members of my party are for socialism. What do you think of that? Right. And he's like, yeah, they're morons. Like, it's the worst thing you could possibly do to the United States of America, mind you. Okay. If Canada wants to do it, fine. If Quebec wants to, leave Canada and create its own little, socialist utopia, go for it. We don't care. Have fun. But in America, hell no. Absolutely never. Never, never, never.
And I kind of was under the impression that he was a typical leftist socialist before, he had that stroke or whatever it was that he had. He seemed to be very much aligned with the radical left's ideology. I don't know.
Yeah.
I've kind of heard like people are saying that he's kind of been like reborn in a sense since that has happened. I don't know.
Or he was, I guess you could call him a dino. You don't really hear about those very often. You know what I mean? A Democrat in name only. That when he ran, he knew he had to say some things that would bring the radicals to vote for him.
Yeah, that's.
But then then you get in office and you can actually show the people who you are.
I think that's a possibility for sure. Yeah.
Who knows?
People will say what they need to say to get elected, of course. I mean, that's the political way. That's the political path, unfortunately,
Yeah. Well, we've only got a few minutes left. And so I just want to bring it back to the number one story for the day is Charlie Kirk. God bless him. God bless his family. God bless his friends. all the people at Human Events, Jack Posobiec and the whole crew over at Human Events.
And
Frank
Brent.
Hamachek.
I hope he's doing
Yeah.
well. I know he's very fond of Charlie.
Yeah, well, they're very good friends. And,
Yeah.
he brought him into the Human Events universe. Charlie brought Brent into it, as far as I understand. Brent was one of the people that helped write the founding documents for Turning Point USA. They've known each other a long time. That goes back to like 2012 or so, So,
I feel you. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
So they've got history, And I mean, just think about how much it's gonna. I mean, it hurts us, dude. I mean, I feel the impact of this thing, man. It just sort of took the wind out of me, and I can just imagine that anybody that knows him on a personal level and has known him for a while, this is going to be really difficult for them. And I feel for them and pray that they, are comforted during this time, because it's difficult.
Wow, here's a crazy update. The New York Yankees held a moment of silence for Charlie Kirk before tonight's game. The New York Yankees. That's crazy.
That conservatives are actually liked in some of these leftist hellscapes, believe it or not. Trump got, they tried to say that Trump got booed at the U.S. Open in New York City. It didn't happen. There were actually liberal Democrat pundits, fake news pundits that said, I was there and he did not get booed. That's all make believe. So he's well liked, even, and we've talked about this before. Wherever he goes, he has a large following and a large crowd. The people that hate him are a fringe, a small number of people. I think it's 36% supposedly strongly disagree with Trump. That's still a small number.
Here we played that MSLSD clip earlier tonight, right? They actually, their president issued a statement regarding that. She said, quote, "During our breaking news coverage of the shooting of Charlie Kirk, Matthew Dowd made comments that were inappropriate, insensitive, and unacceptable. We apologize for his statements. As has he. There is no place for violence in America, political or otherwise." So that's a little bit refreshing to see that. I mean, they still are trash, but
Well, I think some of them are going to wise up. They're going to have to, or they're going to just literally collapse and be non-existent. And they will literally take on that name, the legacy media, the dinosaur legacy media, because they're done for. They're finished, man. And if they keep going down this path, they're only going to lose more and more credibility. So they need to wise up and do the right thing.
And lastly, in the few seconds now that we have left, the president has ordered all flags to be flown at half staff.
That's good.
So if you're flying your flag tomorrow, put it up half staff in honor of Charlie Kirk, a great American, a patriot, a wonderful human being. And keep him in your prayers, as we will also keep Barry's mom in our prayers. She's a wonderful, wonderful woman, and we love her very much. Folks, we're going to end the show right here. Stay tuned, though. There's much, much more from DREAGUS Productions coming up right after this break.
All right. Great show, guys.
All right.
Really good.
All right. Yeah.
As soon as I get everything set up here, I'm going to give Jack a call and get him a rolling.
Okay.
All right.
And rawhide.
All right. You guys take care, and I will catch up with you later on.
What was that, Limp Bizkit?
All right. Thanks, everybody.
All right. That was the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. Calling up Jack and the crew. Uh-oh. Hold on here. We'll get that Paranormal Intelligence Agency to come up. Hold on. Got Jack. Gonna talk about paranormal news, conspiracies, and what else is going on in the world of the paranormal, supernatural, and all that other good stuff. Waiting for Jack to connect. That's right. Thanks everybody for tuning in. We got more to come with Jack Carey from the Paranormal Intelligence Agency. Waiting for Jack to connect to me. Come on, Jack. There we go. Camera on. Let me try him again. Get that Paranormal Intelligence Agency going. Jack should be up here in just a second or so, or a minute or so, something like that. We got him rolling. We'll get him going here. Jack, are you there? Hello? Can't hear you, buddy. Plug and unplug your microphone or something. I don't know. I don't hear you. Did you get your update today? It might have messed your settings up if that's the case. If you can hear me. Jack Carey. Uh-oh. Hold on here. Let me try calling him back up. Do 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 do. Let me try this once again. Oh boy. Hope everything's fine over there. Trying to get Jack in. There you are, Jack.
There I am. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing.
Let's see here. Hang on a minute.
Yeah. Didn't know what was going on. We're getting ready to come into the show here. Got 30 seconds, Jack. I'll give the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you are live and on the radio side right now. Jack, are you there? Hello? Uh-oh. Anyways, this is the Paranormal Intelligence Agency radio show with Jack Carey. We're having a little issue with Jack tonight. Not sure what's going on, but we're getting him all situated and trying to figure this out. Normally we don't have too many problems with this, but sometimes we do. I'm attempting to get a hold of him, and he's there, but it's like he's on hold. Jack, can you hear me? Hello? Anyways, Jack talks about the paranormal. He does paranormal news. Don't know everything from cryptozoology to incoming stuff from space. Let me try to find out what's going on with Jack real quick. We got him going, but I'm not sure. type him a message. Jack, you there? I'm going to try to reconnect with him while we're doing this. So, sorry, folks. We are going to run a little bit behind, but that's fine. Jack's always good for that. I will get him up and rolling. Jack, are you there? Hello, Jack? Jack. Come in, Jack. Oh, boy. Okay, he said yes. Hold on. I got to try again. Sorry about that. We are trying to work this out. We don't normally have problems, but sometimes we do. Waiting for others to join. Hopefully we'll get Jack to join. It's calling him, but I'm sorry, we're running behind and we're having some issues. You there, Jack?
Yeah, now I can hear you now.
Okay, I can hear you, and you are live and on the radio right now. I'll cut all that other crap out, but we still got to end at the same time.
Sure, no worries.
It's all yours, buddy.
Well, all right. Well, welcome back, everybody, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. We are broadcasting from 300 feet deep in an abandoned nuclear missile silo, lost somewhere in the post-apocalyptic wastelands of the Dakota Territories. And high above us today, there was a swarm of flying monkeys. They were throwing radioactive monkey droppings at us and looking for human flesh. I'm joined, as always, by the paranormal crime fighting duo Daisy and the Sundance Kid. And this has been a crazy day. Sad day for America, sad day for our democracy. And I'm referring, of course, to the assassination of Mr. Kirk and the fact that it was clearly a political assassination does not bode well for our democracy as a whole going forward. And that's something that we're going to be discussing tonight for sure, and how that ties into all of this other craziness that's happening really kind of simultaneously. If you've been following the show at all, you'll know that I sort of track the webbot prophecies. I refer to them as cyber prophecies because really I incorporate also the findings from various remote control premier remote control groups around the world that have track records of actually achieving hits on their targets, and kind of combine those various factors and compare them. And whenever you get an alignment with that and with other information that's out there available on the web through open source intelligence gathering, which is sort of my specialty, then you come up with what I call the cyber prophecies. And we've been talking about those for a number of broadcasts. This past summer, still is the summer, but really it feels like the fall whenever you have college football starting. That's fall for me. I mean, it already hit like 40-something degrees here in the Dakotas during the night, just the other night. So... but it was the summer of emergence when we had various bumps in the event stream began to take place, leading to this fall, which is going to be a time of real change major change is coming. If the cyber prophecies continue to be accurate, and they have been accurate on a number of points and continue to be so as far as we can tell, some of these dominoes that are predicted to fall have to do with the fact that you're going to see a time period here where you have an alien ship basically show up. At least we don't really know what 3i Atlas is. Maybe it's just the weirdest comet anybody ever saw. It's possible. Maybe it's an alien ship. But either way, it's turning worldwide conversations to the alien question. And so you're going to see a culmination of people taking on that conversation at a time when, and I mean widespread, very vocal, talking about it in public and things like that kind of conversation taking place with a wide array of other turbulence that is also predicted to take place simultaneous to this, and that would be really the implosion of the US dollar. You look at financial news today, nobody's talking about that. The idea that the US dollar could suddenly and totally implode, but it can. And there are a various series of dominoes that could fall, and if they did, it would lead exactly to that and the widespread acceptance of cryptocurrencies as prophesied by the cyber prophecies. So, and really it would be a natural adoption. When currencies fail, of course, you would turn to something else as a currency. Just right before I got on the air this evening, received some information from the guys over at $2 Investing, which if you follow any financial, podcast type of content out there, you should be familiar with them. They're highly respected and some of the smarter financial minds out there, but they just posted something about Donald Trump declaring gold to be a currency in the United States. That's really strange for them to post something like that if they didn't have some sort of inside information that was telling them that what's about to happen is that gold will be legally acceptable, let's put it that way, as a form of payment anywhere. It's that kind of a thing. You can pay for stuff in gold. That's pretty scary stuff, because that really would signal what all these other indicators have been telling us for a long time, and that's the fact that they just printed way too much money. They printed trillions more than they've reported to anybody. Those trillions of dollars are out there around the world, and that's why it's considered reserve currency. But all of those trillions are going to end up coming back to the U.S. It will lead to ultra hyperinflation. So, and you're seeing signs of that now. Like if you go grocery shopping, you can tell. They say, they report on the news that inflation isn't bad, but it's out there, and it's it's not this administration's fault. They're trying to do everything they can with tariffs, etc. Somebody saw the real books and said, OMG, we got a real problem on our hands. Major problem. We can't really just come out and say that because it's going to cause widespread financial panic. So what do? We try to come up with tariffs and things like that as an extra revenue source to be able to prop up our currency, which is 38 trillion in debt. We spend more just servicing the debt in America than we spend on our military every year. That is a formula for ultimate disaster. So, you know, it's not meant to scare anyone. It's meant to wake people up to the realities of what's about to take place. And the webbot for a very long time now over and with Cliff High, and I was reminded of something important by Cliff today that I'll relay to you guys. But the webbot's predicted for a long time that there would be a demise of the U.S. dollar, and not just the U.S. dollar. It's really kind of a demise of the old petrol-based debt system. It's just become too laborious. There's no way for that to continue, and you just keep racking up more and more and more. Where does it ever end? There's no way that anybody can ever repay $38 trillion. Impossible, especially when you have huge national entitlements the way that they have in America now, very much like some socialized countries, which is, you know, a slow creeping in that direction, which is also very scary for many Americans and could feed into this whole idea. And I mentioned Charlie Kirk earlier. It's really sad that he was assassinated today, but more than that, something changed today. A switch was flipped today. I would wager that going forward after today, this particular assassination is going to cause ripples through our society, which most people can only barely imagine right now, and may constitute the very first real shot fired in a very real new American Civil War. That's a possibility, because what they did today, whoever was responsible for this, picked the wrong person at the exact wrong time, or perhaps it was all a plan to pick the exact right person at the exact right time. However you want to view it or frame it, either way, killing this particular person at this particular time is doing so at a time where you are already at a major tipping point, and somebody just went up and they didn't go like this. They drop kicked it off the cliff. So there's going to be huge repercussions for this. Huge repercussions. And there are various elements that are also extremely right-wing leaning in this country, who I can only predict are coming for scalps on that one. This is not going to end well. So what happened today is potentially a history-making, forever society-changing event. And I wouldn't write it off as anything less than that. Now, it does not escape my attention at all that this assassination occurred perfectly to take up the entire news cycle on a day after Congress was just shown indisputable proof in public hearings of the alien presence on this planet. And by that, I mean they were shown video proof. Video taken from a Reaper drone that was sent to intercept a UFO. And when it got there, the operator of the drone, whether we don't know where the command came from, how high up the food chain this command came from, but the Reaper drone fired a Hellfire missile at this alien craft, and it bounced off it. So that put the fear of God into a whole lot of government people today, or yesterday, sorry. But today would have been the day, and you saw this morning a couple of stories run on ABC and CBS about this footage. It was going to be big time story on tonight's news, and all of a sudden you get another coincidental killing that ends up wiping that off the news cycle altogether. Now, is that just pure conspiracy vomit spewing, or is that a plausible connection of some kind? You know, probability is low, but definitely not zero. In other words, there is a probability above zero that there is that connection. You know, not a lot is known. They say the shooter was from a perched position higher than the target from some distance away. I can tell you, it's, you know, you have to be somebody who's at least practiced and, you know, maybe been a hunter or gone to the range with your rifle numerous times or something like that to be able to even come close to having an accurate enough shot. You also have to, you know, sight in your scope, and that has to be sighted for a certain distance. And yeah, there's a lot that goes into it. You know, there's not often somebody that's not been practicing or trained or something like that that assassinates somebody from a distance with a high-powered weapon that is just some random madman that just decided that day they're going to get a rifle and go try to pull off an assassination. That just doesn't happen. It takes more than that. And because of that, this is going to be a very interesting investigation. We'll see how or where this turns. I can say that if this ultimately turns out to be just some left-wing indoctrinated person suffering from Trump derangement syndrome who has been fed a non-stop stream of vile and unwarranted, false information regarding probably Charlie Kirk and the entire Trump administration and MAGA and the whole thing. People here that live in America know exactly what I'm talking about. And, you know, if that's the case, then I just, as an observer, predict that there are elements within the right-wing part of this country who will feel forced to take some sort of action. That's just my estimation. That does not bode well for our immediate future. It does not bode well for the currency, and that all feeds into the same thing. The Webbot also predicts that as this sort of implosion of the economy occurs, these people that have kept a secret all these many years because they are personally profiting from doing so, have all of that money just dry up. It's not there anymore. And so the impetus for them to keep taking the risk of keeping it a secret goes away. And as that risk goes away, it is predicted that it becomes a non-stop information flow regarding UAP, UFO disclosure. That is working on our behalf, and it's all part of really universal karma flow. It all has to do with the fact that the architect of the reality matrix that we find ourselves in created a universe that has a self-revealing nature and will bypass those filters that have been falsely put up by people in our society in such a way that it becomes known to the everyday people the truth of what's occurring. That's what's predicted by the Webbot. And at the same time, you're going to have what's called the emergence of sci-fi world, right? It has long predicted the emergence of sci-fi world. Well, it would be a natural evolution that if the secrecy surrounding alien technology goes away and that technology then openly finds its way out to public hands for the people to use and benefit their lives from, which is what the universe intends, then you're going to have a situation by which sci-fi world can truly emerge. And you're talking about really living an existence very much like that depicted in the Star Wars movies. You know, you're sort of in a spot in the planetary cycle where humans will begin to take on all kinds of special abilities and really heightened psychic abilities and things like manipulating the force and all of that kind of stuff. At the same time, when you have an explosion of technology take place because of all of this back engineered alien technology that makes its way out to the public. So after our break, we'll be talking some more about this, but I will also be trying to get to the lost colony of Mars, as I promised last week. And we're going to talk about what happened in the UAP disclosure hearings yesterday. A lot happened. Anna Paulina Luna, the Congresswoman, is my new hero, and we'll get back to that after our break.
All right, Jack, we're on radio break.
Cool.
Yeah, I don't know what happened earlier. You know, I tried like 5-6 times, and then I finally got to connect to you.
It was so weird, like it wouldn't load. Like I answered the call once, and then it was like cutting in and out, and then it just went to a completely white screen, and then I reloaded the page, tried it again, it went to a white screen again. I don't know, it was odd.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, it happens, I guess. You know, maybe they were doing some updates net recently. I know I got a Windows update. Did you get yours?
Oh yeah.
So that affects everything.
True, and I'm running for the first time. I'm running a VPN.
That might be it too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No Cryptid Corner tonight? Are we going to
Not really so much. Yeah, so much happened today with all of this and the hearings.
Yeah,
so.
We talked about probably a good hour and a half on the first show about Charlie. So
yeah, what a shame.
And it is. And I was wondering what you would say. How you would connect that with the web bot, and that if the web bot kind of predicted something like this was going to happen.
Yeah, this one kind of came out of the clear blue sky as far as I know. None of the remote viewers had this predicted or anything like that, but this could greatly alter events going forward.
Yep, so. I think so too, maybe. And, when I looked at the videos for it, I'm like, man, a high-powered rifle sounds a lot louder than that. You would have had to have like specialized super suppression or a specialized air gun to do it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And
right.
we know that, not all those are like in the hands of, the common folk. We talked a little bit about that earlier too. I think the way it was done, I think it was a professional hit. I really do.
Yeah, I do too, and we'll see what they come up with as far as any leads or if they keep saying
apparently they got the guy or the person this time, according to what John said earlier in the first show. So right as we were clearing out, I was trying to get you in. We are being rebroadcast through Great Conspiracy over on Kick and on his platforms, as well as through Roger Hansen on all his platforms as well. Awesome. So thank you guys, appreciate it. Give you a shout out for each show. I know that you guys are working hard and helping out. Appreciate it.
Yeah, that's great.
Each and every one of you,
so
man.
Much.
Yeah.
Thank you guys for rocking out there.
Yeah, it's one thing for me to get us out on a bunch of platforms, and it's icing when they take and help us out. We get some great folks like that to help share the information out and get you and the other hosts to be heard on their platforms as well. And I'm all for that.
Yeah, that's great.
If I can, I got good content for them. Let's go. John, you great. And Nancy and Roger now and Debbie in the pocket. Yep. How's it sound on your end for me?
Sound great.
Right. You sound awesome. The stream's coming through really good. You're looking really clear too here. You got about 30 seconds and we'll be back. Man, I mean, tonight is just flying along.
Yeah. It is craziness.
Yeah. Yeah, this is around the time of the year that I saw that pterosaur down here. We need to get someone down here to take a look around because maybe it's a migration thing. Here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And Jack, you're live and on the radio side right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. I'm your host, Jack Carey, your personal tour guide to the Twilight Zone, the Minister of the Sinister. And tonight we are talking about, sad times, the assassination of I wouldn't say a political figure, but a figure in the political world. Let's put it that way, and a big one at that. And this one's going to cause major change. And that's tying in a lot of different ways. The UAP disclosure hearings were interesting. These were in my opinion, still we're not getting the, scientists who actually did the back engineering. We're not getting the security guard that's tasked with standing there with a gun next to the UFO all day long, every day. We're not getting those witnesses yet. They are trying to pass some new legislation which will protect whistleblowers in such a way that these people who are reluctant at the moment to give up their security and their income and everything else would probably come forward if this new legislation is passed. And that's something we'll just have to see how that comes about. But the Congress was shown this video, and this video is of a Reaper drone. Not sure who was piloting the Reaper drone, but it shot a Hellfire missile and it bounced off the UFO. It all makes sense from a physics point of view. Like if you were flying a craft that generates its own gravity waves, well, gravity waves would work like a force field around the craft and would do exactly what you saw on the video. If you haven't seen the video, it's readily available out there with any search. So, but I guess kind of the hero of the day is this, pardon me, Congresswoman named Anna Paulina Luna. And she is sort of she's in charge of a committee to sort of release government secrets. She did the JFK papers and all that kind of stuff. And she's in charge of this UAP task force committee, whatever you want to call it. And today she called Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick a proven and known liar. And who is he? Well, he's the former head of the Pentagon's Aero Office, which is their UFO program. And so basically she said the guy that they put in charge was the wolf in the hen house, and that he was openly lying to various senators, congressmen, anybody else he can get his hands on. He's apparently Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick. Look him up online so you can see a picture of him, so you can shun him if you see him. He's apparently a disinformation agent for the dark cabal, which is keeping all of this a secret and benefiting from it. And, these people have to be called up. The other person that got called out today by Ross Coulthart over at News Nation, interestingly enough, reported a very interesting piece of inside intelligence that I'll relay to you guys, and that is that he has a firsthand source as a journalist that is telling him that there was a deal that had been made between Robert Bigelow, that's right, the Robert Bigelow of Bigelow Aerospace and the former owner of Skinwalker Ranch, to acquire for an unknown sum, and Robert Bigelow is a billionaire, but to acquire for an unknown sum from Lockheed Martin an actual alien craft. This transference of technology was taking place when none other than a man named Glenn Gaffney, look him up, who's in charge of the CIA's Exotic Technology Division, showed up with a bunch of CIA agents and shut the whole thing down. So now you're beginning to see the names, the faces, the actual people that are perpetrating this crime against the American people and the people of the world. once you know their name and you know their face, from that point, at some point, there's going to be pressure applied in a proper way that will get them to stop doing what they're doing. So all of that's culminating this week. You have just a crazy amount of things taking place around the world. And we might as well tie this in too, because, we're being overwhelmed with geopolitical change and events, and nobody can overlook the war between Russia and Ukraine. It was reported by some French news outlets that a letter had been circulated to hospitals all around France, telling them to prepare for wartime casualties as early as March of 2026. Just today, Russia launched drones into Poland, which is a NATO country. Most of those drones were shot down, but what you're seeing is the beginnings of World War III. And yes, World War III will take place at the same time that you have this sort of alien presence overload in the minds of the community, at the same time that you have an implosion of the old petrodollar debt system, an adoption of cryptocurrencies worldwide, tied probably to precious metals in some fashion and to rare earth minerals, things that have, real physical value of some kind. And that is also going to tie into this whole big fiasco that's about to take place. So I reported many months ago that the guys over at farsight.org had told everybody and predicted and had successfully targeted the war in between Russia and Ukraine. And they said, if you feed this fire will spread. And they were right. So you're getting ready to see NATO engage Russia. There will be troops on the ground, if they're not there already, from France and Germany. Poland has just built the largest army in all of Europe. Look that up if you're unfamiliar with that fact. And they just sent drones into the wrong country. Poland was the wrong country to poke with a stick. Poland has been working out, and Poland has a massive military, believe it or not. So you're going to see some serious stuff begin to happen and take place, and it's entirely possible, perhaps even likely, that you'll see a full-on Chinese invasion of Taiwan timed with a conflict with Russia. So yeah, hold on to your seats, hold on to your butts, because this is going to get interesting. I posted just today on social media that there is extreme turbulence coming. You need to prepare yourselves, and I've been reporting for months that there were indications that there was going to be a time coming up late summer into the fall, and really over the course of the next year or two, of extreme change taking place. So really my advice for people out there is to kind of, and I've been saying this for a long time now, reinforce where you are, where you live. If you have the means by which to not live near large populations of people, that's highly advised. And so, harden your structures. I don't mean that you're going to get bombed or anything like that. I mean, make sure that they're sort of crime proof, however you have to do that. And get ready for a time when people are really going to kind of seek time indoors in their own little oases and spaces. This will be, not a pandemic forcing people to stay in. This will be people saying, oh my God, the world has absolutely exploded. All I want to do is just go home and pretend like everything's okay. So that's really kind of the future for a little while that you begin to see. It will be shock. So interesting stuff and interesting times ahead. Really, Paranormal in the News is all about the hearings that took place. Coulthard's reporting that there are various so-called anonymous staffers in congressional wings that are sort of responsible right now for keeping a lot of the UAP stuff a secret. And he goes on to say that a lot of these people are people that you never see in front of the camera, but they're people that, like, the aerospace industry companies come to and say, hey, if you do such and such, we'll give you a high-paying job when you're out of the government. And they do it. There is a personal greedy impetus by these people to benefit off of doing exactly what they do. And how long will that persist? Well, WebBot says that money goes away, and when it does, all what breaks loose. So today, some serious crap has hit the fan, and boy, I think it's going to cause quick, radical change. It's interesting because this particular assassination really kind of came out of the clear blue sky as far as WooLand is considered. As far as I know, no remote viewing group, WebBot, data stream, etc., had predicted this big of an emotional event taking place. Normally, an event this big would show up in the language structures around the world, and then that would in turn show up in the WebBot data stream. But basically, it may have, this particular event may be small compared to what's about to happen. In other words, long story short, that could be why it wasn't zeroed in on specifically. Because right here, when you look at sort of a timeline map of things that it has predicted, is a big, bumpy road. So, interesting stuff. Last week I talked about the lost city of the Grand Canyon, and I wanted to get into the lost colony of Mars. Now, it's interesting because the lost colony of Mars is something that very few people are aware of. There is an evidence stream for it to back it up. I was able to trace this evidence stream all the way back to the Club of Rome, and there are 3 alternatives for global overpopulation. They chose alternative 3. Alternative 1 was controlled warfare. As I explained last week, the proliferation of nuclear weapons makes that an untenable thing to try to perpetrate. Option 2 or alternative 2 was attempting to create a one world belief system that had in it controls for breeding. And alternative 3 proved to be the one they chose, probably because it was the first to seem to be an impossibility controlling worldwide belief systems is something that would be really an impossible task. And so they chose alternative 3, off-world colonization. They then chose a mechanism by which they could pay for it. And, you know, some of that mechanism was discovered by the Doge people when they discovered the magic money machines at the Treasury that had just been sitting there and printing and printing and printing. And that money was just disappearing down black holes that couldn't even be traced. They even took the codes off of where all that money was going, so it couldn't be traced, right? There's indications that Musk and his team still found out where it was going. But way back when, in the 90s, it was Donald Rumsfeld under the Bush administration that publicly stated that there was $23 trillion missing from the Pentagon's budget, according to the GAO, or the General Accounting Office, and that some of that money probably ended up paying for the colony on Mars. The next point of evidence in the data stream for the colony shows up in the form of Laura Magdalene Eisenhower, the great-granddaughter of Dwight D. Eisenhower, who came out publicly and stated, and still does state, many, many years later, decades later now, that she was romantically involved with an intelligence agent who was part of the program and who tried to recruit her into the colony on Mars. Direct, firsthand testimony from the great-granddaughter of a former president. That's pretty big. Then you have the efforts of the British hacker Gary McKinnon, who may not seem like he's related to all of this, but what did McKinnon do? He hacked into the NSA and the NASA computers, and he was able to download, even though this was a long time ago and it took his computers forever, he was able to download a list of so-called non-terrestrial officers. And along with that, actual high-resolution photographs of large spacecrafts, proving, by the way, that we did have the means, motive, and opportunity to pull off a colony on Mars. Then you have the efforts of one of the premier remote viewing groups around the planet, that is the Farside.org group, headed by Dr. Courtney Brown. And many years ago, Dr. Courtney Brown discovered in the NASA archives a photograph of the surface of Mars depicting a dome that had a tube coming out of it, and the tube was ejecting a liquid. It's a gigantic dome. There were two other structures nearby that appeared to be two smaller domes. They too appeared to have some sort of liquid being ejected from them from a pipe-like structure. He decided what an interesting target that would be to blindly give to his remote viewers. And he did. And what his remote viewers ended up seeing in their sessions was truly shocking. They discovered that within the domes there were humans. Not Martians, but humans. The humans appeared to be dealing with an alien technology they did not quite yet understand. In other words, the domes that they're living in were already there on the surface when they got there, and they started living in these domes. They more than likely knew that these structures were there before they reached the planet. The remote viewers reported that the colony appeared to be in a dire situation. They were needing parts and supplies in a desperate way. And they reported identical to the testimony of Laura Magdalene Eisenhower. They reported that this was a hardship duty. In other words, the people that went to do this knew that they were never coming back. They knew it before they left, and they accepted it. In other words, they recruited people who didn't mind giving up their lives in order to try to achieve a toehold for humanity on another planet before we could breed ourselves into extinction. That was the plan. And they paid for it by siphoning off trillions of dollars of tax money from the U.S. taxpayer, or really just printing it. And now it sits there as 38 trillion in debt. To do so because they believed it that strongly, right? That kind of feeds into this whole idea of the Space Force. Space Force has to be aware now that there was a secret space program, and perhaps they are aware that the colony there exists. If they are, then I have to believe that the Trump administration knows that and knows a lot more about the UAP thing than what they're, stating. This new footage that has just come out of a UFO getting hit with the Hellfire missile and it bouncing off is probably going to change things too. A lot of journalists today said, yeah, this particular footage is a turning point. Seeing something attacked and it shake it off like that with some of the best American technology is something that they're not going to turn their attention away from. That's going to bother them. When they go to bed tonight and they lay their heads on their pillow, on their little congressional pillows, they're going to think about that video the last thing they do tonight and the first thing they do in the morning, and probably every day after that till they start to get some answers. So you're beginning to potentially see an actual unraveling of the yarn as predicted by the Webbot and by the self-revealing ontological nature of the universe and the reality matrix and how it's interacting with humans. So, I have to remind everybody it was the universe that put us into a position in the first place to acquire a technology which, as Representative Paulina Luna put it, was the equivalent of somebody dropping off an iPhone to a bunch of cavemen and expecting them to replicate it. But it was the universe that put us in that position. And we can only assume now that it's the universe that expects us to engage with it in such a way that it's going to create novelty for the species. And next week, join me for another crazy rabbit hole. We'll keep examining the events of this week because they're going to have repercussions into the many weeks to come. And I will see you guys next week. Join us on Vixen's Vault next with the lovely Nancy Planeta. I'll see you next week.
Great show, Jack. Thanks.
Thanks.
I'll get this up by tomorrow, and that'll be all edited out. It'll sound really good.
Cool.
All right.
Sounds like a plan, Stan.
All right. Got to get Zombie Zach going here on TMV. And he's a go.
Zombie Zach, I like that.
Yeah, he does a show called After Rot over there. It's kind of cool. He does comic reviews and horror movies. Yeah. That's great. So yeah, it's pretty cool. He has some really good stuff and has some good guests too.
Nice.
All right. Let me get on out of there. Yep. I just gave him, the high sign to, go ahead and go for it. It's all yours. I gotta get.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna go eat some dinner time.
Sounds good. Are you gonna come back and join us on the vault?
I'll try to for the second hour there.
All right.
So.
All right. Hey, Roger, please give shout-outs in the chat. I got my hands full right now. And pin the last one up for me, please. And I'm going to get Vixen's Vault going. Take care, Jack, and I will catch up with you
thanks,
next
Mark.
time. All right? Have a good one.
Sounds good, buddy. Thank you. Yeah,
right.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. That was Jack Carey with the Paranormal Intelligence Agency. Coming up, Nancy Planetta and the Vixen's Vault. Let me get that all set up and ready to go. There we go. Make the call. Then get them a rolling like a steamroller. Hey, David. Nancy, Roger.
Oh, hi, Mark.
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, it's going. You scared me. I had my volume so high, it just blew out.
All right.
Okay.
Let me try to get
Nancy.
everybody up and in here.
Yeah, Nancy's here.
Yeah.
I'm here.
Jason.
Hey, Nancy.
Hey, Dave.
How are you?
Well, been a bit of a day, hadn't it?
Yeah, it really has. Censorship and John, Jack already talked about
Kirk.
What you call it. So yeah,
You can't stop me from talking about Kirk. There's no way I am not going to talk about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey.
What's happening, friends?
Jason,
everybody. I think we got almost everybody up and in the bullpen right now. Hi, Vicky, Jason, Roger.
Hey, Roger.
Hey, Jason. Hey, Roger. David.
Who
Mark?
dropped? Someone
Hi,
dropped.
Becky.
Hey.
Hey, Roger.
Oh, guys, you got to give me a second, Mark, because my mother's calling, and that's not good.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
I'm trying to get a hold of Raph. Is Raph coming in?
Talking about mamas. Something
Well, I'll get us going.
How's your mama?
Well, it's a little bit more complicated than that. I was on Blender, and I was doing the Frog project on a Blender that for Mark, right? So I'm listening to DREAGUS production music that he made, and it's this song called Ghost in the Mirror, and I didn't realize it until yesterday, but he made a dedication song to his mama.
Who?
You.
No, I didn't.
That Ghost Mirror song you made, it was to your mama, dude.
Anyways,
I'm back.
Okay. Coming up on your countdown. Sorry, so short type deal, but 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you are live and on the radio set for the first time tonight, Nancy, right now.
And welcome, everybody, to the Vixen's Vault. Today's date is September 10th, 2025. What an evening it is. I'm so honored, too, to have Jason in on board with us tonight. He is our resident 9/11 specialist, somebody who's been following this for over a decade easily and just has his information straight and actually will be at Ground Zero tomorrow, I believe. So I'm just honored that you found the time to join us tonight, Jason, because I know your schedule is incredibly hectic. That being said, it is the night before an event that this country, it is burned into us, to be very honest with you folks. And I'm almost saddened because I know today we had a major event occur here in the States with the death, the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which no matter where you stood on the political spectrum, Charlie Kirk was a good man, and he had a message, and he was, God, it's just, I can't believe that he was taken out in the way he was. I think it's horrific, but what do you say? What do you do? It's the state of the country right now. There's a lot of parts that are moving. I know people are going to immediately knee-jerk and blame certain things, but folks, my little bit of advice would be just look deeper. Before you open your mouth, you need to investigate a little deeper. That's all I'm going to say about that, because it can be very inciting when you start looking into information. And we don't know a lot yet. We do know that they have arrested and released 2 different suspects at this point. And the going thought process is that the first suspect that was held, the older gentleman, was a decoy to allow the actual shooter to escape. And when you look at the video footage taken from different cameras, yeah, there was definitely somebody up on the rooftop taken off. And it was caught really kind of by accident, but just a real sad state of affairs. I mean, my sympathy, I think all of our sympathy and our thoughts go to Charlie Kirk's, young wife, young children. He truly martyred himself for this great nation and for the young people of this great nation. Those are the people that are really going to suffer with this loss, because I've never seen anybody, politician, anybody who could sit with young people the way Charlie Kirk did and never give up ground on where he stood in an opinion, but never really disrespected the young people he was speaking to. And that's so important, because, we may not agree with a lot of what the younger generations are doing. We may look at them and think, what the hell kind of drugs are they on? I mean, literally, I don't think that's any different from any generations that have come before us. Each one has looked at the next one and gone, what is wrong with them? But there's something seriously wrong with these generations now. But Charlie Kirk, again, if y'all go back and watch some of his reels, he handled them in an incredible way. And like I said, he never got disrespectful with them. He never let them get really disrespectful with him. He always kept it at a level that just, I was always amazed watching him, because I thought I would have creamed that kid. I mean, I would watch some of these videos and think, oh my gosh, I don't even know how he just was so nice with his comeback. I'd have ripped that kid's face off. But it's true, though. He had a way.
Oh,
and he will.
People of value,
Yes. Even
yeah,
though, yeah, you could tell they were, just totally misled. Yeah, he gave them an amount of respect I don't think young people see in society anymore. Maybe that's why they rebel against it so much. I don't know. But he will, like I said, he will be missed. What a huge loss to this country. And I am proud of President Trump for the way he's handled it. I know he has declared that all federal flags in the country are to fly at half-mast until Sunday, out of respect for Charlie Kirk. Now, the only problem I have with any of this is that it takes away from the anniversary of 9/11. And that does bother me, because year after year after year, I've seen a decrease in knowledge about 9/11. I mean, these younger generations, they don't know what all the hoopla is about. And it's funny, because I actually turned to Raphael today and I said, I don't understand why they didn't make 9/11 a federal day of recognition or a federal holiday. I don't understand why that has not happened.
I do, and it's because they wanted us to forget. They really, really have. Yes. Last year, you know what I noticed? Do you know how much time they spent on mainstream media? I'm just going to pick, I don't know if it was CBS or whatever, but one of the 3 main ones. I did the math. They spent 2 minutes and 14 seconds talking about 9/11 on the anniversary of 9/11 last year. I was dumbfounded.
And what do you think is going to happen tomorrow?
Here's another thing that Jack brought up in his show. All right, I'm gonna to jump in here real quick. Jack also brought up that today they were also looking at the UFO stuff.
Yes.
And
Yes,
and tomorrow would have been the day that they also released it. You have the Charlie Kirk thing, that and 9/11. How much distraction do you need? And then just to let you know too, Brent Hamachek's going to be on Censorship's Suck Show on Wednesday. Brent's a really good friend and was a really good friend and worked with Charlie Kirk. All right.
Yep. I knew that.
And I'm not sure if he's going to be able to make it or not. We hope he does. He's never backed down from us before, unless unless they're going to take him, bury him early, and he'll go to the funeral or something like that, and he won't be with us. But Brent's also been, when he's had engagements like that, also done it over the phone. So I don't know. We'll see how that works out. I'm going to let you go back to what you were doing, but I just wanted to get that in too.
Nancy, before you continue, I was just thinking your point in relation to the 11th of September sort of being, I don't know, washed away or degraded, and I was just thinking on the same
being
point
pushed down the memory hole.
Yeah, I was thinking on the same point in as far as the Britain is concerned with 7th of July 2005, the 7/7 bombings. That's not really all that talked about these days as well.
Well, and it's it's not okay. Put it this way. I know people will say, "Oh, that's disrespectful to even compare the two." No, I'm sorry. I'm tired of shutting my mouth and not speaking what my instincts are telling me to say because people think it's disrespectful. I'm so sorry.
Right.
I'm done with those days. Okay.
My instincts tell me that. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, no. Please, Jason. Because again,
you're right about instincts.
Yeah.
No, you're right about instincts. My instincts tell me that if somebody gets on a tube car with a bomb and it blows up, the bottom of the floor is not going to be coming up into the tube as if they got the backpack under the tube somehow. Those were not explosive devices that were brought on that tube. There's a video called the ripple effect. What's it called? The 7/7 ripple effect. And everybody should see it. There's an hour-long one, then there's a bit longer one it's over 2 hours. It's a little more in depth, but it goes into that entire false flag. How there wasn't even they were from the suburbs of London. They didn't know London too well. Their train coming into the city. Talk about God being there that day. The 9:40 train that they needed to be in London was canceled. It was just cut out of the entire rotation. Maybe it broke down, something like that. And I don't know if that's what threw the huge stick in the spokes or if there was other problems. But talk about a load of crap to keep the Bush war in Iraq going when British folk weren't having it any more than American folk were.
Well, and again, I'm going to put this point forward with what happened with Charlie Kirk today and tomorrow's celebration. And I'm going to show you guys there is a pattern here, whether or not you want to see it. I don't like when I see patterns like this, but I know I'm right. There's a thing that gels these events together. And it was interesting because it's something I was talking to Raphael about all day because it was irking the crap out of me. And then tonight, RFK Jr. posted something. I was like, there it is. There it is. There you go. Where RFK posted a condolence tonight about Charlie Kirk, but he compared him basically to JFK. And it is something that I have been saying all day. This stinks like the JFK assassination. There's too many similarities here. Way too many. Including the fact that what did Charlie Kirk do over the summer? Charlie Kirk was on a Tucker Carlson interview this summer, and he was not super happy with Israel. He wasn't nasty about Israel, but he was not super happy with their influence in American politics and the way that is going right now. And it was very interesting because in August, a friend of Charlie Kirk's actually posted and had said that Kirk was afraid, that he was afraid Israel was going to retaliate. And literally, it stated pretty much that in an open air arena, he was going to get shot. He was going to get taken out. And that was posted on August 13th. So again, when I saw what happened today, I thought, well, how does this all work in? Well, you've got JFK, where we had the CIA release that showed us that, yeah, Israel was up to something. We have 9/11, where we know Israel was up to something. And now we've got Charlie Kirk's assassination the night before, which is a huge distraction. And it also took away from the fact that Bibi Netanyahu went public today and was basically making the statement that, they would wipe Qatar off the face of the earth if they wanted to, if Qatar dared to hit them back. And because Qatar this morning had said, guess what? We're not going to take this line down. You just bombed us. We're not Hamas. We're not Gaza. You bombed us. And, there was no heads up. Hey, by the way, guys, we're going to precision bomb in your capital. No. And Qatar is a U.S. ally.
Right. Qatar is a U.S. ally. That's where CENTCOM was when we went into Afghanistan and into Iraq afterwards. We're closer with Qatar than we put on to be. I really think this is a little more show for the masses than anything, but I could be wrong.
Like I said, there's a lot going on here, Jason, a lot that people are not really queuing into. And I'm like, this is going to be very hard for some people to digest. I think if I'm right, which my gut is telling me I am right, it's going to be very hard for certain people to accept. One, because Charlie Kirk was always as pro-Israel. He always has been pro-Israel, and God love him, he did it in good faith. But something turned him within this year. Something altered him on that approach. He wasn't anti-Israel, but he was starting to basically say, wait a minute. Oh, whoa.
Backpedal.
No, this isn't right. Yeah, this isn't right. Why does Israel have so much say in U.S. politics? Who are Israel to tell us what we have to censor? I mean, he was starting to speak out.
That's the problem, though. You can't see what's going on and with a straight face defend what they're doing, and while at the same time have the same people that are, our government's covering up the complicity or the culpability of the same people that are blackmailing our politicians using the most abhorrent form of blackmail possible. There's just no way for him to defend it. So every time he got into a debate, whether it was with Tucker Carlson or anybody else, he had to backpedal. And at some point, you have, even the densest person starts to realize, hey, maybe I'm on the wrong side of this.
Well, they start, like I said, sometimes it just takes a person queuing into one pattern. And I've said that a million times. As a person who can't avoid patterns, I hate it, but it's true. I see them immediately. But sometimes it just takes a person one time to see one pattern, and it opens up a whole different reality. And they begin to question everything. And it's like, that doesn't mean you lose faith. It doesn't mean any of those things. It means you are intelligently questioning the narrative, which we should all be doing. Right. That's what I don't understand. Why are we all not questioning the narrative? I mean, even with 9/11, it brings up a wonderful reminder of how many resist questioning the narrative of what happened that day. I understand it's painful. I understand it almost feels like sometimes like treason. Like when you question what the government told you, you're like, God, maybe I should, they're supposed to look out for us. It can't be that easy. But when you get down to the nitty gritty of it and you start looking at the amounts of money that were getting passed around and the betrayals. And I mean, Rafi and I have a very good friend who was there that day. And he still, to this day, is battling health issues. He goes up in New York all the time, seeing doctors. because of the after effects of what he suffered that day.
Right,
And
that's what we refer to as a red zone survivor. I'm very good friends with a red zone survivor. He was a professional break dancer at the time, and the neurological effects due to he got hurt real bad. When the first tower came down, it knocked him, he was clean knocked out, and he was knocked out for so long that by the time paramedics got to him to help him out, the second tower had fallen. That's how long he was out for. And to this day, he still goes for treatments. He's just started getting dancing back a little bit 4 years ago. That was when I met him at a music event, actually. It had nothing to do with 9/11 whatsoever. I was just in New York doing a music event and ran into him, and we got to talking, and it was like, oh, well, you know, and so things went from there to there. But yeah, awful. So many more people died from breathing that crap in or getting injured in other ways than actually died on the day.
I think that's kind of what our friend deals with, the some of the respiratory issues, definitely different things. I mean, then there's the psychological impact, which isn't, I mean, he was NYPD. So yeah, he lost friends, he lost coworkers. It's not a good thing for him. In fact, Ruffy's going to go out with him tomorrow night to try to, you know, kind of be there for him, because it's a hard day. But on top of that, you know, you've got, like, my cousin's husband was there at Ground Zero. He's on disability for the rest of his life because of his injuries. He was helping to drag people out and down to the hospital. I believe it was St. Vincent's, trying to get him in, you know, help people out. And he ended up getting hurt really badly. So, I mean, it's a day that for some of us, it's never going to go away, because we have reminders of it constantly. It lives within our families. My family lives there. I have, you know, part of my family was actually, they're now in Mayapack, but they were in Yonkers when that happened. In fact, they lost their radios and their TVs because the antenna for their radio and TV was on top of the tower. So when the tower came down, there went their reception. So again, it hits some of us differently than it hits others. But the fact that it's not commemorated in any way where we have to take a moment. I mean, for years after Pearl Harbor, it was a day kids did not go to school. It was a day for families to be together, to respect what had occurred for generations. That only stopped recently. But now, no. I mean, there's no acknowledgement. I mean, the survivors are half at war because half of them believe that, you know, this was intentional, half of them don't. So, I mean, that within itself is a whole other ballgame. And then you've got, you know, basically very limited news coverage, because who's the media owned by? Well, that's a whole other ballgame, isn't it? That's a different story. But, you know, it all wraps into what I just said earlier. Who's the media owned by?
And they don't want focus on that, especially now.
Well, again, like I said, Charlie Kirk was a martyr for more than one reason, and to more than one cause. And I think when people begin to realize that, then they're going to start really digging into information and saying exactly what is going on here.
Well, Nancy, you saw those posts about the one had from Nino that had reported his being shot 19 hours before it happened, and another one that had his, you know, his little blurb, like a Wikipedia, saying that he died today at like 3:00 when he hadn't been pronounced. Yeah, that's a little weird.
Wikipedia I can excuse, because I knew as soon as and you know that, I knew I had the video within, 15 minutes of him being shot? I mean, I was literally the first person on Telegram to post it. I can tell you that. I beat out the news agencies. But it was, when I saw that shot, what did I say to you, Vicky? That was a kill shot.
It was.
There's no surviving that. Nope. I mean, that hit him straight up, right in the freaking artery. You can see everything explode out. He was dead before he hit the ground. There was no surviving that, period, end of sentence. And anybody with any medical background would know that immediately.
It looked real. But there are some posts out there that have said, well, look at that little thing on the side of his, neck there. And could that be, where it exploded, faked?
Could it be a
And I'm like,
squib?
yeah. Yep. I don't know if you've seen those, Nancy, but they're out there.
Well,
they
here's the
are
other
out
thing.
there. I think it's something very reasonable to look into. And I'm not one of these people, just so y'all know, because I know I'm a little bit, newer here. I'm not one of these folks that just looks at every single, like this, oh, it's fake. If it's a school shooting, it's fake right off the bat. Very much the opposite. I know folks are going to come at me from every direction. So I want to make sure I'm on my P's and Q's as far as any investigative type of work I might have done or, collaborated with other people's work.
I would find it very believable if it was fake because it works to the white hat advantage.
Yes.
Okay, it really does.
But that doesn't mean it is,
Yeah.
Exactly. To me, yeah, that would work because, and again, we were told that those who are alive are dead, those who are dead are alive. So anybody who followed Q is always on the lookout for any kind of red flag like that because we know that nothing is what we think it is 90% of the time. So
well, you don't got to be Q to know nothing is what you think it is.
Exactly. That's what I said. Q didn't tell anybody any like huge mysterious secret. He just woke you up to it. Said, hey.
Jason brought up a real good point about the school shooting. Do you know, despite what Kirk had outside of Denver, there was a school shooting today?
Yep, I saw that. Several children.
The other thing that happens, you'll see earthquakes go unreported.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, that is a whole. We will bring that up in the next segment.
Yeah, Nancy brought all that up. She's been looking at that for a while now.
Yeah, but Oregon's really shaking, and actually New Jersey is having fault lines. Their fault lines are opening up in their streets. So I mean,
how about
obviously seismic activity going on there. So, and again,
that's where I'm from. In case you didn't know, good old armpit of America, New Jersey.
But they have a really good school system, though.
Oh yeah, great.
Yeah, right. Communist schools.
Great.
No, they really do. Yeah, my brother teaches there, and he was like, "No, it really is one of the best schools." So I looked it up because where I live, it was one of the top 100 schools in the U.S. And New Jersey beats us out.
I was just gonna say,
the school system isn't too bad around here, anyways.
Huh?
Well, I mean, here's the thing.
I guess it depends on where you live in the state.
Anywhere where Chris Christie lives, I don't want to be. Just putting it that way. Get real honest here, because it's like I was surprised that under Biden he wasn't the token minister of health, because honest to God, I mean that man just drives me batty, sitting there and basically correcting people, and I'm like, you're a fat slob. I mean, Jabba the
I'm down here in Trenton, New Jersey. I always worry about that. He comes down here from North Jersey. It's a small state. He could tip it over.
Why you gotta be like that, guys? Come on now. This guy is an elected official of New Jersey, the greatest state in the United States, right?
All right. Mark, I want to let you know, in fact, Larry Hersman, if you're listening, I'm going to bring up what you mentioned in the next segment. And Dave, I know I'm out of time. Guys, I got to take us out to our first break on time this week. Hang in there. We're back for the Vixen's Vault.
All right, we're on radio break.
Man, I should pay attention. I thought that was a break time. I would have never said that in public.
I call him John.
That was embarrassing.
But you know what? Larry's making a really good point, something that Vicky and I talked about on the phone earlier, because we both know what real blood looks like, guys, and especially from a wound. And that the girl on the subway, one of the things that bothers me about that is that is bright red blood. That is Hollywood blood. That's not blood because blood turns dark.
I haven't seen it yet. I still have yet to have seen it.
You mentioned that.
I'm going to leave those comments up. If anybody else posts comments in chats, I'll post them like that. So if you can see them. All right.
Yep.
And Nancy, be sure to check your Facebook on that as well, because you can go right there and comment directly to him too.
True that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's hard while I'm talking.
Is he on Facebook?
I was gonna say, yeah, he's in the Facebook chat.
Yeah, Larry's on Facebook
Larry.
chat. Got Linda Porter in there too. We got a bunch of folks over in the Kick chat. Outlaw B. We got
it's hard
Roger
for me to
and
the same
Falisco and Veterans Radio, and we got
that blood didn't flow
Hazard
out.
FTW.
Oh, dude,
There's
yeah, there was as both of us being in the medical industry, we both looked at it and went, and I even said to Vicky, well, it could have been nicked, and she could have slipped forward, and when she went down between the seats, she could have cranked her neck, and that would have it would have torn it. But it doesn't explain bright red blood. I mean, that is not what blood looks like.
If it was arterial blood and she was hitting the carotid, that would be bright red, but you would see it spray upward. You saw
the guy wasn't covered in
the jugular
blood
vein, and it was coming out of his neck downward. That's dark red. That's venous blood.
Well, that's why I said when he got hit. That's why I said to you. What was the first thing I said? Look at his assassination compared to what happened to her.
Yeah,
Right.
and if you look at his assassination today, check this out. If you listen to his assassination today, when the gunshot went off, it was not something, it was, if it was high powered, it must have had some super high duty suppressor stuff on it, or a special air type gun. Because
what did I tell you, Nancy?
Because
what did I tell you?
Everybody that all the other hosts before suspect that this is a professional hit job.
Oh yeah, it was definitely professional.
Sniper.
Yep.
I mean, come on.
Someone had to be. Someone was super
hitting
trained for this to do that.
Oh yeah.
If it was real as what they sold it to us as, absolutely, no question about it. It had to be somebody that was a professional.
Yeah, but a 70-meter shot is not hard, even for an AR. But it was definitely suppressed.
I dig it, but you probably would agree with me, right?
That did not come out like anything with the president. You know what I'm saying? When the president was shot,
right?
That was faker than fake
that was
with
loud.
the president, and what a good litmus test.
Yeah, it was fake.
But again, it's one of those things where
you would never. It is fake. He didn't even mention 3 people were supposed to have died. There was a firefighter that was supposed to have died that was never even mentioned about. You want to talk about like 9/11?
Before we get back on air, I gotta.
That's what they want you to forget about in time. Those 3 victims that took the 3 bullets that were meant for Trump. Because it's easier that way if you forget about it. People
30
won't
seconds,
look
guys.
into it and make sure these people even existed.
Right.
Right.
Well, I can tell you,
sounds crazy to some, but
the firefighter he reached out.
We got to figure out a way to stop talking over each other.
Yeah.
It's
that's
annoying as shit.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen though. There's too many of us.
Yeah,
All right.
everybody's
How much
pretty
longer do I
worked
have?
up. I'm getting ready to do a countdown here in seconds, like right now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you were live and back on the radio side right now.
9:29 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, September the 10th, 2025. Can y'all believe it's been 24 years as of midnight tonight since 9/11 happened? It's been, I mean, a quarter of some people's lives, almost a little bit under half of my life. Think about that. I mean, I'll be 50. I was 55 this year. It happened 24 years ago. Can't even believe it. It's just, it's hard to get my head around because I still remember exactly what I was doing, exactly what I was feeling. And I remember going to my kids' school and pulling them out and bringing them home because I did not want them anywhere out of my sight. Still remember doing that. And my heart beating as I was going. But it's, what a day, guys, what a day. And it's very telling the way our panel is handling things today. We're all very hyper. We're all trying to get our 2 cents in. We're all very disturbed, I think. Because I think everybody knows on this board, except with maybe for exception to Mark Edworthy, and I think he kind of gets it, that what happened today is it's like putting a match to dynamite.
Yeah, it's a catalyst. Yep.
It's
No,
not good.
I do understand that it's a pivotal day. Yeah, I'm not blind to the news. I'm not blind to history. Even I remember where I was on that specific occasion.
Yep. See, we forget here in America that we forget in the States because they didn't make a big deal about what happened in London here in the States. And I know Jason will back me up on that. Rafi will back me up on that. I mean, we thought it was horrible, but we were still shaking from 9/11 in a lot of ways. And we were starting to question because your event occurred not too long after the commission came out.
Oh.
And when the commission came out here in the States, I actually ordered I have a first edition copy of the commission report. And I can tell you when I read it, it wasn't, a lot of stuff was not adding up. And that's a little disturbing. But I can tell you for years, like it took Ralphie even, like Ralphie was sold on that whole thing a couple of years before I was, because I kept saying no. Because again, you got to understand that jet fuel burns at a certain amount of heat. If it got down the elevator shafts, and I know basically that those towers were built to collapse the way they did. And that is true. That is not a lie. If you actually look up the architect of the Twin Towers, he built them to pancake because they were built with the thought process of collateral damage.
They were built to pancake under controlled demolition conditions.
Yes.
That sounds
But
good.
they were built to come down the way they did. So basically, it was to basically control any kind of collateral damage to the area, because all those buildings have great value. They're all multi-million-dollar buildings easily. So yeah, what real estate venturist would want to see damage to the surrounding buildings? They wouldn't. But that being said, Larry, I am going to address your little point that you made, because it's something that Vicki and I had a very rousing conversation about today on the phone. And for my listeners, I'm going to read this out to you because Larry is in one of our chats right now. He's actually on Facebook in the chat. So if y'all want to join him, have at it. He's a great guy. But he said, I find it strange that the woman who got stabbed in the neck didn't have the amount of blood spurting / flowing like the neck injury from Charlie Kirk. Very interesting. You should bring that up because Vicki and I went at it round and round and round because both of us have medical background. And she noted, well, for a death strike like that, I don't understand why there wasn't an explosion. I mean, where's the blood? And I had noted it's the wrong color. The blood is the wrong color. Now, it could be a refraction of light with the cameras. It could be a light setting in the cameras. But blood is not bright red like that. Once it hits
arterial. If it's arterial.
Even if it's arterial, though, you know that once it's on the ground for more than like 10 seconds, it darkens.
Oh, yeah. It does. Mm-hmm.
You look at the pictures of people leading over to help her, and you look at the blood, you're like, that's Hollywood blood.
Yeah, it's orange.
It's the wrong color. That's like, and they don't expect us to notice things like that because we're caught in the horror of what we're looking at. But I will say, and it's something I said it to Vicki over and over, is what I cannot get out of my head with that event is the look on her face. You can't fake that. That was not fake. She was terrified. Like, you can see it. She's stricken. Like, she has no clue what's going on. And
something that sort of I'm sorry, Nancy. Something that sort of I thought was ironic is that it seemed like the news filtered over to Britain before it filtered over to the mainstream US media. The US media was quite slow on the story.
Yeah,
well,
because
on 9/11
US media
too, weren't they? Didn't they say that the Building 7 fell before it did in Britain?
Well, yeah. In fact, the problem with that particular thing, and Raphael, that's something he brings up all the time, is that they're saying the building is down, but you're looking at the TV and there's a reporter standing in front of the standing building behind him.
Right.
So,
James Stanley for BBC.
Yep.
Yep.
Yep. So
Right,
you
Gene
literally
Stanley.
had.
But it was at 5 o'clock. I mean, who would have fed that teleprompter 20 minutes early? I just wanted to real quick, if I could, say something on the collateral damage you were talking about earlier about them being built to be brought down. I could totally see that. Those are before the days of asbestos, and that was the reason that they couldn't bring them down, because the asbestos just would have been everywhere. Yep. The only thing is that's the reason they had to come down, is because it would have cost 3-point-something billion to remove that asbestos. And that's exactly what the buildings were worth. It just didn't make any sense. Half of them were vacant. They were cold, drafty, etc. But there was something called a slurry wall. This was a really difficult project to keep the Hudson River out. As a matter of fact, Battery Park didn't even exist. All of Battery Park, that's all dirt that they dug out to get to the bedrock of 1 and 2. But anyway, so the slurry wall, they had, that was their idea. We'll build this wall and keep the water out, and we'll call it, it's like a bathtub thing. That's another reason they call it the bathtub or whatever. So that was one of the major things in terms of whoever brought these things down. They didn't want to crack that bathtub. That would have let all of the Hudson, I mean, it just would have flooded from Canal Street down, all of downtown Manhattan. So whoever did it had to know that 1 and 2 wasn't going to break that slurry wall. And it's interesting when you think about directed energy and just how they justified or whatever,
Well,
but
it's
I was
funny
thinking about the slurry wall.
Vicky's actually talking about the dues in the chat right now, asking if the dues brought him down. I said, thermite, but it could be considered one of the same, or it could have been a mutual action. But
there was
you're
definitely
right.
Thermite used because there was the fingerprints
Yep.
of it. 6% of all 32 dust samples was nothing but iron-rich microspheres, and that's the fingerprint telltale sign of not just thermite, because they've been welding railroad tracks together for years, but nanothermite, or otherwise known as super thermite. That's something you can't make in a bathtub. It's nothing like that. It's something that at the time was only made in 2 different DoD laboratories in the United States. Now it's made in a lot of different places. They definitely used that. They used shape cutter charges. Whether they used directed energy or not, I couldn't tell you. But I do know they justified looking a lot like those California fires.
That's what they used for DEWs for those. They used the DEWs, and I read other posts that said they used DEWs for the Twin Towers.
Well, they may, like I said, they could have used DEWs to ignite the thermite. That's a possibility. That's very plausible. But I do want to go back to what Jason was saying about the construction of those buildings, where they're at, and the risk of the Hudson. He is right. There are seawalls there. And that's why, when I make the point of why they skewed this whole thing the way they did, from the top down rather from the bottom up, they could not have a large type of explosion occur at the very base of the towers. Why? Because it would have put those walls at heavy duty risk. It would have taken them out. Honest to God, that would have been beyond. I mean, too many people would have lost too much money with that for it not to be questioned. Trust me on that one. Not only that, but again, we had a lot of our gold reserves underneath the towers. The last thing they would have wanted would have been flooding down there. So again, this whole thing was very precision planned. It's kind of like today. I don't
Remember,
think
they found a lot of those gold reserves 6 months later in trucks that for some reason or another got trapped, leaving on 9/11 with the gold.
Which stinks of what, Jason? Let's wrap that to Hollywood, because what movie had that in it? Die Hard?
Right, whatever, but Bruce Willis, wasn't it? Was it part 2? Part 2 or part 1?
Yep.
I think it was part
Die Hard 2. It was the second one. And it was
No,
the Germans.
was it? Yeah, it was.
Yeah. It was the Germans that, were doing that whole thing. But again, so much of this I can wrap into Hollywood movies. It's crazy, but it's like,
That's 9/11. It's a crime and a crime and a crime, like Russian dolls. And the thing is, every time they pull a giant false flag like this, it's always for 10, 12, 15, 20 reasons. It's never just for half a dozen reasons. It's like at JFK, for instance. People say, well, it was because of Demona. Well, it was the mob. It was all of those things. And it had to be all of those things because everybody had to have plausible deniability. Everybody had to have their finger wet. You know what I mean? That way we're all in this together. If you snitch, we're all going down. But if you snitch, we're all going down. So if any of us say nothing, we're all going down. So, Well,
it's like Hillary Clinton said in 2016. If I go down, you're all going down. Because it's the same type linchpin. And the thing is that, again, even today, Charlie Kirk's assassination, I guarantee you, there are 5 million different reasons why he had to be eliminated. If he was eliminated.
It's just like Epstein. Yeah, if you go down, we're all going down. This is not a Republican thing. This is as bipartisan as it gets.
But again, I just find it very interesting the way it's timed. And I keep saying it, guys, I'm telling you, y'all are missing the book here because it wraps into JFK, it wraps into 9/11, and now you have another assassination. And I'm telling you, you're being shown a story. That's what's happening. You're seeing.
And he works for Turning Point. That's his turning point. That was pretty, okay.
Yep. It's like I said, and I'm one of these people, maybe it's stupid to say this, but I'm kind of hoping this was a false flag that was planned and maybe Charlie Kirk is still with us. I hope that is the case. I really do. Because I really think he is a spectacular young man. I give him credit because he does things that nobody will touch. I mean, who really gives a crap about the young people? Nobody does, obviously, because look at them. Let's be very honest. We all should feel a lot of shame for the younger generation because we allowed it. And now they're running around without direction with a ton of pharmaceuticals pumped into them and a ton of bad information. And nobody did anything to stop it. He was like one of the only people that was trying to at least curb it, at least get on their level and let them know, hey, you're confused, but I still respect you and I want to hear what you have to say. Because
the wrong people got to them. The wrong people that told them all this, stuff.
Again, I'm angry because as a parent myself, I've always, and Rafi will definitely agree with me on this, I've always been very much on top of my kids about, what are you thinking? How do you feel? What do you think about this? And I got to say, I was impressed with my daughter today. I had no idea she was a fan of Charlie Kirk. And here she was posting on her Facebook how horrible this was and how she listened to him. And she always thought he was great with young people and how much that was needed. So, and she's not that young. I mean, she's in her mid-30s now, but it's refreshing to me to know that, hey, all that time you spent saying, I don't care what politics you have. I don't care who you think is right and wrong. Just make sure it's right in your gut. If it's right in your gut, follow it. Don't listen to me. You can't be like me. You're not me. You don't have my experiences. You don't have my perception. But you do know right from wrong. You do know good from bad. I don't care who's saying something. If it smells wrong, sounds wrong, then don't care what political party or what religion they are. Don't let it get into you. Don't absorb it. Reject it. And you know what? They both followed up with that. Both my kids, and I think both of Rafi's kids are like that too. So this generation, that young, oh my God, these kids come on, they've got adults who are supposed to be helping them, giving them advice that can medically destroy them for their lives. The rest of it, psychologically and medically, destroy them.
That's a tragedy. It really is.
Make them sterile, make them suicidal. All of these things, it's horrific if you think about it.
It is.
I mean, we're probably going to go down as the most barbarically freaking ridiculously retarded generation when it comes to how we tried to help the younger generation. No joke.
Just one point on that. Something to think about. This goes back to the sort of in this case, trust the science or trust the education system, the mainstream education system. Is that sort of understanding, trying to work out who to trust. I mean, you've got this problem of trust. Yeah.
We've been pounded since the day we literally are in the States. It's from the day you're born, because literally the day you're born, you are registered and given a social security number and a birth certificate. Pretty much from that moment on, you are owned by the U.S. government. So literally,
and
for us, it starts
traded on the stock exchange.
Yeah, and then they go to school. And what happened with the schools? Well, the schools got taken over by socialists, I don't know, about 60 years ago. And you'd only notice if you were paying attention. They started changing holidays. They started segueing into things. I mean, I remember when they came up with Martin Luther King Day, and my kids were in grade school, elementary. And I remember my mother telling me I was going to get in big trouble. But I went up to the principal's office because I was furious because they had given the kids off for Martin Luther King Day, and they were not observing President's Day, which was Abraham Lincoln and George Washington's birthdays. And I'm like, wait a minute. Why? Can I ask why this would supersede this? These are the founding fathers of the nation. Why are we? I mean, I have no disrespect for Martin Luther. Absolutely observe his birthday. Put him in because they're all around the same date. Just add him. But you don't give him his own holiday and take away another holiday. And that's what they were doing. And right there, I could already see that this impression. That and my kindergarten son had a teacher who was telling the kids to tell their parents to vote Bill Clinton. I'll never forget it. I was so livid. I was a kindergartner being told to go home and tell their parents to vote for Bill Clinton. And I remember that was, his school hated me. His school really hated me because I called the principal of the school and I was like, why is my 6-year-old child being taught anything about politics? Period. End of sentence. Question mark. And they couldn't answer me. But it wasn't censured. I mean, she was allowed to continue doing that. And that happened with both my kids all the way through school. So, yeah, as a parent, I was highly observant and I was very, how shall you say, critical, to the point where I pulled my daughter. My daughter was homeschooled until the end of high school by me. And my son was homeschooled by me. And then I put him in a charter school where it was a very open environment where he could actually expand the way he needed to. And he had a great one-on-one teacher. And he ended up actually graduating ahead of his class and going on to college and doing very well. But I had to take him out of the public school environment because I'll never forget it. He used to say to me all the time, Mom, these teachers are stupid. They're stupid, Mom. Like, you ask them a question and they get mad at you because they don't know the answer themselves. And then they look up the answer and they call you after class and they're still mad at you because you actually can explain it better than they can. So, I mean, he was very frustrated with high school and school overall as an experience. And I didn't blame him. And I thought to myself, oh, that is definitely my kid. Because, again, you're there for a reason as an educator. We have trusted you with our children, with the future of this country. And a lot of them did not. It was just a paycheck or it was a political ideology. It had nothing to do.
Funding it.
Yeah,
it
had
federal funding.
These kids. And they created a hot mess. Teachers unions. There shouldn't be a teachers union. Are we out of our minds? What are we doing? I mean, that's what created. That's why we ended up with the federal education,
right?
Because of the teachers unions, and that's who's taking all the money out of that till. So it's again, we set ourselves up for failure. And what are unions? Unions are a form of what? Socialism. It works. It doesn't work.
We have to look at where the money is being funded into. No child left behind. No, that all the.
I'm going to approach this from a British. I'm going to approach this from a British view. Ideally, a union is there to make sure that the workers are treated correctly. Getting the right amount of pay, getting the right amount of holiday, getting the right amount of benefits. But in Britain, unions have been corrupted to act as sort of just political sponsors. And sponsors for mainly the Labour Party in the UK, where in the UK the Conservative Party tends to get their electioneering money and the electioneering money from private sector, but the Labour Party receives the money mainly from the unions. So rather
Makes
than
you think it's
yeah,
it's. I mean, our part right now, you can literally go right down the line. The unions support Democrats mainly. Why? Because Democrats got their agendas passed. But the problem is that the union leadership and the union membership are two different animals. And they make promises, but like Rafi knows this. Rafi worked union strikes on the security end of it because they tend to get violent, especially in the Northeast. But I can tell you for a fact that I saw many occasions where companies had come to heel. They had given in to all the demands that the unions were asking for, and the union leadership was lying to the membership about what offers were being made and telling them, oh, no, this isn't good enough. Oh, no. And literally to the point where it was insane. And these people were going without pay. They were, spending their days freezing their butts off on these picket lines. Some of them getting arrested because they were going too far because they were all riled up by the picket lines. So to me, it morphed into a political tool, number one, a money-making tool for the leadership in a huge way. And it's not necessarily something that worked to the advantage of the actual workers. And that's problematic. And so, like I said, to me, I'm glad I live in a state that is not really unionized. We have some unions here, like the Lobos for the fire department. The police department has their union. Of course, the teachers' unions are here. But for the main population, there is no union because it's not about equal pay anymore. It's not about that. It's about outrageous amounts of pay for a job that shouldn't be getting that kind of pay. I mean, I think there was the painters up in New York City. They were making more than like engineers in Florida. And that's all they do is paint.
Well, I think the main goal of the labor unions is to make sure that they're getting paid a living wage. I mean that's the lowest litmus that they have. And in places like New England, it's extremely expensive, and that's why they do make more up there. But if you go, the problem is that, like you said, they've been co-opted by criminal entities and political operatives that are hurrying favors from politicians, and that's where the problems lie. It's not that the unions are bad. I think the inherent, the core mission of the unions is not a bad thing, because I mean you got to look at the working conditions prior to that.
Yes,
they were abhorrent. And people were fully taken advantage of. They were literally treated like human livestock, and that's exactly what the rulers of this planet think of us. We are
There's
human
definitely
livestock
two
to be.
sides of it.
Agreed. But I will say, what union people do to non-union people is no different than what the companies were doing to people before the unions came along.
Yeah.
So, there's a line here that's got to be drawn. And it's kind of like what I said. I was making a comparison today with
Well, do you like your 40-hour work week?
Well, yeah. Well, if you can get a 40-hour work week anymore, most work weeks are 32 to 35.
Exactly.
So
you know why?
it's
because they have to train more people to do the same job when they can just squeeze the same out of you. They've already invested the money in you. They're going to squeeze every damn bit out of you that they can, even if it means paying overtime.
And sometimes they don't want to give you the insurance, so they'll give you, let's say, we got 31 hours, 32 hours.
Right.
We don't got your 40 hours, so we don't got your insurance.
Guys, Mark's going to kill me. I got to take us out on break. Hang in there, folks. We're out on our long break for the evening. When we return, we're going to continue on the same subject matter with the Vixen's Vault.
All right, we're on radio break.
But with the unions, like I said, they are kind of like Israel is in some ways. I made the point today on Facebook, and I know people did not like it, but I don't care.
Well, the problem here's my problem with unions, and my dad and I were in unions. All right, my problem with unions are all of the officers were never ever worked in those positions that they're representing, like it used to be.
Some real mafia stuff,
Oh,
right?
yeah, it is. They are. Oh, you will find that all of these officers have a law degree.
Yep.
And when I was going through business college and learning labor relations, the first thing that I learned about mediation was if you deal with a union officer, you're dealing with a lawyer. Not someone that's ever worked a day in his life that did that manual labor. Now, I don't have a problem with unions that protect people with like steel mills, coal mines, and like really dangerous places. I have a problem with, you know, all the unions that are out there that are trying to supersede OSHA regulations. All right, because the need for, you know, at the business level, for normal business, OSHA's taking care of that now. We don't need to. If you need to take, and you feel you need representation, you can go and get yourself a lawyer, and he'll act as your agent if you're afraid to go to your boss. You can do that. And it's been like that for a long time. A lot of folks don't know that. And then you have states like Pennsylvania that have, areas. We will not allow anything that's non-union.
Oh, yeah.
What do you think about like city buses and stuff? They need the unions?
And any government position or job should, no matter what level, should not be unionized, including law enforcement. I'm sorry. Okay, because it's covered under OSHA already. Oh, and there is our time, and I got to get us up on another one, so because I wasn't watching. But anyways, I'll get us to part 2 here in just a sec. Let's see here. Legion of Chaos 2. And we will go into that one right now, and I will get us up and rolling. And I'll add the folks there. Jason and Roger, Sonia, Mark, and Raph. Let's go, folks.
Hey.
Yeah.
All right.
We all back?
No, not all of us.
We're getting
I know
there.
Rafi's.
Yeah, I don't know. Did you guys catch what I said earlier?
Law enforcement.
Yeah, law enforcement is. Yeah, that's all covered under OSHA already. So, you know, I don't believe. No.
In the UK, it's actually illegal for police officers of the police to join a union.
Really?
Yeah. This goes back. Well, it has always been, as far as I'm aware, illegal for the police to have a union.
You know, I look at, you know, law enforcement the same way as I look at like the military. Okay, can you imagine if the military unionized? How that would work out? All right? Come on now. Get with it, folks.
Like, I live right outside of Philly here, and just yesterday, they finally agreed on a deal with their contract. This happens every single time.
Why is there a contract?
The Southeastern
That's the
Pennsylvania
thing.
Transportation Authority's thing comes up, and I was wondering. So you think, nah, F it. They shouldn't even have a they shouldn't even be part of Local 234. They shouldn't,
Why
right?
is there a contract?
They shouldn't even have them.
Why is there a contract for that?
I'm not.
I mean,
their contract seems pretty right on to me.
No,
but
if the city's running it, or the state or the feds running it, why is there a contract? No.
Oh, right.
Why? Why is there a contract? Now, if you're going to take and do that, okay, the minute a contract runs out, then it's time to get a new contractor as a group. All right, sure, you might be able to get some cheaper, someone to do it cheaper for less, or and have less quality or the same quality. But if you make a contract with a company to do that, that's different. All right, like the military does contracts, to buy planes, tanks. Even when we're home, home here, or even abroad, they will send and make a contract with a local company to come in and do cooking or cleaning or whatever. That happens. So, you have that's something that should not be ever.
Yeah, they make these ridiculous threats that aren't even logistically possible for the city. We're going to cut service by 20%, and we're going to increase. And my aunt's like, no, and I'm like, I'm telling my aunt, please calm down. They do this every single time. I'm 46 years old. They've been doing this since I was 12.
That's all to squeeze money out of you.
They're not going to do that.
And they know this. All right. It's just a way that they take and squeeze the money out of you for no reason. Well, for their reason, all right, without representation. Sure, you can vote those folks out, but what are you going to get? You're still going to have to deal with that problem. They're going to say, but the problem is do you outsource or do you take and deal with it? Okay, this is the pay. This is what we agreed upon, and unless you take another job or we say you get a raise, rock on, right to work.
Right, because that's what I used to say. I'll take your job. Like, wow, I'm a great deal.
Nancy suggested or mentioned or inferred earlier about unions pushing themselves into certain organisations.
They're all over, and then they're politically motivated on top of that. Because they give to certain organizations and get kickbacks from that because of representation. Where'd Raph go?
There was an issue in the 1920s during U.S. Prohibition where this was really evident. And interestingly, which was done by, let's say, less than savoury people. But there's an interesting, is it the UK employment rights bill, which is going through legislation at this present moment, and it's just been amended, so I've not reviewed the amendment, but at one point, if it still doesn't exist, there was a clause stating that that unions could push themselves into companies, SMEs, any sort of company.
Nancy, are you there? Because we're getting ready for a countdown. Hello, Nance.
Here.
Okay.
Yes.
Here comes your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you are live and back on the radio side for hour 2. Right now.
And we're back, 10:05 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on September the 10th, 2025. Very interesting 10-minute break there. We were squabbling about unions. Such a touchy subject, such a touchy subject. And one that, it's hard because, again, you're talking about something that is supposed to champion the working man, the guy that just couldn't get above it. And, it was your shield against the I guess you could say the billionaires, or at that time period when they started the millionaires, because I don't even think the word billion was in the language yet. But literally, it was something that was supposed to protect you from companies that took advantage of the workforce, companies that literally worked people to death, quite literally, and did so with impunity. So it's kind of like, I always say to people, unions remind me of the Klan in some ways. And actually, if you want to go forward in time, the BLM, where they started with the right intentions. They were on the right track. They came together and formed for good reason. But like everything else that can show a profit, they got infiltrated and corrupted. And it's sad because we see it time and time and time again in society, where basically something that is started with good intention, started to help people, gets taken over, and in my view, 90% of the time by the very people that they're fighting against. If you really, think about that. When we were on break, we were talking about how Mark was giving us his, insider information because he was part of a union. His dad was part of a union. He was saying that all union officers basically have a law degree. They're all lawyers. Well, aren't lawyers kind of half the group that they were fighting against? Don't corporations have high-power lawyers? Isn't that kind of like every time you talk about lawyers infiltrating anything, it gets corrupted? Every dang time. It never fails. Like it is, and I say that tongue in cheek because I'm sure there are litigators out there with very good intentions. A few. But for the most part, law is no longer about justice. It hasn't been about justice in a very long time. Law is about money. And that is what has corrupted us time and time and time again in pretty much every way imaginable, including 9/11, including what happened with Charlie Kirk today. Guarantee there's a financial spin to that. All of it is about money. And
I just
go ahead.
want to caveat that lawyers, solicitors, barristers, lawyers, I use lawyers as a overall term. They are there to interpret the law. To defend or prosecute.
Hold on, Mark. See, this is a different type of law, okay? Because when you talk about mediation, all right, between company and government and people, all right, there's like a common law thing here that supersedes all the other law. So if you take and do an agreement with that, all right, it will never go to court. It doesn't have to be held to those higher legal standards that normal people would have to, do. All right, and that's how they circumvent it.
Yeah, he's not wrong there. It's United States law is murky. It's a good word for it, and it shouldn't be because we're based off a very, very simple form of or scale of justice. But they've gone ahead and muddled it 9 ways from Sunday. And I think it's something Rafi and I have talked about multiple times on the show where, people don't realize it, but they commit 4 to 5 felonies every single day. And they have no clue they're doing it because there's so many freaking laws on the books anymore. You can't track what you're doing. Ridiculous laws. Stupid laws.
Let me give an example. Okay. Like the, the immunization silent courts, that is mediation. All right? And it works the same way as unions work with companies. All right? And it follows the same kind of guidelines, basically.
Now, here's where it gets real fun. A lot of people don't know this about the states, but again, when you're talking about legal aspects of things, you have your solicitors, your attorneys, you have your magistrates, you have your judges, you have all these different branches within the justice system. And I think it's like 24 states in the United States. To be a judge or a magistrate, you are not required to have a law degree. Now understand that one. And that is the truth. I can see Jason's face. Jason, don't make me look it up. So again, somehow, somewhere along the line, when you say to me, okay, well, these people go to school, they pay hundreds of thousands of dollars for their educations to get their little PA at the end or Esquire at the end. But to be a judge presiding, they don't need that because that's all about politics.
That explains Clarence Thomas.
It explains a lot of things because, again, it shows that you could just be very popular and become a judge and decide what people's fates are going to be, what businesses' fates are going to be, without any education at all into what the law actually says.
You can take that a step down and even go with the constable and sheriffs. And that follows the same guideline.
Yep, it's a scary thought, and like I said, most Americans have no clue that is the case, but it is the case. And
I guess judges are appointed, right? And the sheriffs would be voted for?
Yes, they're political positions, basically. And that should not be. We should not have any politics in our justice system. End of sentence. Because what does politics do? It corrupts it. Look at what's happening right now in our courts. Look at what happened over the last 4 years. And Jason, I know you're no fan of Trump, but there's no way anybody could say those courts were not weaponized against him. Of course they were.
Well, it's not that I'm no fan of Trump. I'm no fan of any of them. And I just think a lot of people who taught me about the right-left paradigm, all of a sudden this guy Trump came along and all of a sudden teaching me about no right-left paradigm was, well, except for this guy Trump. And that's where I said, no, not except for this guy Trump.
I don't think he is a right-left paradigm. And I've said that. I think he's a centrist. And actually, I think he's more of a libertarian. If I'm going to really quantify him, he's a libertarian. He's definitely not a Republican. I can tell you that because there's too many things he goes very soft on that are considered liberal. He's definitely
for me,
not
anybody
liberal.
that's going to put a D or an R in front of their name is too D or too R for me.
Well, and I thought, I've thought about that. I thought he should have just broken off and started his own party because he really is not either. And neither am I. I am done with the whole RD thing. I will
or
say
the
I'm a conservative.
Libertarians or the Tea Party or the Green Party or the Independents, etc.
I'm an American. I mean, I look at it and I say I'm an American, okay? Because there are certain things that are supported by the liberal agenda where I'm like, yeah, that's right. Yeah, absolutely. And then there's certain things that are on the conservative agenda where I'm like, okay, well, yeah, that is, yes. What am I? I'm a constitutional.
What happened to the liberal agenda of the 90s? It was like as long as you didn't want war and you weren't a war hawk, that pretty much meant you were a Democrat.
They literally switched parties. Have you not noticed that?
Yeah, well, I guess they do that every 20 years, though. That's why old black folks are Republicans.
Yes. Yes. I keep saying that. I'm like, guys, you don't even see the do-si-do when they're do-si-doing. Because they are literally switching platforms between the parties. And it's like, oh, wait, we're going to take these voters now, so we're just going to segue over here. But it's not natural in any way, shape, or form. But whatever floats the boat, whatever gets the vote. So that's how they play it. And like I said, I am a constitutionalist. I will say that. And I can't believe how bad it's been crapped on. But I will also segue that with the fact that as a constitutionalist, I fully recognize that the Constitution was written by some very wealthy people. The Constitution was not written by, like the guy who was making the horseshoes. No.
Well, it wasn't written for women. They came around 100 years later. It definitely wasn't written for black folks. It wasn't written for poor non-landowner type folks.
Exactly. It was written by basically robber barons. And, it's a hard thing to swallow. And there was a lot of Vatican input. I will tell you that. A lot of people don't understand that, but the Vatican was heavily involved with the formation of this country. Lots of money came in from the Vatican. But I do believe, kind of like the Ten Commandments, I may not be a Christian, I may not be a Jew, but I do believe that the Ten Commandments are a moral fiber and that they set forth a precedent that we should try to follow it. Why? Because if you don't, society is going to implode. Pretty simple. Yep, thou shalt not kill. Yep, that's pretty simple. Reasons why? Well, because it creates lots of violence. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife. Why? Because thy neighbor is going to kill you if you covet his wife. It's pretty simple. Not hard. Okay, these are just rules of living with each other. Kind of the same thing with the Constitution. Rules that try to protect us because, again, When we broke away from England, there were certain things we were looking for. Now, what I find very sad is that we've been so defiled by our own government at this point. You know, I said to people, we actually fought a guerrilla war in a time period where this country was not developed. And trust me, if you've ever been in the backwoods of any state in this country, it's not pretty. Yep, not a good area to be trudging through. But we fought a war over less than 6% taxes. Okay? Seriously, think about that. We are taxed on pretty much everything, including air at this point. Double taxed on a lot of it, which, again, and taxation without representation, oh, God. Yeah. We are so past it, it's not funny. And these are things that we fought against, okay? Our forefathers, gave their lives so we could be screwing the pooch 200 and some odd years later and basically getting screwed harder. And here's the worst part, Mark. You may want to plug your ears for this one. The worst part is we're getting screwed by England. You know, the very country we freaking walked away from to begin with. Yep, nope, they got right back in here after the Civil War and, yep, continued screwing.
Oh, we never really walked away from England.
No, I know.
Then again, Britain is getting screwed by our politicians, so
it's kind of funny because I look at Great Britain right now and I think, what is going on? What are their people doing? Are they drugged or something? What is wrong with them? They're seeing their entire society imploded and reshaped purposefully, with purpose. This is intentional. And they're not doing a damn thing. They're not protecting their kids. They're not protecting each other.
I disagree. Have a look at the so-called quiet revolution that's going on at the moment. Look at the sort of raising of the flag, raising of St. George's Cross. Granted, we aren't as obvious as, let's say, the US. US citizens can be. We are more, what's the word I'm looking for? Polite, but tactful, maybe. But there is funny enough, there is in relation to the migration issue, on Saturday, there was there's meant to be a massive protest outside of Westminster, which is being reported by a lot of the alternative news commentators and
Isn't that
journalists.
sad? You guys who had to go to alternative just like we had to, over the last 8 years. You cannot reference mainstream media in this country because they're a joke, and they have been for some time. And you guys are starting to see that now in your own media. And I mean, my thing with England though is, dude, almost more than close to half of you.
I'm not sure if it's a new thing because how I remember alternative media from 15 years ago.
How do we have a country like Great Britain where more than a quarter of your mayors are not from your country? How does that happen? Who's voting in these districts? Seriously, Mark, and why aren't they questioning the outcomes? How does that happen? Unless y'all have become so polite, you don't know how to say you cheated. I mean,
a lot of towns and cities, mayors are just a ceremonial sort of position. London, granted, is a different story. Sadiq Khan, yeah. Yeah, let's not talk about him. But with the exception of some cities, a lot of mayors are, technically speaking, to say ceremonial sort of position.
But how does that? What I'm saying is it's changing the landscape of your society drastically, and they're not. I just shake my head, and I'm like, these poor people. I feel for the British because, again, we saw it happening here during the Obama administration. A lot of people were not paying attention, but a lot of positions of power were filled by people that were not from this country. And it's like, you know, it's got nothing to do with racism. It's got nothing to do with any of that. It's got to do with the fact that what are they going to fight for? Who are they going to fight for? If anything happens, if they're not from here, it's a huge problem. It's a huge problem that they don't talk about. It's like when, you know, we just found out that one of our secretaries under Biden was basically intaking as many male immigrants of military age as she possibly could and throwing them in the military, giving them citizenship to do so, paying for their families, and basically creating a military that would not be loyal to the people of this country. They would be loyal to the people who paid for them. That's a big, big problem. Big problem. And like I said, it's not about racism. People automatically say, when you say I am anti-illegal immigration, I am all about the sovereignty of this country, they 100% say, oh, you're a racist, you're this, you're that. No, I am not. I do love my family. I do love my country. And you know what? We've lived here our entire lives. We've paid our taxes. We have been loyal to this government, loyal to this country, even when we didn't agree with them. We still sucked it up. Like, I didn't break the law under Biden. I may have spoke out against him, but I never wished him death, nothing like that. But, you know, he's still my president as much as I wanted to hide under a rock. But he was still my president, and this is still my country. So
two points on that. Funny enough, me and Roger have been talking about this sort of nationalistic sort of points on our Thursday show, within recent episodes, and and this is a point that I've been trying to push. It's not about racism. It's about I believe in one's nation. I believe in sovereignty, in effect. Also, in the US especially, it's really just a two-state sort of country. You've got your Democrats, you've got your Republicans. All the other parties are not really relevant as such.
They don't have money.
In the UK, it's always been a three-state party. Conservative, Labour, and Liberal Democrats. And Liberal Democrats have always been the sort of joke party. But in recent years, we are seeing, or at this present moment, we are seeing an emergence of new parties coming out. And as you may have been aware, Reform is becoming much more popular at this present moment, and possibly could win the next election, if not a big enough Reform for various reasons. So in the UK, we are seeing a landscape change, whereas in the US, you still got that two-party system.
Actually, hang on to that thought.
Hold
on to that thought. I got to take us out to break, and I have a rebuttal for that. But hang on, guys. We will be back in just a few moments with the Vixen's Vault.
All right, we are on radio break. Right on time.
We don't have a two-party system.
Woohoo!
We have a one-party system here. Literally, it's not a two-party. It never was a two-party.
Yeah. Well,
it just that's
on paper.
Hey, what happened
paper.
to what happened to Raphael?
We can't get it. Rafi is literally got a phone call that came in. He's still on it, so I think it has to do with work. I don't know if we'll get him back.
Vicky's having problems as well.
Vicky's having issues getting in.
Yeah, I was trying to bring her in, but I guess she didn't hang up on the other one. So, yeah, because it's showing her red. So, you know.
Well, throw in the chat, Vicky, hang up on the other one. Because I don't think she I know she does this a lot, but she doesn't, I don't think she understands. You have to disconnect the signal to get
Sometimes it doesn't seem to give you an opportunity.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Sometimes it don't, and then you have to come back and then re-disconnect it.
It's going to say, welcome to the wonderful world of Microsoft that I hate.
Yeah.
It's great.
You know, we had issues with Skype too, so.
It was Microsoft.
Yeah, I mean, even before it was Microsoft, we had issues. All those years ago.
Yeah, so far Teams doesn't seem too bad.
Actually, it sounds. I actually think that it sounds clearer and cleaner, and I can play clips over it that you all can hear, and others can play them too. You know that I can hear.
$100
you know,
a month, dude, and you're hooked up.
It's
$100 a year. You can have like 600 people on your chat for up to 12 hours. I think it was 16 hours. $100 a year.
Yeah, for 30 hours. Yeah, I would go through that. I would go through that in 2 weeks. With the shows that I do.
No, 30 hours per chat.
Per chat or
per
see,
chat?
Yeah, I had
see, my understanding of it was 30 hours per month for the whole thing. I'm like, what? No way.
I went through and looked at that, man.
I should have read the terms of services or asked Mark to take a look for me.
He's getting excited. He started freezing up.
365 account, a Microsoft 365 account, Enterprise Microsoft 365 account.
Mark, you're breaking up, buddy.
Yeah, he
Okay.
When you get excited, man, it always does that. I don't know why.
He keeps flinging his hair everywhere.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Don Juan. Fabio.
Fabio over there. Yeah.
Fabio the Magnificent.
Anyways,
whatever.
I think Mark needs to focus a little bit more on the police activity in England and why they haven't been more of a presence like they're known for.
Yeah,
they need a stronger police force that actually represents what the police force was supposed to be, which was invented by England. And they don't do that no more.
Nance, go ahead and check Facebook. I'm sure I know Larry's been posting a bunch of stuff there, and it's real hard for me to keep up.
We had a good conversation in our show on that too that she didn't mention.
I'm still trying to get Vicky back in with us, but I don't know what her. It keeps showing that she's connected. She may have to reboot and then try to call, and then I'll just add her in when she does that. That's happened before. I'm like, if she's on a phone to do that.
I don't know. I'm not sure what device she's on. I just know she was trying to communicate.
We got about 30 seconds, you know.
30 seconds? I still haven't said any mama jokes yet.
Just on the point of Teams, I had a meeting a couple of weeks ago with I think through Microsoft 365. But
all right, well, here's our countdown: 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you are live and back on the radio side for the last time tonight, right now.
And we're back, folks.
Right now.
29 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Wow.
Right now.
Gotta love when okay, I'm gonna have to kill him. That's just gonna have to be the way it is. Welcome back, folks, to the Vixen's Vault. Unfortunately, my producer cued me not once, not twice, but 3 times that I was on the air. So here I am.
I got a kind of a little bit of delay. Are you on right now? Are you sure? It looks like you're good. Carry on.
Okay, here we go. Larry, I see you there, buddy. I'm in that Facebook chat with you right now, and he's saying enough of this union stuff. Back to 9/11 and Charlie Kirk, and he's right, because those are kind of the focus things for the evening. Again, it's actually hard for me to talk about Charlie Kirk because it's just it was such a shock when that came through today. And like I said, I got that information, that news report, within minutes of it happening. So it was I kept looking to make sure it was right, to be honest with you, before I posted, because I was like, oh God, if this is wrong, this is going to be embarrassing, but it's too big to ignore. But yeah, it's funny because it actually all does work in, even with the unions. All of it does. Why? Because of the politics of everything right now. And I'm sure everybody on this panel will agree with me. Politics suck. People die. And right now, I'm horrified to say this, but I was just on the break while everybody was arguing. I was literally watching a video of Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House, who had, basically called for a moment of silence to recognize the passing of Charlie, and literally calls for the moment of silence. And all you can hear is, I don't know who, because he didn't identify who it was, but several, let's just say, liberal screeching females, part of Congress, no less. These people, we're paying these people our tax dollars to sit there and screech during a moment of silence out of respect, basically disrupting the whole moment of silence. And, again, I don't care if Charlie Kirk was a Democrat or Republican. It doesn't matter to me. He was a young man who put a lot on the line to try to get young people to become politically active in a healthy way. I don't think he really cared what designation they took. I don't think that mattered to him. What mattered to him was that they got the information right on what was happening. That's what mattered to him, and to make them thoughtful about what they were saying before it came out of their mouths. Because 90% of the time, when you listen to young people speak about politics, they have no clue what they're talking about. And when you question them, they cannot give you an answer. Why do you hate Donald Trump? I don't know. I just do. Well, that's not a reason. Okay. You're talking about a person who leads the country. It would be like asking a young conservative, why do you not like Joe Biden? If a young conservative turned around and said, I don't know, I'd be like, you're an idiot. Go do some homework. Don't just follow the trail. Do homework. That's the problem. These young people are not focusing. They're all about the agenda or the platform. They don't know anything about the politics, and they don't understand the economy.
Yeah, and blame the education system. Blame the education system and how the idea of being taught what to think rather than how to think.
Correct. And that's been indicative in the States for quite a long time, going back even when I was in school. Because, like I said, my perfect example of it is, we were taught, Custer's Last Stand. I always use that example. You opened up your history book, American history, and there was this golden hair, what looked like a giant with his saber raised, and that was Custer's Last Stand. But when you actually researched Little Bighorn and what happened that day, it is nothing like what you were taught. He was no hero. He was quite a monster. And it's really riveting as you realize, well, and you think, why did they tell us that he was like this martyr when he wasn't? If anything, the American Indians that were slaughtered that day were the martyrs. So it's hard to get your head around. Now amplify that to every subject matter, right down to the fact with Common Core in the American education system, something I had. In fact, Larry, if you're listening, you remember this because you know my shows. I used to go off about Common Core because Common Core eliminated parental guidance in the education. The parents didn't understand Common Core. They couldn't even, half these people were, I can still remember my daughter's first, when she brought her book home at first, I'm looking and going, why did they do that? It's pretty simple. 2 + 2 is 4, not 2 + 2 might be 4, not 2 + 2 is 3 if you could prove it. No, 2 + 2 is 4.
Yeah, and pretty memorization too. But getting back to getting back to Charlie and Turning Point. Turning Point, the whole point of Turning Point was to get people of different sides to be able to debate and still walk away as friends. Yes. That was the whole point of Turning Point. All right? And they would go to schools, colleges, even grade schools and high schools they went to. I know Brent's told me a lot about that, and he goes and he's a part of that. He actually goes and does talks at those schools, just like Charlie. I don't know how much he'll be able to do that now with the way this has gone, but in time, I hope that they're able to go back and do a public forum again, because that shows people that, hey, just because you have a difference of opinion, you can't be afraid to be able to talk about these things. You have to go out and do it. And just like, Raph will tell you, and me, and even David, freedom isn't free. It's fought every day.
I agree. True. That's true. Yep.
But I can say, too, though, that does, again, segue back into the education system. Because, again, when I was in school, I took Toastmasters. I was taught how to debate. And I was very good at it. And the thing is that when you debate, when you learn the rules of engagement when it comes to debate, it's not personal. It's never personal. You have to leave emotion out of a debate. Debate is about facts. Okay? It's not about feelings. And unfortunately, we've allowed feelings to override facts. And that's happened. That everybody's guilty of that. That's both sides of the coin. That's everybody down the middle.
And you can tell they're losing if they get emotional.
That's what I said. As soon as you start cursing, I've won the debate.
Yep.
And I've always said that. You see me do that in chats. As soon as you lose it, I know I've won because I know I've hit a sore spot.
Mm-hmm.
You have given me the key to the kingdom as soon as you start getting nasty. So it's, but you're taught these things. And I never take debates personally. I'll walk away and I'll be like, good debate. Especially if I got beaten, I'll be like, oh, damn, I got to take some lessons from you. But that's the way it should be. You learn from each other. That's what debate was all about, coming together. Mediation, as Mark would say. It's a form of mediation. And Charlie was a master of it. And I feel bad for Brent because now I've got to wonder, is he going to feel safe doing anything? But I've also, if I'm a judge of anything, and I usually am pretty good at judging things, I see something much greater coming out of this because of the way it happened. It's going to bring a lot more attention to what Charlie Kirk was doing. So, I noticed a lot of young liberals responding with, who's Charlie Kirk? Never even heard of him. Well, now they know who he is, don't they?
Yep.
Sad, but true. As for 9/11, I'll be damned if I'm going to let it be forgotten. It cannot be forgotten. It doesn't matter if it was a setup. It does not matter what government did what. The fact is, it was a tragedy. No matter how you flip it. You can get angry, you can be repentant, you can be anything you want, but what you cannot do is you cannot forget. You cannot.
The emperor has no clothes on. The emperor is naked.
Yep.
And but people don't know that.
you should. I'm sure you agree with me, Jason. Because when people forget, we don't learn. We don't carry the message or the lesson forward. That's the problem. That's why they want us to forget. Mm-hmm. Because if it happens again, it's going to be the same chaos that happened on September 11th, 2001.
Well, they tell you on that oblong box in the corner of the room what to remember, what to forget, how long to remember it, if you're going to forget it, when to forget it, and maybe remember it once a year when we tell you for exactly 2 minutes and 23 seconds last year.
Yep. Uh-huh. Yep. And I got to say, as much respect as I have for it with the actual ringing of the bell and the reading of the names, every year they do it. And I believe that needs to happen. But in the same respect, it's not, especially a young person who has no connection to that day. It's not going to
the ringing of the bell that I'll be excluded from tomorrow morning because I can't show my city papers showing that I'm related to somebody who died that day.
See that right there? There's something seriously wrong with that. You're in the United States
so
of America.
I'm denied my right to pay my respect as an American. What will happen 20 years, 30 years from now when those papers go out and the people are just too old to be any relatives left? Will they stop ringing the bell? Or will all of us finally have our right 70, 80 years later to pay our respects?
I mean, I'll be surprised if in 70, 80, well, it'll depend on how things go. But I will be surprised if it's even recognized. It's kind of like Pearl Harbor.
Yeah,
I mean,
Pearl Harbor Day.
Seriously, you ask a young person about Pearl Harbor, at least our generation has memory. Not lived through memory, but we were taught. These kids
Or the kids
are
see the movie,
really taught.
you know.
Yeah, they
They
just they have
associate
no
it with the
clue.
movie. Mm-hmm.
You say the USS Arizona, and they're like, "What? Who? Where is that? That's a state? No,
I
dude, it's
dare
a
to say
ship."
9/11 affected the world a lot more than Pearl Harbor even.
No, it's perceptive of time.
Yeah,
Pearl
at
Harbor
the time,
really
Pearl
shook
Harbor
them
did. Yep.
because
Well,
they
no,
didn't.
but 3 days after 9/11, you couldn't get on an airplane without taking your shoes off or having your baby have its diaper checked. That's very different
we
all
get
over the
into it.
world than one country going into a war, in my humble opinion.
Actually, I have to agree. I have to agree with Jason because remember, Pearl Harbor happened during World War II. Granted, the US hasn't joined World War II yet, but we in Europe were already on the front lines.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, Pearl Harbor was our catalyst.
Right.
But after I told you, that was the thing that actually got me into conspiracies. I did a research paper on Pearl Harbor in high school and figured out very quickly that we allowed it. And we allowed it because we needed the war machine to crank.
Mm-hmm.
We needed money. And the best way to do that is to go to war.
Yeah.
I mean, I saw the cables. I saw all of it. I was like, holy crap, DC knew. California knew.
Right.
They knew. So that was very unsettling for me at a very young age. And I've been nonstop since then because of that. But it was
Made sure Honolulu didn't know.
Well, the thing is that, but the time period you're talking about, this is like Leave It to Beaverville. You know, we didn't have the mixture of personalities we have now. We didn't have
There's a time period, but that's not what makes it 5x, 10x. The fact that it changed, like I said, you couldn't, get on an airplane and go to Tajikistan. I mean, in 3 days. I think there's an argument that could be made saying 9/11 changed the world more than even all of World War II.
But what did it do to the world? It did what? It
made it way smaller. First of all, it put it under a complete police state now of the world. Obviously, again, with the airplanes, with the getting searched, with your baby getting searched. I mean, these type of things would have never been heard of, let alone around the world. And it wasn't just a USA thing. We see it as just a USA thing because we're just, Americans. But this happened in 3 days. They shut down the airlines for 3 days, grounded everything.
Mm-hmm.
They shut down the markets for 4 days. And then after the weekend, there was a whole new world. That's not what happened after Pearl Harbor. And that's not even what happened after the end of World War II. And it's not because it's the year 2001 or it's the year 1946.
It is in a way,
just
though.
two different incidents with two different consequences.
We don't know the truth about 9/11. That's still not known by the majority of the
Either
population.
way, whoever did it, the outcome was, like I'm saying, whoever did it was whoever did it.
We didn't have
the outcome is still the same.
Guys, but during World War II, that time period, we didn't have that type of transportation. We didn't have people jumping on jets a million times a day. We didn't have any of that. It wasn't, they couldn't lock it down because it didn't exist.
Well, JFK was after that, right? Was JFK more, would you say that affected our country, the world even more than our entry into World War II? Would you say that being only 15 years later or 13 years later, that has to do with the time period?
I would say with JFK, because of his age, because of the fact that America was still high on the actual war and they weren't really being told about how bad Korea was. I'd say that JFK really hit very hard. I think he was hope. And they took hope away when he was assassinated. I think people really saw
that was only 18 years after the end of World War II.
I understand that. But what I'm saying is that, again, JFK was, I think people knew he was getting ready
22.
to make he was getting ready to make some serious revelations. And I think
and put us back in the gold standard.
I mean, when he died, it cut off hope in a lot of ways. And I think people who knew kind of what was going on became frightened. Like it was JFK was like a slap, like telling people to stay in their place. Don't mess with us. That's what the JFK assassination did in this country. It made Americans back down from questioning their government. And again, 9/11, same thing. There's a way these events.
9/11 made the entire Western world hate the entire Muslim world even to this day.
Because they
it
got
changed the
blamed for
entire
something they didn't do.
world and changed each part of it in a different way. Very different, in my opinion, than Pearl Harbor or anything really like it.
No. Come on. We
allowed
interned
Pearl
all the
Harbor to
Japanese.
happen. We
interned all the U.S. Japanese citizens. Are you kidding me? No.
Yeah.
We totally knee-jerked on Pearl Harbor completely.
Well, we did it to ourselves. We allowed it to happen.
But we did it 9/11 to ourselves too.
Exactly. That's why there's
let our eye. We didn't keep our eye on the ball.
I'm just arguing the outcome, not who did it or did it to ourselves or whatever.
But that's a really important thing.
On one point,
9/11. We did it to ourselves.
Indeed.
On one point, I'm not sure if I can agree with you about the international ramifications of JFK, because I see. I don't know. Again, none of us were there. None of us. I don't know, David. You probably remember. Mark, you probably remember. But
I wasn't there, Mark.
Actually, yeah. Sorry. Apologies. I had to do the maths there. But my point is that at the time, I would imagine that the JFK's assassination affected the US much more than it affected the West world, unlike September the 11th.
Yeah, but it was still CIA did it. We still did it to ourselves.
We didn't have the communications we have now. And that's what I keep trying to point through. The technologies were not the same as they are now. Even when 9/11 happened, we were much more communicated. We were connected much faster. I mean, when you say real time, 2001, we were doing things in real time. In the 1960s, we were not doing things in real time. The government was doing things in real time, but society was not. Let's be honest. I mean, I'm sure half of Europe didn't even hear about the assassination until at least 24 hours later, because that's how slow things were. Now everything is in real time. It all is. And I mean, Afghanistan, all of it, real time. We're seeing things coming in. I mean, shoot, if you're sitting on Telegram, you're literally watching videos drop as events are happening.
Mm-hmm.
So it's in immediate information. Immediate. It's not held back. It's there. And if you're not on a service that allows it, you need to find one, because it's being provided all the time, 24/7. But the fact is that it doesn't change the outcome. Pearl Harbor, JFK, 9/11, all of those situations, what happened? A state of, we'll say, per se, martial law occurred. They clamped down. They took away more and more freedoms. With each event, we lost more of our individuality, more of our individual rights every time. And that's not just here. That was an echo that happened worldwide. Why? Because everybody's pointing fingers, and in the meantime, the billionaires are making more and more billions.
It was designed that way.
Yes, of course it was designed that way. Look where we're at now. Okay,
so much because of the time.
We had the Patriot Act, which was, pretty much immediate after 9/11. Like, you turn around, boom, Patriot Act. One of the most restricted, unconstitutional things on the planet, boom, right after 9/11. Like, it was ready to go. Then we had the NDAA, which is you'll hear me pop at that, because that thing is repassed every single year with almost 100% bipartisan vote. And that right there should tell you how badly we've been sold out, because the NDAA gives the government unrestricted powers in ways that you can't even imagine. They took advantage of it during January 6th.
And how do you know it even exists?
Yeah, I mean, people keep saying posse comitatus. I'm like, you need to go back and reread the NDAA 2012. Hasta la bye-bye posse comitatus. And I don't care what lawyer tells you that's not true. Go read it. Because it gives the president the power to declare.
That wasn't a lawyer. That was a court case that they were having, deciding on whether posse comitatus was, being used or not by Donald Trump, etc. That's what you're referring to.
Actually, posse comitatus was put aside when January 6th happened. You want
Yeah, that's what you told me, and then I did my homework on that, and I realized no, it wasn't, and that they were actually on Friday. That was their third time in court having that hearing. I never did find out how the hearing ended. For all I know, that judge found in that favor for that, or I don't know, you know what I mean? But and it wasn't a civil judge, like you said. Oh, so many people take Trump to court. That's just like more of a civil thing where they're breaking his balls for money.
Stop! They went after him criminally in several, like Atlanta. Come on.
Oh yeah, indeed. But every time they go after him criminally, they go after him 10 times for his money. You got to admit that.
They reshaped the laws to do it. I mean, they literally ignored statute of limitations. They ignored certain things that are put in play to protect us. Completely ignored it and act like they didn't do it. No, that was
they plenty, just not posse comitatus, as far as I understand, or they wouldn't have been fighting it. There would have been a precedent for it.
No, posse comitatus was violated on January 6th when they called in. They're trying to blame him for the same exact thing they did on January 6th. That's what I'm saying. Democrats have a way of doing that. So do Republicans, because there are Republicans that are in this too. But they repeated the steps.
Wasn't posse comitatus dropped when they created Homeland Security?
Actually, it was the NDAA. Homeland Security, not so much. NDAA, yes, because the NDAA gave the power to the president to make a kill list or a targeting list within the United States. If you were declared or thought to be of any kind of terrorist notion, you are no longer protected by the United States Constitution. Military can come after you in your house if the president thinks you might be a terrorist.
Take your house, even take your water, your food, everything. It's even written down and such. But as far as the posse comitatus, that I didn't see anything. I don't know. All I know is they were fighting in court over it last month. On Friday was their third time.
The courts are corrupt, and that's the other thing. Yep. I mean, you've got judges right now ruling left and right, completely unconstitutional rulings, taking away powers that they gave the government.
I find it
in this case, they were trying to keep posse comitatus from being violated. So I'd take that.
I find it very, very disturbing that within the last 150 years, we went from being a constitutional government to a nationalist government. Yep. And then a socialist government. It's like all of these new age government factions came in and just stole our government away from us before we were even born. Like, I'm not a nationalist. I'm not a socialist.
Do you remember when Bernie Sanders, back in 2016, when it was questioned why he was a member of the Democrat Socialist Party, how he could basically state that he was not a socialist?
Yeah.
And he fought that tooth and nail, but the Democrat Socialist Party, that more oxymoronic than I can possibly tell you, just the name of it. Mm-hmm. And yet here we are, and now, oh no, that's not what it is. And now we have flat out communists running for office in the United States.
Green Party, straight socialists.
Yeah, but years ago, Congress had passed laws that no Muslim, whether it's a U.S. citizen, was allowed to be in the Congress, and they did something and knocked it out, and that's why we got those squads up there from up in the upper Midwest, Minnesota and Michigan.
Oh, you mean
as soon as the Muslim caucus?
Yeah. Ileana Omar is worth 30 million.
I like constitutional government that keeps separate freaking religion from state. Like, there's that kind of law never belonged in the U.S. freaking government in the first place. And people shouldn't be up there preaching about their religious beliefs and saying that that's the American way, when in reality that's not what the founding fathers. Most of the founding fathers were actually not atheists, but they were deists.
Yeah.
Freemasons.
Yeah.
All right, guys. With that, I got to wrap the show up. We are already at time. I don't even have time for y'all to say goodbye. So everybody say good night.
Great talking to y'all.
Night, John.
All right.
Night,
Hey,
Marietta.
hey, Jason, have a
We're
great
live
day
streaming
tomorrow.
from New York tomorrow, so check it out.
All right.
All right, yeah,
Okay,
please
good
check
luck.
out Jason's live stream tomorrow night, and we will catch y'all next week. In the interim, please have respect. Remember the fallen tomorrow. It doesn't matter what you think about what happened on 9/11. Give for their memory, because people did lose their lives that day. With that, we are out of here for the evening. Join us next week for the Vixen's Vault.
Good salute.
All right. That was a great show.
I was, you know what though, I love it when we argue, because it's like everybody does see it from a different perspective. We all do see it differently, but I know posse comitatus is you cannot send the military into civilian areas. And when they enacted it and said, if you're declared a terrorist, we can send the military after you. That is a violation of posse comitatus.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Google lies sometimes, but I Googled it and it said different. And I don't know. They were fighting it in court. So that's all I know.
Yep.
Maybe Google's wrong.
Solid. Like I said, you can't
Google.
just send. It's like barracking troops. You can't just send troops to somebody's house because one person says, "Oh, you might." There's no. They don't need any evidence. All they have to have is the president saying, "I think you're a terrorist."
And see, I remember my whole reasoning behind Homeland Security was because of that, and they justified their use of Guantanamo Bay in order to do that. And then they were actually going through and they were freaking apprehending Muslims because they were suspicious.
Nancy, before I forget, hold on, Roger. Before we get cut off too, hope everybody comes back. I'm gonna restart this room again, and when I do, we'll do the after show.
I can't hang around.
That's fine, Jason. We understand, and I am going to try to restream you tomorrow.
Jason.
Beautiful.
Just shoot me a message on Telegram when you're going to do that. Nancy,
sure.
On Sunday nights, not every Sunday night, but whenever you can, John wants you to pop in and help him out since we're losing Barry. Well, we lost Barry on Sunday nights, and and Yotivation isn't Yotivation isn't quite back yet.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm glad to help.
Yeah, you don't have to do it all the time, but you know.
Are you available on Friday at 8 p.m.?
Who?
Jason.
Oh, Friday, 8 p.m. Yeah, I don't see why not. Sure.
Okay, because I finally was able to get a hold of Summer, and she said that she'd love to have you on there for her show. So I told her I'd contact you and see.
Sounds good. Yeah, anything to promote the D program.
Oh yeah,
that's fine. Yeah, sounds great.
Yeah, Jason, you've been putting some great stuff out. I know I haven't been in there a whole lot, but I try to keep you tabbed up as much as I can. All right. And I appreciate every time that you host over, and you also restream. I'm sure you restreamed us tonight as well. Thank you.
Indeed, I am.
He's a beautiful man.
Yeah.
On days I can't help, John,
I'm going to call that group right back and get everybody up and rolling once again for a short time or as long as they want. Or the clock runs out. One of them will happen. All right. All right, here we go. We're going to... Hey Roger, you there?
Hello. Yeah.
Okay. Let me get this the teams back so that I can let folks see what we're doing.
Vicky's on hold again too, just so you know.
I'm trying to get her. There we go.
Oh, that's cool. It left or brought up the chat before. I had to actually change it over on my OBS. I believe it did. Let me check.
You got chat, didn't you? I have chat.
There you go.
There it is.
I missed what Nancy was trying to say. I'm trying to get her back. Hopefully, she'll come back here.
She's strung out, man. That was one heck of an episode for her, dude. She had a good time.
And Mark, I don't know what happened to Mark. There comes Vicky.
There he is.
Yeah, there's Mark. Mark Edworthy. He's back.
Yeah. Again, apologies for.
Hey, Nance.
I was trying to take my medicine.
Oh, okay.
No, Mark Edworthy. I was in the Revolutionary War, so we can go back to that.
Yeah. And he was in the Revolutionary War, and he's a little older than me, so I only made the Civil War. All right, so.
Yeah. Good job, Mark. Good job.
But anyway,
literally, I'm over here, literally voicing stop.
Yeah. I remember seeing a picture of David Campione on the ship on Old Ironsides, standing right next to John Paul Jones shooting the cannons. He was the baddest
dude
of the bad back then.
Wasn't David Campione one of the guys planting the flag at Iwo Jima? I mean,
he was there too. He did Korea, Vietnam. He was in Saudi Arabia with me too. We just can't stop. We love the war.
Yeah, we just love it.
We just love
it's not Lawrence of Arabia, it's David of Arabia. So there
you go.
Anyways, getting back to you, Nance. John asked me if you could pop in on Sundays to help out from time to time.
What I was saying is if I can't, I'm sure Ralphie could.
Yeah, that'd be fine. Yeah,
we'll do our best to help him out because I know he's actually more John's speed than I am. Believe it or not, I mean, you know that.
I'm not sure if John's had Raph in with him yet or not.
Yeah, they did. It was one show, and I know it went really well. That's why I'm thinking.
Well, okay.
I'm wondering.
I could just pitch. Well, now, John.
I'm happy to help.
John doesn't like him dropping any kind of language. All right, all right. That will be a big X for him after that if he does.
I was gonna say it's been a long time since he's actually dropped any. I've dropped S-bombs.
Yeah, but that's a little different. But John, I mean, he's really lately he's been really keeping it super clean, and hey, that's fine. I mean, that gets us out on all the radios. Then no one complains. Even
keeps them up on YouTube.
Yeah, but either way, I mean, we all know what we can say and what we can't. But and Raph's been around to do it. I think that'd be kind of cool if he wants to come in with us on Sunday to hang out. Now, John does have a guy that comes in with him a little bit now, but he's not fully on with the doing it all the time. His name's Doctor 420, and Doc likes to talk cryptocurrency. And that's fine for some things, but you can't do like too much of that, because audience, a lot of audience, they're not into that.
Well, crypto's not my thing.
Yeah.
That is definitely Ralphie's thing.
Yeah.
And so I'm sure he makes it interesting, which I don't know how the fuck.
But that might be a good mesh for them, and yeah, if he wants to come in on Sunday, I'll make sure that he's added in. It's same time as your show, just on Sunday.
Okay. And like I said, because that's
it's either that or 8 to 10. 8 to 10 8 to 10 your time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like I said, it's I mean, I don't mind. I don't mind helping John. I like John.
Yeah.
I think John's got some cool topics.
He got some great stuff.
Obviously, yeah. I think I'm a little bit more outspoken than John is. I'm a little bit more. I'm willing to put my head on the guillotine.
Yeah.
I think all of us that go in there scare the hell out of frickin' John, to be honest with you. I don't think he can handle any of us at all. I think we're just a little too crazy for him.
You know what? This is my story. Because you say that, and people, they get that thought process when you start, like even when I was bringing up, the connection to Israel today with the assassination, and that's a very hard subject matter to broach, because there's a lot of people who will not tolerate that, don't want to hear it, and don't even want.
John is one of them. He will not entertain that at all.
So it's one of those things where I feel if you're not thinking about it, something's wrong. Even just you can dismiss it if you want.
I see where he's coming from on it, though. All right, because that goes into the other kind of conspiracies. But the thing is, like I told him before, I said, government's one thing, all right. And when you talk about the Khazarian mafia, that's another thing. But when you talk about a religious group, no. That's a no-go, and I won't have it, even for me. All right, but that's just how it should be, and don't forget a lot of, like and as well as I know, a lot of the station owners or advertisers that support them, where do they come from, and what are their connections? And if they want that money to come in to them, we got to play ball with them so that they'll let us stream to them.
I agree, but again, this is where I get punchy about it.
Yeah, because the views expressed and the opinions given, we can do that from time to time, but as a whole, we got to be real careful how we tread with that too. We don't want to look like that's all what we're about. Then we go down the road of anti-Semitism, and that don't look good.
Yeah, that's kind of what.
When have I ever been anti-Semitic? I'm not anti-Semitic.
No.
But
it's not about that. It's like there's a lot of people out there that are talking about it and don't even realize that they're talking about, like the clergy doctor plan or whatever they talk about when they talk about this pan-European shit. Okay, that's straight up white supremacist propaganda, and people are just preaching it and not even aware that that's what they're preaching. Okay. And me and Mark actually got into it in our show. We didn't get into all that, but we kind of covered it a little bit because it is a part of the whole creation of EU, but none of that was ever mentioned in any kind of laws or whatever in the formation of the EU. But you'll hear all these people talking about it like it's fact, and it's not.
I agree. And like I said,
Also, it's not only the radio.
I was talking before about, when we were, I think it was me and you, Roger. Okay, when did when did they become Jewish? Because in the Bible they were Hebrews.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. First, the Hebrew people were enslaved.
Century.
All right.
The first century.
Now, did the term, the religious term or label Jewish come from, a tribe? Judah? Jewish?
Judah.
Okay, I can see that, but that is only one tribe of the Hebrew people. And there were 12 tribes.
From Israel into Judah, but Israel and Judah, they were two countries. They were divided.
Exactly.
And so there were more. So that Jewish just refers to probably the.
Is it a practice, or is it because you know, that's when you look at it, it's kind of confusing. Maybe a show should be done about that.
Well, here's the thing I find interesting. Initially, okay, the Hebrews extended out of the Canaanites. And I always bring this up when people talk about it because I'm like, okay, guys, you're talking about the same group of people genetically.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well,
it doesn't matter.
The Hebrews, the Israelites, came from Abraham and his line. In fact, that's what I was going to talk about when I talked about it, is that
Abraham had more than one child.
God pretty much said to all those, huh?
Yeah.
Yes. But all the Jewish people came from Isaac, and then you had Jacob, and then
but they came from different tribes of the same Hebrew people.
It was one lineage. It was lineage. No, it was God picked out Abraham, and he said, because all the other countries, that's what I was wanting to talk about, all the other people at the Tower of Babel said, no, we're not going to do what you say. So he said, fine, you don't want to have anything to do with me. You can have these other Elohim, these other fallen angels. They'll be in charge of you. And it was like 70 of them. And he allotted to each one, each fallen angel. And according to them, they distributed the land. And God basically disinherited them. Then he picked Abraham and Sarah, who were barren. She was too old. He was old and she was too old. And that way, when they had a child, which was a miracle, all the other countries around there could say, okay, that's God, because that was a miracle. That was a miracle child. And that is the country.
If she had an affair and that's how she got pregnant because he was sterile, that would just suck.
Well, she was the one who was, past the age. So he probably could have done it before. He probably could have sired. Well, he did. Ishmael.
So said.
So,
but here's the other thing they don't talk about is that part of Abraham's lineage, weren't Jewish.
Right.
That's what I said.
Abraham had many sons. Many sons
God
had father Abraham.
He picked Abram out of them, because none of the other countries wanted anything to do with God.
No.
God
Hold
said,
on.
Go ahead.
Hold on, Vicky. Hold on, Vicky. Hold on, Vicky. You have to know this. You know the Bible, and you know this too. He wasn't always called Abraham.
That's right.
His name was Abram. Abraham means father of.
Right. Yep. And that was after God made a covenant with
him.
Abram. And Abraham, he changed his name, and he changed the name from Sarai to Sarah. She was a princess, I think. And she had Isaac, which was the promised child. But the point of it is that so the other countries around would know that was God's nation, because it was a miracle, and he allotted that land, and Israel was the
man. I wish MC
of
was
Israel
here.
To Abraham, and that was his portion. That was their portion. So it was God, the Most High, versus all the other gods and all the other nations, and the point of doing that was to bring about the Messiah, who would, go to provide salvation to the Jew first, but then the other nations, because God wanted the rest of the nations back, in the fold.
But also, Vicky, when Noah landed the ark, and all the sons in each of those tribes went their own way, God also sent angels to each one of them, all right, that were masters in a certain area to teach them, all right? And when they taught them, now some of them went for agriculture, some of them went for law and order, some of them went for medical and healing and things like that. And after a while, the tribes got, kind of jealous. Certain ones got jealous of each other and made war with each other. And then,
Right.
So.
Yeah, those were the other gods, and God knew about that.
No, those were the angels.
He did.
No, they weren't the other gods. Those weren't the fallen ones yet. Okay,
right.
The fallen ones. If you're talking about the fallen ones, that came before the flood.
No, but they also, the ones that were in charge, that put in front of, those different countries, and those tribes in different countries, they went bad, is what over time, because he told them not to build a Tower of Babel, and the people said, we want to make a name for ourselves. In other words, to God, we're not listening to you, old man. Forget you. We're going to go and build this tower so we can talk to any God we want to. And so God said, you want to do that? Fine. I'm disinheriting you. You get these other angels that have given you information. And, let's think about Babylon and Egypt.
Okay.
And all those.
And then you're crossing from Jehovah to Yahweh, and because each one of those is a different one. They're not the same God.
No, Yahweh is the Most High. If you look into, like, when the demon talks to Jesus after he crosses the Sea of Galilee, and he goes into that place.
Because Jesus didn't worship
demon
Yahweh.
Says,
he did not worship Yahweh.
I hate to ruin you guys' this party, but the one of the most fundamental Christian groups that were Jewish was actually the Nazarene. So if you it's kind of a lot of denominations.
They're not Christians.
Right, and a lot of denominations today don't look too happily on the Nazarene. They think of them as something they don't wish to have, but that's actually one of the fundamental
the Jewish people don't like
beliefs.
Jesus. They don't believe he's the Messiah.
Well, the first people to believe in Jesus was Jewish people. Like Christianity was created by the Romans after the fact. They were.
Pentecost. No, the Pentecost went, and then he brought it to. Not
one person in those groups ever called themselves a Christian. Not
right.
one.
They might not have called them. They weren't called that.
They were.
Later
They referred themselves as the way. Is what they.
Okay, the believers. Okay, I'll go with that. But they were named by the Romans, if that's what you're trying to say.
The Romans named them Christians, and it's just like
but they didn't
Christ.
Invent them. But they didn't invent them.
Well, who says they didn't? I mean, it's like Christianity didn't form until like 200-300 years after Jesus is crucified.
That if you're talking about what the Catholics did or what other people did, or how it was infiltrated by the pagans.
While I'm at it, and I'm going to try to edit real quick, I want to say goodbye